It is the last day of the North Luzon group stages. Yesterday, Team Secret came out on top as the new king in the north, overthrowing Nexplay
Mhm.
Esports, at least for the time being. Today, our eyes are on Galaxy Racer and Action PH as these teams show us how they want the North to remember them as teams that will fight up until the very, very last second, giving the best match that they can possibly give here at the 2021 League of Legends Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Summer Season. Philippines, Mika Fabs over here with Otlus and Osiris on the panel here to break down all the action for you guys. And we wouldn't be here if it were not for our wonderful sponsors. So thanks to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, for bringing the Icon Series here. And this event is organized by Mineski and by Globe.
And of course, our official mobile partner in Oppo. Picture life together with the all-new Oppo Reno 5. Enjoy all-day gaming with long-lasting fast-charging battery, a powerful processor with a smooth 90Hz refresh rate. Get the ultimate gaming experience with the all-new Oppo Reno 5 4G for only 18,999 and the Oppo Reno 5 5G for only 23,999.
At syempre, nandito din ang sekreto ng mga gwapo. Kahit buong araw lang naglalaro, hindi mukhang na GG. Fresh pa rin! At para fresh all day, bring your clay game with new Master All-in-One Clay face wash that cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master, sekreto ng mga gwapo.
Somebody has to screenshot that. Somebody has to screenshot that, please. And then, you know what? You can send it over to us as we hang out on Globe Virtual Hangouts. Globe Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Just download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated and get hashtag OL together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we had quite the show yesterday, particularly with Nexplay Esports versus Team Secret. This was just so much fun to watch, especially that Sona and Seraphine lineup that Team Secret brought us. I have to say, I went to my nightly ranked games immediately after our day 5, and lo and behold, I actually saw it. I actually both saw the Seraphine and the Sona come out twice in a row. I am not making this up. Twice in a row in my ranked games. They actually came up. It's here.
They're here.
Redefining the meta. It actually happened. But just checking out our series highlights from yesterday. Otaluz, you mentioned something really interesting. We were talking about Kaisa earlier, and you know what? Your girl was so popular last week, but we actually barely saw her this week. What does that mean? Is it because there are more options and strategies that have become more viable because of the recent patch, or is it because teams are maybe shuffling things around? What are your thoughts?
It's a combination of two things. One, AP carries are now viable, as shown by Team Secret, right? And so the Nightwalkers in the ranked games are just doing it, my friends. So good luck to your points. But all seriousness, we also saw the weakness of Kaisa that has been shown in the past couple of games, and I think it revolves around the laning phase, right? Draven, the lane bully in the Dragon lane, just massacres Kaisa out of the picture time and time again. As shown yesterday during game number 3, there was even a freeze lane that was done by James, and it was just so good to see in a Wild Rift game. It's not often that we see a lane freeze here in Wild Rift, but they did it beautifully, wonderfully, and that's just a kudos to them. Now, another thing to note is last week, Kaisa's laning phase wasn't really exposed that much. Why? Because there were lane swaps. You see the Dragon laners put in the mid lane, and with the patch 2.28 in full effect, well, you can't do that anymore, or you will have to suffer something in return if you do that. And that, I think, is the reason why Kaisa is not as hot as a commodity this week compared to last week.
And of course, we would be remiss not to talk about Team Secret versus Nexplay Esports, which we'll be getting to later on. But just heading into the second series from yesterday, which was with Action PH. Osiris, I want to get your thoughts on especially the pressure is on Action PH today to, hopefully not leave the group stages without scoring one win. What do you think they could possibly work around? What strategies are working for them, and what do you think they should actually be focusing on and building on as they head into the series for today?
They should be going on a snowball type of approach because their top laner, Yamada, already knows how to play his game. It's just that we're having problems on the Dragon lane, and they need someone who can play onto the early skirmishes. Because Yamada goes online around mid to late game, and he's the insurance play for the team itself. So you wanted to go on with a different kind of team comp that compensates a lot with the power play of Yamada, and the whole squad can provide the utility. I'm still looking forward to Daenerys Targaryen type of champions. Leona, Pantheon, Diana, and I think it compensates a lot how Yamada plays, the playmaker, the showmaker, and those Targaryen champions can provide it a lot of support.
That's very interesting. And we still have yet to see Leona actually come out. She's the only one missing, I believe. Autalus, you actually predicted that she would make an appearance somehow, some way. What are your thoughts? You think she's coming out today?
I don't think so. Leona is not that popular, I guess. And if we're talking about Targaryens, we have to really include Shyvana. Come on, the dragon is there.
Yeah, of course.
Really what we would want to see. However, it got nerfed, and I don't think we will see that in the competitive setup. With how Shyvana is being played, wherein you will have to really center your game plan around her in order for her to get the dragons, to get the buffs. So I don't think we will see anything surprising right now, like the Leona. But we can see, or we might see, again, this is APH versus Galaxy Racer that we're talking about, right? They have shown the Diana, they have unlocked the Pantheon before, and I'm so ready for round number 2 with all this target champions being unlocked.
I actually have a bit of a follow-up question to that, Autalus. Do you actually think that Action PH should bring out something that's a little bit more of a surprise today to hopefully secure that elusive win for them? Or should they stick to what they're doing right now? Because it doesn't seem like what they're currently doing is working. So do you think that they should just, why not just try something new and, take a risk and take a gamble today? What do you think?
Yeah, I think so too. I think they have to really just be comfortable in what they are doing. I think one thing that is missing in Action PH's games recently is the confidence, right? The swag. Yeah. If the swag isn't there, then your game will be affected. Basically, when we talk about League of Legends and Wild Rift, to be specific, this is a confidence game, right? If you don't have the same confidence as you have normally, your gameplay will be affected. And Action PH, just go with your comfort, just show us what you are made of, right? You are part of the 4 teams that got included or qualified over so many teams in North Luzon, and I still believe in my boys here, Mika. Action PH will do it.
Biggest cheerleader right over here. Am I pointing the right way? Yes, I am. And, of course, it was the big one yesterday between Team Secret and Nexplay Esports. This was the last time here in the group stages that these teams would play against each other, since today they'll be playing against other teams. And so that rivalry was sealed for the time being, with Team Secret coming out on top. So I don't think, as I mentioned earlier, I don't think we can let this pass without talking about their draft, of course. My personal favorite being the Seraphine and the Sona. Osiris, let me know your thoughts on this epic King in the North sort of series.
I just want to go back somehow with Action PH. Just don't go with Jax. Everything will be good. So yeah, going back with the Sona and Seraphine, there's a lot of shields. There's a lot of ability. This is the utility that we are talking about. You already have the Ragnarok, someone who's immune to crowd control, someone who can mow down. One touch of undertow, there's no chance for you to go back. What more if you are running a Seraphine Sona, someone who can go for a set, and they really denied Chule. They don't want that explosive cask, so what they did, they invest the Encore plus the Crescendo for only one person, because they don't want the cask to destroy their formation. And after Chule being destroyed, it was a Team Secret's game all over again and again.
And what about you, Autalus? What were your thoughts on this exciting match? I personally just enjoyed the different drafts that Team Secret was pulling out of their hat. So what are your thoughts?
the draft itself was a chess match, right? And game number 3, as I mentioned yesterday evening, checkmate move coming from Team Secret. They baited out Olaf to be first picked by Nexplay. It's not often that you will see Olaf being prioritized in ranked games, so much more in competitive games, but they did it, right? They picked it during the first game, and during game number 2, she was just destroying the composition of Team Secret using that Olaf pick. And once that got clocked in, you just go for the hard counters in the jar and the Galio, and problem solved. Checkmate. Hello there, my friend. You have to bend the knee.
Oh, and bend the knee they did, at least for now, because I have a feeling, Nexplay Esports, since it looks like these two teams are definitely going into the playoffs, I don't think Nexplay Esports is gonna, take that very lightly, and I'm pretty sure they will be back to take back the crown for King in the North. But in the meantime, it is with Team Secret. Of course, with all these Game of Thrones references, everybody would know that that crown doesn't really stay in one place for too long. And as we've seen, this ping pong match between Nexplay Esports and Team Secret, as we mentioned yesterday, it is as old as Wild Rift itself at this point. And in the group stages, it's been going just back and forth. Week 1 it was in Team Secret, it went back to Nexplay Esports, went back to Team Secret, it went back to Nexplay Esports, now it is back with Team Secret. So I have a feeling, this series that we're seeing over here play out in front of us, this is going to continue well into the playoffs here. And
yes.
You know what, just as we wrap up this series discussion, since the focus is on these two teams, Autolus and Osiris, let me know, during the playoffs, how bloody would you say, quote unquote, do you think this matchup is going to be? You think this is definitely the grudge match for Nexplay Esports and Team Secret? Autolus, what do you think?
I would love for them to work together, actually, representing North Luzon, right, as a region. I want them to work hand in hand and making sure that they will represent North Luzon very, very good, right? I'm from North Luzon as well. Fairview represents. So I just want North Luzon to conquer the Philippines. Come on, let's do it!
That is very interesting. What about you, Osiris?
I want them to destroy each other. They are too good to help each other, and I wanted to see them at their peak performance. And of course, I want to have that kind of different draft, mind games. I want that kind of checkmate, like a Queen's Gambit type of chess match that we are seeing. And I think NXP will bounce back, but it will not be an easy task for them, as Team Secret is always ready for them.
Yeah, and then Team Secret, just, as Autolus mentioned, this chess game, they are just too good at this. And Nexplay Esports, of course, one of the only teams that can stand up to them. But we are going to check out our standings right now. Of course, we saw yesterday that Team Secret, the crown is currently with them at the moment, with Nexplay Esports in second. Third is Galaxy Racer and Action PH in fourth place. Now, as we mentioned also, the spotlight is currently on Action PH, as we're hoping that today is finally that day they get that very elusive win, because they have yet to get on the board right now. And you know what, while it looks like that gap between Galaxy Racer and Action PH and Team Secret and Nexplay Esports is quite wide, and it looks like the playoffs are a pretty done deal for these teams, each series still matters because there is still 50,000 globe points at hand for each series. This means anybody who wins a series will be taking that home. And one globe cup point is equal to 1 peso. So that is not a small amount at all. That is a very, very respectable amount. So right now, Team Secret with 350,000 globe cup points. Nexplay Esports with 300,000 globe cup points. Galaxy Racer with 100,000 globe cup points. And Action PH to be continued. That is to be continued for today. And as we can see, we are just at the North Luzon group stages. This total globe cup points that we have is just for one stage. We still have South Luzon, we have Visayas, we have Mindanao, and then we have the playoffs. So you can just imagine this prize pool is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger to total to 10 million. It is amazing. It is quite a feat, actually. And you know what? We can't, of course, forget that this format is very, very unique, and it's also the first time that Wild Rift Esports is coming to light. So just in case this confuses you a bit, check out this video to get more information.
Rift.
So we're just in the summer season. We also have the fall season coming up. There's just a lot of action. I just feel like, it's the last day of the North Luzon group stages, but we're not even halfway done throughout this whole Icon series. It's quite amazing. And you know what? As a reward to you guys for being so loyal throughout all of these matches, all of these series, all of this Wild Rift action, we have a giveaway for you guys. You can win a total of 1,650 wild cores simply by watching, simply by hanging out with us over here. This major prize will be given out at the end of every broadcast week, which is today. So we will be announcing 10 winners at the end of the show. Hope you guys do stick around. In order to get this 1,650 wild cores, all you have to do is like and follow the PPGL Facebook page, post a photo of yourself while virtually hanging out with us over here at PPGL by watching the Wild Rift Icon series summer season. Make sure the post is public. Maybe it's with Osiris doing that thing a while ago. There we go. Let's screenshot that now. And make sure the post is public with the official hashtags. Hashtag Icon series, hashtag SISPH, that's SISPH, and hashtag PPGL Wild Rift, and hashtag OL Together Now. I'm sure those hashtags can be seen if you just check out the Facebook page. So I know it's a lot of hashtags, but we have even more coming because we aren't just giving away this major prize. We do have some minor prizes every broadcast day as well, don't we, Osiris?
Yes, as everyone is enjoying, of course, even the viewers right there get a chance to win 380 wild cores by voting your favorite team. So all you have to do is like and follow Oppo Philippines Facebook page, like and share the stream with the caption of the team you're rooting for. So it's up to you guys who you're going with. Make sure the post is public with the hashtags hashtag Oppo Game On, hashtag Oppo Arena 5, hashtag Picture Life Together, hashtag Oppo A94, and the last one will be hashtag Live Life at Full Speed. So make sure it's public with all of those hashtags, and 4 winners will be announced at the end of each day. And once the winners announced, feel free to message PPGL's Facebook page to know how to claim it. And giveaway is only applicable to Facebook.
That's right. So we are live on 4 different platforms. We are live on Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. So yeah, just go ahead and drop by here for the chance to win those giveaways. And if you are not very fortunate, similar to me when it comes to raffle, you can just go ahead and do a quick top up using your Globe SIM or Globe Load using the Codoshop.com. Very fast, very convenient, very safe, my friends. Get those skins now because skins wins games.
Yeah.
I don't have anyone. I'm just saying.
Oh.
I'm not saying PPGL should consider me a winner or something. I'm just saying.
Wow.
Me too.
I want to join.
We don't have any wild cards. Anyway, going into our schedule for today, we have some very exciting matches, especially on the side of Action PH and for Galaxy Racer. Our first match will be 2 teams indeed, Action PH versus Galaxy Racer, followed by Action PH versus Team Secret, and Nexplay Esports versus Galaxy Racer. This is quite a day for PH. They have a back-to-back match over here versus Galaxy Racer and Team Secret. It's an uphill climb for them. After Team Secret's wonderful win yesterday, and it's really, I think it's like the hardest test that could have possibly been given to Action PH is today. On this day, there's also the pressure of it being the last day of the North Luzon group stages, so it's quite a lot to take in. And for Galaxy Racer, they do have next Esports. They did impress us quite a bit when they went up against Nexplay Esports previously. So it's a matter of whether they learned from their mistakes from last time, because I feel like, it was just a little bit, and they could have taken at least the game from Nexplay Esports, which is already, I feel, a big undertaking in itself. But first, going into our first match of the day, it will be Action PH versus Galaxy Racer. And Again, they're in the spotlight today, and slightly more so on Action PH, I believe, because they have yet to score a win here, and we're all hoping that today is finally the day that they do. But their opponent, Galaxy Racer, they have been improving immensely over here in the span of 2 weeks. Do you guys think that Action PH, as we check out their lineup over here, do you think Action PH can keep up? Let's start with their biggest cheerleader over here, Autolus.
Of course. All right. So let me introduce them again. Yamada in the Baron lane, Aim in the jungle, Eiko in the mid, Riots and Simon is the one going in the Dragon lane. Now Aim is known for his Vi, has been his comfort pick. We all know why. Because Action PH logo has a fist in it, and that just sets the tone, right? Go Vi. Just do it.
That's actually Ames. That's Ames' fist over there.
Yeah.
And checking out our solo player highlight over here on the side of Action PH. Osiris, just let me know about this wonderful player that we have over here, Eiko. What are your thoughts on him and how well he can perform today?
Eiko knows how to play during the laning phase, but whenever there's a team fight, he's having a hard time looking for the right target. And I love how he plays assassins. It's just that there are times that he's being caught off guard as an Ahri, so I wanted to see him on a more solid type of team play. So if you are a team who's revolving around the Yamada, you can just put someone into the mid lane that somehow, if you can't win the duel against it, you just have to provide a lot of utility, such as Galio. But I know Galio will be banned a lot during this series, and actually we might not see Galio for the whole day. So going back, there's a huge mage pool right now. He can go Seraphine, actually just go for the utility, support Yamada, and also the Riots, if I'm not mistaken. So I think the power of Eiko really relies with his teammates, being with his team instead of going. He's not the flashy type of person. So Eiko still right there, and if he's going to use the Diana, there's still a need of another support champion that can jump with the Diana. So Eiko still can do it, and I think Action PH can still do it today.
I think there might be something there if they take a little note out of Team Secret's book there, putting the Seraphine on there. I mean, who knows? Like, it's the last day, so they might as well try it, right?
Yeah.
But checking out their opponent right now, Galaxy Racer, I have a feeling like if I could give a most improved team award, I would say it was Galaxy Racer over here. But there's something very interesting over here. There's a new face that we have here. Autolus, can you let us know a little bit more about this lineup, which is slightly different from what we've seen the past few days?
That's right. So they are going to field their substitute player in the Dragon lane in POW. But just to round up and announce again, because this is the last day for North Luzon, Ikaros is going to the Baron lane, Xpear for the jungle, GC in the mid, and the support will still be Draw. Now POW is also a first-time pro player similar to JC. So Galaxy Racer wants fresh blood here, wants the experience, and I'm really excited to see this, gents, duke it out in the Wild Rift.
Same here. I'm really interested to see how POW will up the dynamic over here. I'm pretty sure that he's been practicing as well with the team, but we just have yet to see them actually play a game live. And checking out our solo player highlight for Galaxy Racer, Osiris, I want to get your thoughts on JC, one of actually the Wonder Boys that we have here in the North Luzon group stages. Just how crucial will he be to Galaxy Racer today?
JC knows how to run runs, and with that Katarina pick, you surely know how to death bomb. But what I love about this player is his Aurelion Soul. We're not seeing a lot of that but this guy, he knows how to play it well. He's still getting those play, and remember, this guy solo killed Tatsuri. So he still got that potential and really good play style towards the mid lane. And a team player per se, by looking for the right position alongside Withdraw, they are the ones who's taking the team fight by storm.
And just checking out our Globe key player class for this match, I think like this is going to be really interesting just because Galaxy Racer has a bit of a different lineup. How different do you think these junglers will play, given that there is something a little bit new on the side of Galaxy Racer? Autolus, what do you think?
AIM will stick with his Vi comfort pick, right? Because it allows them to skirmish good in the early game. When it comes to Xperia, though, we would probably see him again duke it out using that Pantheon pick, right? Xperia with the spear on the Pantheon, AIM with that Vi and the fist on action page. Just a very interesting and symbolic matchup, if you're going to ask me.
I like that branding. You know, we might as well just see the Vi so that Action PH can do that little fist logo that they have there.
Yeah.
But of course, I think we are just about ready to step back into the Rift for today. But before that, panel, I want to hear your predictions. Which way is this going to go? Oculus, do I even need to ask for your prediction at this point? Okay, all right. Oculus has 2-0 in favor of Action PH. Cyrus, what about you?
I'll go with the 1 for Action PH because I still love them. The potential is there, but I go 2 for the drafting with Lion Nation, and the squad is really looking good.
I think so too, and with that, I will probably say it's going to be a 2-1 in favor of Galaxy Racer. But we will find out as we step back into the Rift. I believe our players are ready. So, casters, over to you guys.
Thank you very much, panelists. And yes, this is the last day of our North Luzon group stages, and we'll be opening today with our first series, Action PH versus Galaxy Racer. The biggest question is, will it be a rerun of GXR's dominant performance over Action, or will it be a script flip? And like just what we saw last night between Team Secret and Nexplay Esports. My name is Riku. Together with me is Infinity. And Infinity, yesterday there has been a theme going on. It's been all about these creative drafts. Do you think this is the key for Action PH success?
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you put in a creative draft, when you put in something new, it just disrupts the mindset of the other team. What are we gonna draft next? How can we counteract this creative draft that the enemy team has produced? And we might expect it, as you stated, in today's matchup. Action PH, GXR, the panelists have talked about it. The Pantheon can come through. Aurelion Soul once again can come through for the side of GXR. And Action PH can pick up Vi, can pick up creative champion for the first series.
That's true. I mean, we mentioned last week that maybe we're not going to see Galio for 5 ever in the North Luzon group stages, but it sort of changed because of the 2.2a patch. So possibly we can see Aiko back again in that Galio pick perhaps. But when we look at Aiko's champion pool, it's just so a bit deep, if you will, because we've seen him play so many things like the Diana, like the Twisted Fate yesterday even. So I wonder what else he's gonna bring up later on.
Katarina? I don't know. It
Katarina.
just sinks in with the single targeted champions that are very, very strong individually. Katarina, strong. Comes into the backside, ultimates, just kills off the enemy team in a blink of an eye. And you also have Diana, as you've stated. And the recent buff is just too big to actually belittle this champion. So it can also come up for the side of GXR. And similarly, Action PH could do the same thing to answer against Galaxy Racer. So a lot of expectations right now.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of expectations, just as the panelists have mentioned. A lot for Action PH. Of course, they do want to a lot of pressure because they have to face Team Secret as well after this. So they definitely want to raise their spirits from this first series. And yeah, I think the biggest question for me for Action is that where will they shift dynamics this time around? Because we've seen them try a lot of things. We've seen them try their bank on Yamada, hoping to scale, or maybe Eiko hoping to snowball in his lane as well. So far, it hasn't worked out pretty well for them. So very curious if the shift is towards the bottom side of the map. What do you think?
I mean, prioritizing onto the dual lanes has a lot of potential. If you bring in all the items for the ADC, that could scale out. Akaisa is a scaling champion. If you bring this up, if you get those 2 to 3 core items in the first 8 minutes of the game, that's pretty big, and that could be the potential for Action PH to just scale out against Galaxy Racer. So there is still gonna be a potential for them to make the priority ABC.
That's true. I mean, it is a BO3 series. There's a ton of adjustments, and the fact that Galaxy Racer's story as well. They would mostly get defeated by both Team Secret and as well as Nexplay, but I believe this weekend we've managed to witness Galaxy Racer so close in defeating Nexplay, having to get that early game lead. Could be a hurdle for Action, actually, considering that, okay, their option is also for scaling, but what happens when you're up against such an aggressive team like GXR?
I mean, the aggressiveness. I think when you get the early game, that's pretty massive. And I think Galaxy Racer has done it before. If they can capitalize it onto it once again, get the early game in their favor, get 10 kills, 12 kills, 15 kills, and what they did in the past, they could win against Action PH in a blink of an eye and just dominate them into the mid-game, late-game fight. And now Action PH has to match it up. What are they gonna do to match the hyper-aggressiveness of Galaxy Racer when it comes to the early game and win it in the mid-game, late-game fights?
That's true. I mean, when we look at the previous drafts before, usually if you want to slow down the game, you want to bank on the heavy disengaged champions like the Janna, like the Gragas, like the Braum. So that's the reason why we see them most of the time with Kai'Sa. So curious if they're going for that approach, or maybe they're going with, fire versus fire, fight early game versus early game, which is sort of a style that we haven't really seen too much coming from Action.
Definitely. And speaking of early game, I think we saw a trend in terms of Draven as a champion. And maybe I'm expecting Action PH, Galaxy Racer could pick it up, because there are a lot of ADC champions: Kai'Sa, Ezreal, Draven. But when it comes to the early game, the Raven is the king of that aspect of the game. So they can prioritize it if they want to get those early kills, to get those early gank, and win those early skirmishes.
I love that you brought that up, because when we look at Galaxy Racer, they've fielded in not Zivs. They fielded in not Zivs anymore for this certain match. They've got Pau, which is, I believe, making his debut game for the Icon series. So it's their sixth man. It's GXR's sixth man, and it's definitely his first time professionally speaking for the esports scene. So very, very curious how he performs up against Riots, especially. This is the first time we're going to be seeing this particular duo matchup in the bottom side of the map. Maybe they fielded him in because he's a Draven player. Who knows?
Maybe there's different champion pools for every single player, and as you stated, Pau can have more of the different champion pool that Riot doesn't have, and it may be a surprise against Action PH. Maybe this is their trump card. Maybe this is their surprise factor to put Action PH down, and there is more of the advantage and disadvantage on bringing in a 6-man in the first type of thing of a matchup, right? There may be a click when it comes to teammates. You're really massive when it comes to team play. Team coordination is perfect. But at the same time, since it's your debut, there is a potential for mistakes to happen, team coordination to fail down. And hopefully, that doesn't be the case in this matchup. Hopefully, team coordination is still going to be on point, as Pau is going to be ABC.
That's true. I love that point as well, coming from GXR. We were talking about maybe the shift from Yamada going to Eiko, but this time around, possibly maybe even for Pau at the bottom side of the map. So very excited. I think one weakness that we witnessed this weekend with GXR's match against Nexplay was, even though they get the early lead, as long as Action is able to turtle it out, perhaps GXR will have a bit of a hard time close a match. And I feel like that could be that potential window that Action can take advantage of.
Patience is a virtue. When you get the early game, let's chill for a while. Let's wait for our champion to scale out. Let's wait for our teammates to scale out. Get those items that are actually pretty core when it comes to individual champions. And after we get that, we can match it up. Get ganks, get plays, get that 5v4, and get the numbers advantage to dominate when it comes to the team clash. Because you already have a member advantage in the enemy team. So I think that is something that Action PH can do against the hyper-aggressiveness of GXR.
I think to help alleviate that, for sure, will definitely be falling towards Aim's role as the jungler, especially at the first few minutes of the match. But I know everybody's been waiting for this series to start. We're now in the draft. Action PH on the blue side, while Galaxy Racer is on red, as we see a hover on the Gragas, and that is a full lockdown.
Very flexible pick. Action PH is gonna target this out, but Camille, Akali is open to be banned out. Gaio as well, very flexible, and the map control is gonna be very, very big. And that being out of the question, will put a punish against Action PH. But Vi is gonna be the answer though. The single targeted CCs are now gonna be not available for GXR to take.
Yeah, that's true, because when we look at AIM's champion pool, or the more of what he usually picks up, he bans his own champion, denying that away from Spear as well. But another hover coming from Galaxy Racer. I wonder if that's going to be a target ban towards Eiko if they do ban it out.
But the organizers have spoken, the team has spoken. We're going to have a little bit of a redraft in GXR versus Action PH. And I think there is a lot of champions who just ban out, right? There are a lot of foundations who just a lot for the first rotation to the ban. So maybe if that Katarina comes through as the second ban of GXR, I think they're opting to maybe go for a different case. Because if they ban out Camille, Akali is open for Action PH. If they ban out Akali, Camille is open for Action PH. And now they're leaving the Baron laner a bit open for GXR. So maybe they're opting to go for more of the variety and different type of ban.
That's true. At least we'll get to check out fully whether or not your prediction will be correct. Maybe a Kali ban, but it is going to be Action PH on blue side. Swap of bans here, as that is a Katarina being now targeted towards JC.
So it switched it up. So Action PH is gonna ban the Katarina instead of GXR banning it out. But now, Orianna, a very interesting first pick. They want to prioritize the mid lane, so Aurel and Soul can now go into the beat of the third rotation for GXR. The Baron laners are open. Camille, Akali for GXR to take in. And on top of all that, you also have the Braum, you also have the Seraphine for them to utilize if they want to go for it. And Pantheon is also open, but Akali, Camille is now going to be locked in for GXR.
I mean, you mentioned might as well pick it up while it's open, but that means Kai'Sa can actually get picked up by Riot here, by Action PH. You know, the usual second rotation ban on blue, second rotation pick. But if you want that good matchup at the top side of the map, might as well get the Fiora. I mean, Akali could still be picked up by JC.
And GXR could do the same thing as what had happened yesterday. No ADC lineup, but they went in for the Seraphine Sona duo. If GXR has the handle to it, they could pick it up. But Kai'Sa is now going to be locked in. They want to prioritize the ADC. They want to have that range because they already have melee champions that are very strong. Akali, Camille, and now the Braum to match it up with a Kai'Sa.
Definitely the traditional, the special from Zivs and Draw with the Kai'Sa as well as the Braum, but AIM this time around falling back into that Lee Sin without that Vi. We were talking about disengage here. As you mentioned, there's still no AD carry on the side of Action PH. They could potentially go for maybe a Xayah when we look at Riot's never mind, Draven.
Strong early game, it could be on pair with a Lee Sin that is strong also in the early game. So Action PH, we could expect to go ham when it comes to early game. But Galaxy Razor still has a missing mid laner. If Akali goes into the mid lane, this might be the jungle instead. But really don't know because Akali, Camille are flexible champions. So it's now up to GXR on what they want to take in.
I guess it is going to be JC on the Yasuo, perhaps? I mean, we could still see Akali in the mid lane as well, and then Ikaros on the Yasuo, but it does make sense on towards JC's play style, and I suppose that's the final swap. We've got a Yasuo. Again, last time we saw Yasuo, it was Tatsuri from Team Secret dishing it out against Nexplay, or rather against Galaxy Racer, and now JC is now on the Yasuo.
With Pal maybe coming right through for the side of JXR, maybe they're going in for a different type of playstyle. Yasuo is massive when it comes to teamfights, and if Braum with the Glacial Fissure connects right through against the enemy team to go for the 3-man setup or even a 2-man knockup, that's already pretty massive for the side of GXR. But they are looking at the Janna from Action PH. They are full elite champions, and Kai'Sa is a diver champion as well. So if that Monsoon is perfectly casted by that Janna when it comes to GXR diving right through against them, this might be difficult for GXR to punish Action PH.
That's true. I fully agree with you because of the double shields that we have coming from the Janna and the Orianna. And I believe sometimes Dragon's Rage can be used as well as a way to disengage. So a ton of protection for Draven in the early stages of the game. Very curious to see how the delivery system will work as well for Orianna's ball using the Lee Sin. So a lot can be done with Action PH's position, but just as you mentioned, definitely aim for something early. Hopefully they get to snowball early and get that early lead, and hopefully they get to close it out before Galaxy Racer just scales so hard, so much on their composition.
Definitely, because it's gonna be hard if they don't utilize your early game. You're fighting against an Akali, Camille, Yasuo. So these are scaling champions. So if Action PH doesn't actually punish these type of draft, it's gonna be very difficult for them considering they have Draven and Lee Sin as well.
Yeah, I feel like AIM will definitely have a lot of pressure for him to try and alleviate some of the threats. Considering that we saw how a Draven can be shut down yesterday by that constant ganks towards the bottom side of the map, basically making the laning phase practically over. So perhaps we'll get to see Xpear do that as well against Riots in Simon's lane. And now we're heading on to game number 1 between Action PH and Galaxy Racer.
Galaxy Racer, I'm expecting maybe to go a bit aggressive when it comes to the early game, considering they have the Braum, but also, you know what, they're respecting Draven. It's actually pretty massive when it comes to early game as well. So really, it's just an even level playing field when it comes to the dual lane. But still, the damage should be respected because Pao doesn't have any damage when it comes to the early game. So let's see how it's gonna turn out.
Yeah, Riot's actually hoping to get that first trade, as you do have the shield, but you gotta be careful. The stun actually kicks in. Barrier use, flash as well. 1 minion attack away as the heal is dropped, but now Simon is in trouble. They get first blood. Galaxy Racer will be happy about that because Action PH was the one that started it.
And that's what I'm saying. If Braum is very strong when it comes to early game, if that concussive blows rather connects against the enemy team, that's pretty much over. And you need to respect a level 1 Braum. And considering they fight from level 1, Simon doesn't have the heals, doesn't have the barriers, and Riot also doesn't have the knockback, and also does have the movement speed skill from his skill kit. So that's actually pretty bad when it comes to the level 1 phase against GXR. But I like the initiations here from Action PH. They want to target Kaisa, they want to put him down when it comes to the early game, and I think that's going to be key. If Action PH gets the successful punish against GXR onto the 80-0, this may turn out very good for their team.
Yeah, it's definitely not the best of starts, but still a bid, just a couple of 100 gold lead for the side of Galaxy Racer. On the top side, though, a little bit of here and there as Yamada, super low, forced to get the honey fruit for sustain, as Ikaros will definitely be happy about that. In the mid lane, though, as JC is just a couple of auto attacks away from perishing, but JC will be fine. As you can see, that Flash is actually kept intact. GXR bot lane, though, might be a different story, as I believe APH bot lane was able to stabilize at least.
Chaos happening all around. Top lane, mid lane, bot lane, and it's happening successively. And typically, this is not what you want to see because the junglers are the ones that state where the strong side of the map is, but another fight will probably occur.
Another fight, maybe a top side because that's 2 junglers, but never mind. Shifting towards the bottom side of the map, double kill for Pao here on this Kaisa. This is definitely not that Action PH is expecting to be building because of that Draven pick on the draft.
Punishing Draven when it comes to early game, not letting that League of Draven passive scale out for Action PH is what GXR is targeting, and that is smart because the gold is now lacking for the side of Action PH. They're not able to utilize the early game, and Kaisa already built the card and might probably actually get that Acadian Rain upgraded anytime soon. They're currently sitting at a 2.5k gold lead. If they utilize this very well, this can balloon up into a 5k gold lead, and at that point, they can now dominate when it comes to the 5v5.
That's true. Having to get Pao scale up earlier than expected on this Kaisa, that means they get priority on the bottom side of the map. That means they will, GXR will be able to take control of that early dragon. But so far in the mid lane, we see JC at least exchanging blows towards Eiko, as we see Draw actually trying to set up for JC on this Yasuo.
There are certain advantages of JC and even Eiko when it comes to the mid lane. Eiko with Oriana has the poking capabilities, has the AoE capabilities, and Yasuo needs to dive in to just deal damage. But the advantage of JC is the wind wall, protecting him against Eiko's ball. Right? That damage from poking capabilities, that backside damage is going to be very important. So certain advantage, disadvantage, if they utilize this very well, they could get the opportunity and punish the enemy teams.
Absolutely, that is why we saw earlier JC getting that priority over the lane, but looks like GXR, the first one, I suppose, to get that reset in. As we can see, already drawing the dragon out of its pit. As we can see, GXR already starting up the dragon. Meanwhile, Action PH already trying to circle around, heading a front-to-back rage being used by Action PH. That is a 4-man shockwave. And as we can see, Monsoon being utilized, but JC is isolating a target in the backline. So the fight is split into two as Draw leading the charge for the rest of the squad. Meanwhile, Galaxy Racer already losing just one, and 3 already for Action PH. But now Pau is having the time of his life with that flash, a bunch of other hits, auto attacks. And we can see Riot's just falling, unfortunately, but JC is gonna tower dive with one attack away, but that tornado will knock him up, making an exchange. And I feel like that is an official 4-2 in favor of Galaxy Racer.
That 4-man shockwave was perfect from Eiko, but the problem is the step after that one. But now,
No, Pau is all alone. He doesn't have any summoner spells left except the barrier. But we can see Yamada is just gonna get one tower hit. At least he does survive after all that.
And I want to go back to my point. I think Eiko did a very good job designing him a play, but Moonson from Simon was a bit of an early type of setup because Draven was front face first in terms of the fight. Aim was also there. And that damage from GXR was absolutely insane. Kai'Sa's Acadian Rain is just something that melts the HP down of Action PH. So that Moonsoon was forced out very early. It wasn't forced out because GXR is diving against them. They were not. They're focusing on the dragon. But now, GXR is going for a fight.
Yeah, hold that thought there as the Monsoon will be activated here. The barrier, the shields are not going to be enough coming from Simon, and he will fall once more. Quite unfortunate as we can see another happening in the mid lane as the Rift Herald actually being started by APH just because of that pickoff from in the mid lane, but I guess the fight is still continuing. X-Spear and the rest of the squad, Ikaros just deciding to back away, but APH, they're busy with the Rift Herald, but their bottom lane is actually getting incinerated.
Incinerated indeed, but now we have contest
Over the Rift Herald here as we see that AIM actually secures the RH. And now Guardian Angel Crockwell GXR is just waiting for him to spawn back. And unfortunately, the rest of Action will not be able to. Whoa, a killing spree now for... This is just pure chaos as Pau gets another kill on the board for himself.
GXR having the knowledge, having the kill against Action PH. They claimed 3 members of APH. And they went in for 2-man roll onto RH, gets that, secures that, and GXR having the information that Action PH, the rest of the members were hovering into the Rift Herald trying to contest it. They're now available for the tier 2 turret on no one defending that objective. So GXR is just utilizing their map control very well. They're not letting APH scale out. They're not letting them counter attack with objectives from GXR. So smart move right now from GXR until how long can this last? Because APH still has the potential to go for the comeback. They have Eiko with a shockwave, AIM with an early play. Hextech ultimatum though from Yamada.
Yeah, it's gonna be a 1v1 situation. Yamada and XP are actually dueling it out, but the rest of GXR is actually here, so now he is in no man's land as AIM arrives in the scene as well. Try to safeguard towards his team as Eiko lands there with a 2-man shockwave, but not enough damage to actually burst someone just yet as Pau arrives to the scene, getting hit by that tower as Eiko just wants to get that auto attacks in, but Pau survives. He is fine.
It's just the damage output of GXR. If you're looking at a gold lead, it's 11k gold. And that is not just something you can belittle. Because if you're looking at the items of Pau, Infinity Edge, BRK, Executioner's Calling, and that is just a direct counter onto Yamada, Simon, that healing potential will not be of a great use for APH. So massive items from GXR, utilizing it very well, dealing out massive amounts of damage.
Looks like he's gonna be fine. He'll just casually walk away. I mean, the dragon spawned already, so now GXR will take their positions in this area. Meanwhile, both mid laners from both teams are still not around, but we do see Akol first on the scene, and that will be a steal. Well, actually not a steal, but GXR actually secured that. We can see dominant action PH is falling like dominoes as GXR just focusing targets one by one, and unfortunately, there's only 2 members left. We can see Pau just rushing in with that killer, and no one falls. Ikaros even survives after all that.
When you don't have the Monsoon for side of APH and you just let GXR scale out, it's very hard. These are mobile champions. Akali is just dancing around. Pau with a killer instinct is just dancing around. It's just so hard. And JC as well with the mobility type in their draft. It's something that you need to punish. When you don't have hard engages and you don't have hard CCs like a root or a stun, it's gonna be very difficult. Their only CC now depends on aim, Akol and Simon. If that doesn't connect, it's gonna be very hard when it comes to the 5v5.
Yeah, I think that is the reason why, just as you mentioned, they're having a hard time, and their only option is that Monsoon. And Simon, unfortunately, a very squishy support, is just going to be obliterated by the rest of GXR. And, I mean, Pau as well was able to farm up, get a lot of kills, but here comes the ult coming from JC. Yamada isolated away from his team. Here comes the rest of the squad. Dragon's Rage used to kick JC out of position. And meanwhile, here comes X-Spear leading the charge with the Hextech ultimatum. It doesn't matter as Wright's the first one to fall as well. And a Guardian's Angel, you know what, they're gonna ignore that X-Spear dives under the tower, and bodies keep piling on, and here GXR actually gets rewarded by another tower. And unfortunately, only Yamada is here. Alive, and a little bit extended as GXR, do they want the kill? No, they do not. They do not want to be greedy, and they will decide to just go for the Baron.
They're utilizing the death timer. Look at that. It's now gonna be only Simon. Rygat's gonna be alive in 1 second. Akol as well. But at the end, they got a lot of damage, they got a lot of items, and they just melted the Baron Nashor's life down. Yamada going for 3v1. There are 3 people looking to kill him.
Yeah, nicely done Retoss, nicely done Tornado as well, but as we can see, Action PH is gonna try and retreat. Ult activates as we can see JC eliminating the rest of the squad from Action. Pau leading again, being on that front line as he gets another kill, double kill. Their 80 carry is gone for Action, and Pau dives in, kills 2 more, and that is a quadra kill.
With the quarter kill, with the ace, with a team wipeout, GXR with the burn buff is now pushing in the mid lane. They're now looking for the next one.
This is such a fast game. 11 minutes for Galaxy Racer from start to finish, from the bottom portion of the map. They're able to take game number 1 as Galaxy Racer just dominates Action.
And I think Action PH looks or needs to go for the counter of the draft of GXR. I think GXR is too melee oriented. If they can pick up the Gragas instead, I know it was banned out from game number 1, but if they can pick it up, aside from the Janna as well, they can mix it up, they could go for the synergy and counteract this type of initiation from GXR.
That's true. I feel like it would be beautiful. I mean, Janna and Gragas has been one of those 2 disengaged pairings we've seen, especially when we look at Nexplay and Team Secret when they go into their drafts. I think the biggest unfortunate thing was the start of the Action lane duo. Pau and Draw were able to punish the dual lane of Action and basically kind of snowball from there.
I mean, if Action PH wants to go for that route, level 1 type of initiation, I think Lux would have been much better. Because Lux could go for light binding, Draven could come through. And I think this duo of a Lux and a Draven has seen success in the past. And if Action does want to go for it, they can pick it up for their team, they could do the same thing, and punish GXR in the same way.
Yeah, I think they had a ton of respect over GXR's X-Spears, more specifically, the way that they would engage with the Hextech ultimatum. I think they wanted some sort of disengage at least. And, Janna was their option. But that means you will put your Draven a little bit behind on the lane on that aggressive approach. And unfortunately, GXR duo lane able to punish not only once but twice in the first 2 minutes of the game.
Yeah, that first 2 minutes was, I think, the win showmaker of GR. They punished the duo lanes, and after that, they got the advantage. BF Sword was just coming through in the first 2 minutes of the game, I think, and they just got the lead when it comes to damage output. Kai'Sa needs item. Kai'Sa needs damage output. And if he gets those early kills, if he gets those early leads, they could pick it up, and Kai'Sa will now just scale out in terms of the early game.
Yeah, I believe we can check out all of those things. The way, Pao was able to make a strong performance, strong debut with the play of the game, brought to you by Oppo Reno 5.
And look at that. This is the early. This is the dragon fight. This is where Lee Sin and Draven was just onto the front line. The Echo Shockwave was perfect, but there was no follow. I think GXR already got the kill already when it comes to getting that Moonsun now. So it was too late. And after they got the kill, they got the item lead. And right now, that Moonsun was perfect. But the mobility of Anakali and Camille just went into the backside, decimated AIM, decimated Orianna, decimated Janna, and there was 2 members left, and they can handle the amount of damage of GXR. So I think they were just going through and through. They were matching it up from the hyper-aggressive play of GXR, but the damage was just on top for Galaxy Razor to erase APH.
Yeah, you know how ahead Pao was in this game by just killer instinct inside the base, but of course, no surprises there. It's the master of the match. We have Pao on the Kai'Sa.
And Infinity Edge BRK Executioner's Calling was already present in the second dragon. And this is just the amount of gold that he received when it comes to the early skirmishes, the early games, the early ganks, the early plays. And he utilized it very well. Master of the match is indeed coming right through for Pao as the ADC that brought in GXR to win.
That's true. You mentioned gold, 1,200 gold per minute. That is nothing to laugh about for sure, as Pao was definitely everywhere. Basically the duo lane, actually. I think it was XP bringing the party at the bottom portion of the map. And what a strong statement here for game number 1. It's just one of those things where we hope that Action PH, how will they be able to pick up from that game number 1, loss and get that reset in, because the draft may be a little bit tricky this time around. They weren't able to put Riots in a very comfortable spot on the Draven. So do they fall back into the usual Kai'Sa or maybe quirky Ezreal that we've been seeing for Riots?
Yeah, it's a possible scenario for Action PH. If GXR is hyper aggressive, we can now capitalize on the mid game late game fight. Let's just give the early game to GXR and let's just scale out in terms of damage. Let's play it slow. Patience is a virtue when it comes to mid game late game fight. That is where we counterattack. That is where we play in our favor, and that is of course an opening for Action PH to do. But I also want to say real quick, Rico, I think you are what do you call this? A future mind thingy. I don't know. You can see the future, basically.
A prophet. Are you calling me a prophet?
Yeah.
Okay, I like this. Okay.
Because earlier, before the draft, you said GXR already capitalized on the Expert in the past. They already capitalized onto the Baron laner. And you said maybe ADC is now going to be the target of GXR to play onto it. And GXR played onto the ADC. They capitalized onto the Kai'Sa. And Kai'Sa just scaled out like absolutely insane. Off the roofs, off the limit. And that was just amazing to see.
That's true. I really like this refreshing dynamic. I mean, usually we get to see JC shine, the mid and jungle duo usually, but because of that pick up on the switcheroo, it's not Zivs, it's Pao this time around, and it's really refreshing to see. And I feel like it's a huge challenge for Action too, because this is their first time seeing this sort of dynamic. So a huge challenge for Riots and a huge adjustment for Action. But again, anything is possible as well. Again, we've seen how interesting the drafts can be, especially from we saw Eiko play a bunch of other things as well. So I believe maybe the secret is the creative, surprising draft. Maybe for me, if they do want to scale, maybe Riots can opt for a Xayah, Janna. I mean, you have at least that Xayah ult for that extra safety because of POW in the bottom side of the map now for GXR, you would assume that Xpear would continue sort of feeding POW on whatever champion he's going to be using.
Yeah, I mean, the side Fetterstorm you stated, and I think that's gonna be key because if they just dived into the back lines like a Killer Instinct, a Kali went in for the ultimate, Fetterstorm instant, and you're now back to safety. Let the aggro users, let the Baron jungler get all the damage, and you just go for the free hit onto the backside. And they're matching it up maybe with the scaling potential, because if Xayah gets those first 2 core items, Infinity Edge or Rune Uncertain, and even BRK, could be a potential for Action PH to punish GXR for game number 2.
Yeah, Riots can potentially get a better and comfortable pick with the lanes, or rather, comfortable laning phase with the pick. I swap that out. I swap a bunch of things most of the time, but something that we will not swap because this is fixed. As we can see, this is the draft of game number 1 between Galaxy Racer and Action. But of course, in game number 2, we'll get to see this swap around with Galaxy Racer being on the red side, which puts in for maybe Eiko can get a comfortable laning phase now with a better matchup, getting that last mid lane pick. What are your thoughts?
Absolutely. The draft would change. The bans would change out because the blue side typically has the more favorable type of banning phase because they could go for those creative type of bans, pick up a very, very strong champion as the priority. And the red side would now have to think, are we going in for the reactive play, the counter engages from the champions of the enemy team, or are we gonna pick something that is very strong individually as a champion and not really care about what the enemy team is gonna pick out? So it really depends on these two teams on what they want to do. Are they going in for the massive play, they're just coming straight into the champions, or are they going to play reactively against the enemy team?
Yeah, I love that you brought up are they going to be picking up something that's strong individually? Because when we look at Galaxy Racer's, picks right now, that's an Akali, that's a Camille, everything else, a Yasuo, all of these pairs, basically, especially the one with POW and Draw in the bottom side of the map, they basically worked sort of air quote individually at the first few stages of the map, and they were able to survive and basically dominate their lane. Even JC was able to survive, or rather, I mean, you're up against an Orianna, so it's a pretty neutral lane, but I think the biggest question is whether or not Action will actually take that approach as well. Do they want winning individual lanes leading into a snowball, or again fall back to traditional, wait for the 5v5s?
And you mentioned Baron lane. I want to bring that back because Galaxy Racer already picked up the Kali, already picked up the Camille, but Action PH still picked up the Fiora. I think this could have been a changer for them to pick up the Kai'Sa Braum duo, the Ezreal Janna, the Ezreal Lux, the Draven Lux. I don't know what it can do, but picking out the same role would mean that you're really lessening a champion pool that is only for your team left. Right, because the Galaxy Racer already secured these roles, they're not caring about it anymore, and GXR with the Fiora and Lee Sin pick from Action PH now picked up the Kai'Sa Braum duo in their second rotation pick. So I think that is just something GXR utilized and punish Action PH against.
Yeah, I think that was the expectation when we looked at the draft. Usually, for example, Action was able to secure Akali and as well as Camille, super duper strong first pick as well. Then we suddenly see, I believe Action was just aiming for the counter reaction on the draft instead of securing something that's incredibly strong in the current scene, in the current meta. So they were definitely willing to give up the Braum and Kai'Sa in the second rotation on blue side rather. So yeah, maybe this time we get to see Riots on the Kai'Sa again. Maybe just play something that they're comfortable with, just as the panelists have mentioned, because it wasn't the best starts, most definitely, as a Draven pick earlier into the match.
Yeah, and as a mid lane priority for Action PH, they were already in the lead because the Camille and Kali was open, but they left both open for Galaxy Racer to pick out. So maybe prioritize a different two champions to pick up for Action PH. Now that they are going to be onto the red side, they now have the free reign on picking up maybe a Baron lane and a strong champion after that. The Kai'Sa and Braum could also be picked out. It was recently seen as the first two picks onto the red side. They can utilize it up and maybe play reactively into the next rotation. So a lot of opportunity for Action PH to take to bring down GXR in game number 2.
I know a ton of possibilities for sure. It makes me wonder what the bans are going to be. I wonder if it's going to be the same, because I have a feeling Xperia might go Wukong this time and be extra 5v5 aggressive team fights basically, or maybe just open the Camille, Fiora, Akali again, basically the Baron lane trio that can be flexed mostly everywhere basically. So I don't know. It's going to be definitely a challenge for Action, because again, there is still going to be another match after this series, which is going to be up against Team Secret. So a double whammy back-to-back series for them. Definitely their stamina will be tested. So I'm excited for them for this next draft, because it's a new reset. It's a new game for them, and I'm sure that reset has pulled through.
Yeah, and reset can definitely come through. They switched up in terms of side selection, so Action PH has all the opportunity to use that aspect of the draft. It starts there. It's a mini game after the game afterwards in the Rift. So if they win that mini game, they could potentially just outscale when it comes to in-game, in the Rift type of matchup against GXR.
Yeah, it's all about that, having to survive the early stages of the game, because when we look at the first, 4 minutes for Action PH, individually speaking, most of their counterpart laners were able to either stabilize the lane, they're not getting ahead, or winning that lane in general. So it's definitely going to be a challenge for them, having to survive, turtle the game out if they're aiming for that scaling. And I feel like they do have the capability of doing so. We saw Action perform well in 5v5 fights, I believe, in the first week, last weekend for them, when they had to fight up against Nexplay Esports. So I really think they really have it in them, as long as they're complete 5. They gotta wait it out. They gotta secure either early game 5v5s even. I think they do have the capability of doing so.
Yeah. It's not letting GXR get the first blood, get the first kill. It happens. Typically, what happens in terms of a turtle type of gameplay is you not let anything happen within the first 4 minutes. When the dragon comes up, that is the time when you punish. That is time you go in, get the kill, get the guys, get the play, whatever happens next, that is where you react. That is where you adapt. And I think there is a potential for Action PH to do the same thing when it comes to game number 2. You know what? We see you're hyper aggressive. We're not going to match it up. We're going to play patient. So 4 minutes, wait it out. Let's see who's going to win in that fight.
They definitely... I think if they do want to go that route, for sure, I think they were already on the right track. You know, Eiko, not on a very 1v1 duelist type of champion. He was there serving as that utility. So possibly he could go for that Seraphine route, just try and either empower Yamada, or maybe even Riots in the bottom side of the map. Like, better early 5v5 for sure. I think after game number 1, I think they'll be a little bit more careful against Pao. Now they know what he's capable of for sure, especially if he's on the Kai'Sa. So I'm guessing it's going to be a little bit more reserved in their play style. So now this is game number 2 draft between Galaxy Racer, which is now on the blue side, and Action PH on red, as Vi being the first one to get banned.
They really want to target onto this champion, the single targeted CC. So maybe GXR is going to hover into the ADC that is also mobile champion. Kai'Sa, Ezreal, these are the picks. But Akali is now coming through for GXR. Now Action PH needs to think. If we ban out the Camille, it's going to leave Fiora open for GXR to take. And we're not going to have any Baron laners available for us. So it really depends on to the second ban of Action PH and what's gonna happen in the draft.
Yeah, super curious what they decide to ban out. I mean, Gragas is still a very, very strong champion to pick up in the draft, but that means, you know, Camille, Fiora, and as well as Gragas open. What will Galaxy Racer prioritize? Do they get the Camille? Yes, they might.
And Gragas could be the answer of Action P. This is a counter onto Camille, but they're hovering into the Fiora. They want to go for the 4-1 setup.
Yeah, definitely. They want that Fiora-Camille matchup, but we still don't know if that Camille will be on the jungle or top side. But just as we mentioned, Gragas is open. Get that, as we saw Yamada play that up in the top portion of the map, maybe even towards Eiko. But Galaxy Racer open to take the Braum Kaisa in this rotation.
But in this leaves Draven open once again. GXR can now go for the Braum. As you stated, Riku and Action PH, the mid laner open. You can pick up the Oriana once again to maybe punish Camille, Kaisa, and Braum. They're now locking it through. The support is gonna be open as well. They could prioritize to Lux or maybe the Janna to counteract the hard engages of GXR. We talked about the Gragas-Janna duo, and we might see it today.
Yeah, I mean, we just as you mentioned, either the Lux or that Janna, but because, just as you mentioned, they do need a little bit on that engage portion, so they are locking in that Lux. I mean, who knows? We could see an 80 range less composition. I mean, we still have that 80 carry position.
Duo AP is indeed gonna be an opportunity and opening, but GXR is now hovering onto the Pantheon once more. Xpear with the hand from the spear is now getting it again, and this might be a dominating when it comes to map control type of champion for the side of GXR if they utilize it very well. And Katarina is now gonna be locked in. They're playing in for the assassin draft.
Yeah, this is just heavy, all in your face kind of draft for Galaxy Racer. I love it. I love the aggression. It spells out they're just going to keep going and going against Action PH. Now, what are your options for that carry lane, dual lane rather, as Riots will actually opt towards that Corki? I mean, you do have that safety, even though your package cooldown has been nerfed a little bit. I think the kit is still intact anyways, and Valkyrie proves to be that extra safety for yourself.
I love it, because Corki with the Gatling gun shreds out armor. Pantheon, Camille, Braum are champions that are strong when it comes to defensive capability. So Action PH picking up the Corki is going to be their answer on the tanky champion of GXR.
I love it. I just as you mentioned, I love it too. Of course, the Gragas being on that jungle position. I'm not sure if we've seen aim on the Gragas just yet, because usually he falls back into either the Lee Sin, maybe a little bit of Jarvan here and there. So Gragas usually played by, I believe was played once by Yamada, which is kind of rare because usually he's on that duelist champion at the Baron lane. But this time he's back on the usual Fiora with a very advantageous matchup against the Camille here in the early stages of the game.
I mean, the Fiora has to pose, can parry out damage, and he can just poke out the enemy team with the lunges. So it's definitely gonna be very dominating when it comes to level 1, level 2, level 3. But Camille still has the potential to scale out when it comes to mid-game late game fight. Now, I'm interested in the Gragas and Pantheon, because these two champions are varying a lot when it comes to the jungler lanes. Pantheon is very strong when it comes to the map control. You don't know where he goes after hitting level 5. So I think this is something to be reckoned with. This needs to be respected, and Action PH rather, with aim being the jungler, should be responsive. Where the Pantheon goes, you need to respond, you need to react quickly to punish GXR.
Yeah, we'll have to see as we actually are in game number 2. Biggest question is whether or not Galaxy Racer wants to finish this 2-0, or will Action PH just snatch that away from them? As just as you mentioned, perhaps it is going to be Action PH playing a little bit more slower, a little bit more safe, because if they either overextend too much or they become too aggressive, you don't know where Xpear is gonna land his spear on.
And a double leash here from Action PH and GXR at the same time. ADC support went in for the red buff and the blue buff, respectively, for GXR and Action PH. And I think this just enables them to go for the faster clear, go for the faster jungler. And Pantheon is going in for the full bottom side clear, while Action PH is already going for advance. Let's go to the red buff immediately. Let's get that damage up and running. Let's clear out the Raptors, go for the responsive act when we hit level 5.
Yeah, I think AIM wants to get to that red buff, rotate right away because it could be a chance. Ikaros is a little bit overextended. Yamada actually needs help at the top portion of the map. He was actually close to death. Good trigger discipline, but hold that thought as the bottom side GXR wanting to get that engage, but Riot is the first one to fall as GXR gets first blood.
I like the thought process here for GXR. They saw the buff of the Karmic Sphere of Pantheon, and they utilized it very well. Level 2, they already ganked out Action PH, but now,
Top side, Yamada actually burning that barrier, so a little bit vulnerable now. Eiko uses a flash, but it doesn't matter. The passive of the concussive blows kicks in as Eiko is just walking casually to save his life, but it will not matter as G gets another kill.
but fight means potentially not going to be over. Body slam.
Yeah, body slam as X-Spear will try to follow that up as well with another stun. Yamada behind, but he is so low right now. Flash used, but it doesn't matter as Draw will exit and retreat the fight. And at this point, AIM super low as well. Nicely done binding by Simon, but it's not enough to save his teammate's life. So far, that will be a 1-for-2 exchange in favor of Galaxy Racer.
I like how GXR did there. They have the information. Gragas was hovering to the top side. The wave was not in their favor. Xar just got the kill in the mid lane as well, killing of Eiko. So pretty much, Action PH AIM was the only one remaining onto the top side. So they went right through, they got the kill, and more or less, it was a 2-for-1 trade-off. With the binding of Simon, just perfect. Putting Katarina just under it, receiving a lot of damage from the turret.
Yeah, that was a pretty good binding, definitely coming from Simon. Expect more for sure. Shockwave used as AIM is actually hovering over Cast to put JC in a very uncomfortable spot, and that will be AIM actually getting the kill against JC.
And Action PH is now playing very patiently. They got the kill into the mid lane. They're getting 2 kills, but now Pantheon.
There's X-Spear actually initiating the charge, and they have eliminated Riots again. Simon, unfortunately, the Lux here, not enough to stop the onslaught from GXR.
I like the responses here. X-Spear, level 5, went in for the ultimate. And GXR has the knowledge that there is a map presence control from the side of their team, with X-Spear having that ultimate ready already. So they just went through, they got the kill, they got what they wanted for, and they're going back through because they got already the kill that they could, that they went.
Whew, I feel like X-Spear is gonna keep doing this over and over. As long as his ult is up, he will go visit Riot's lane and just do it all over again. And unfortunately for Riot's, a little bit of deja vu for the first 3 minutes of the game from game number 1 to now. So hopefully we get to see the whole 5v5 shenanigans that we wanted to see in for Action PH. You know, the shockwave, the body slam, put your ball on towards Gragas, let him engage, and then get the wombo combo, get the binding light. But GXR now actually near inside the Dragon Pit, as Draw just trying to zone away APH. Eiko waiting for the prime opportunity for everything else. There's the Shockwave. That's a one-man Shockwave on towards Spear, but he's able to at least stop the charge, but the rest of APH is just going to try to eliminate someone as our first casualty as Yamada will be the first one out. Ikaros Hex Deck ultimate and AIM super duper low, but now GXR is in the prime position to keep going. Valkyrie used as Riot is trying to run away, but Pow 1v2ing temporarily. He lands an attack for both of the dual laners of APH, and that will be a not ace, an unofficial ace actually, in favor of Galaxy Racer.
GXR just played that very well. They were splitting against Action PH. It's a 5v1, a 5v2. And Blastcone went in for the flash for Action PH. But he doesn't know there was 2 people just hovering there. So pretty much it's a 2v1. They got the kill. GXR went for the flash, got through. So basically it was a 5v4 and it was a member disadvantage. And at the end of the day, when you have GXR with a lot of mobile type of play, skills from Pow with a killer instinct and JC, it's just too much to handle even if you're retreating back to safety.
That's true. I thought Pow's life was in danger. JC's life is actually also in danger. But he's going to be fine for now as AIM might be on the hunt. Does he want to throw the cask in? He doesn't have his ult just yet. But topside though, Pow and Draw, the duo, the deadly duo from GXR, wanting a kill over Simon here. He is all alone. He is in no man's land. as Draw will lead the charge. Good binding at least. The tower is already aggroing him. And that will be a nicely done kill. Coming from the side of action. This is the punish we've been looking for. As flashes will be traded. And now Pao is all alone. As we can see, Riots and Eiko and Aim as well. Just trying to chase him down. But looks like it's not going to be possible. Spear managed to escape. But he is with JC at least. Cask not available this time again. Does JC want to go in? It's going to be a little bit dangerous because you have that body slam to cancel JC's ultimate on the Katarina, but looks like no casualties again so far.
Mistakes have been made. It's just Draw, JC, and Pao diving on the turret with no wave. And considering that Lux was there as well, you have the light binding. So once again, Action PH has the turrets in their favor. It was the second man. It was the Simon. It was the carry in that matchup. So they got the kill. They got the replacement GXR.
Yeah, they definitely able to punish, and if they continue to do so, it could be, you know, that tail between Galaxy Racer and Nexplay where they keep punishing aggressive plays from GXR, because it basically spells that GXR just pressing that go button. So far though, Rift Herald already started. Yamada stuck in a 1v1 situation as Yamada procs his ult, but the passive from Ikaros might be too much because of the shield riposte used, but the last auto attack would destroy Yamada again. The 4v4 has now started, and as we can see, AP is just trying to run away from GXR. And at this point, you can see JC and actually Draw very, very low. They're able to get at least another kill. But Eiko is out for blood. He wants JC, but cannot, as an Oriana. Wait, it's not stopping. It's not stopping. JC has the barrier activated, and JC goes golden. The body slam, though, to the face will finish him off. Spear uses his ult in the mid lane. At least the final spark will be able to help, at least with the damage. And it's not stopping Ikaros. Hextech ultimatum on towards Eiko, and he will assassinate him as Yamada again. Actually, nicely done binding coming from Simon, but Yamada goes near again. Free for auto attacks, but the dash, but the burn coming from Pao will finish him off. What an extended fight, and Galaxy Racer wins that.
I think these two teams overextended. I think Action PH got the first kill, got the first few kills, and got the advantage in terms of that fight. But they wanted to go for more. They got JC to kill, sure, but Aim died, Yamada died, Eiko died as well, which enabled GXR to now then go for the tier 3 turn, because their members are now off.
Members are now up, and actually GXR just wanted to start a fight again as Aim is gunning too close, and his HP is just too low at the moment with, as we can see, Pao already godlike, and JC will just run away and retreat. 4 members still on this fight, just trying to clamor down the rest of APH. 3 members under the tower, and GXR, very disciplined, no binding, will connect. And that means that is the retreat? Maybe not. Pao actually goes in and fights the base. And now Simon will be the next one to fall, and the rest of APH again back to base.
Wow, what a play. And GXR, on top of all that, was able to put the Rift Herald into the top lane. So it's just not a matter of a single lane push. They're going in for the double lane push. They're pushing the Dragon lane, while at the same time, Rift Herald is having a party into the Baron lane. And they're getting 2 turrets in the process. And look at that. 4 turret difference already. Action PH has no turrets. That is in their favor with 23 kills to 8 kills of Action PH and GXR. It's 13k gold lead. That's a lot of gold. That's a lot of items already in favor of GXR.
Yeah, Action PH having to be more patient now, having to play from behind and try to deny any sort of Galaxy Racer's aggressive plays. They do have the capability of punishing. They have the cast. They have the binding coming from Lux. A flash body slam on towards JC, but will that be worth as the rest of GXR are actually just nearby? Simon just wanting to retreat. Xpear arrives in the scene, and now their focus is just towards Yamada. He falls as well. Aim just trying to run, but they're able to at least eliminate JC. But now Eiko with the flash, with the auto attacks. But never mind that, because we're looking at Pao 1v2ing Simon and as well as Eiko. It doesn't matter. Killer Instinct utilized as well. This is such a messy fight as the spear will not connect Simon. But in the meantime, we got Ikaros already split pushing in the bottom portion of the map.
Pow is the true definition of it is never too late. It looks like GXR was already losing that fight, but you know what? Pow just went right through, got the double kill, and plays that fight upside down. Got them in favor. And now they secured an inhibitor turret into the Dragon lane and secured the tier 2 turret into the Baron lane. So it's a turret effect for GXR, taking the gold lead to a next level. 9 people.
That's insane. That means every fight for GXR, they're able to not only but also immense amount of gold, but another fight actually kicking in. Aim rise, a spear actually arrives from the black line. An amazing flank. Aim very low. He wants to run away, but Jade his fail. But the fight is actually GXR actually wants to retreat. Spear goes golden, but Ikaros arrives as well into the fight and now down the rest and what is left of APH, which is Eiko just respawning back, and now the minion wave is just crashing down in Action PH's.
Eiko, time and time again, the shockwave is phenomenal. But the problem is, you have an ADC that needs to dive in under the turret. The package was used to now retreat. Basically, there was no mobility left, and GXR just punished that.
Definitely a punish for sure, but the rest of the squad from APH has already respawned. GXR wanting to finish the fight, Ikaros wanting to end that Nexus, but because at this point of the match, death timers are still relatively fast, and therefore have to respect that still. Galaxy Racer will be opting to either get the Baron or maybe even the Dragon to try and finish.
They're already happy. 2 inhibitor turrets already for GXR, that's pretty massive. It's natural lane pressure available into the mid lane and Baron lane, or Dragon lane rather, for the side of GXR. And now, 2 objectives are open. The Dragon, the Baron, and Action PH has this place because the wave control is not going into their favor. So now GXR is already stacking 3 Dragon buffs in their favor on top of all the gold that they already have.
Yeah, Galaxy Racer poised for sort of getting another win on towards a team fight, possibly getting that Baron in. Maybe Action PH can possibly get that steal on that juicy objective as Galaxy Racer already starting the Baron.
And Action PH, I don't think they're gonna contest it anytime soon. The only thing that I see so far is aim coming right up, go for the explosive cast, flash in, and go for the smite. But GXR's damage is just off the roofs, and getting that Baron Nasher is in a blink of an eye getting dominated.
Yeah, dominating indeed. JC actually just wanting, there's the cast unleashed by aim. Now JC goes golden. It's just gonna knife out of there as Pow's our focus at the moment. Let's see where he decides to go because he's actually trying to lead the charge and not afraid because of how far ahead Galaxy Racer is. Now, teleport coming from Draw as the last tower will stand there. Here comes Ikaros just charging in as well as with Spear. They're actually by the fountain already, just shoving Action PH back to base as Pow is staring aim away off. But now their aim is the Nexus, and that is a 2-0 in favor of Galaxy Racer.
What a game, what a series that we've seen so far, but GXR is gonna stay on top and gonna take the series in their favor. And I think what happened there is GXR is just so responsive. I think we talked about it when it comes to the draft. Pantheon is just a responsive champion, and I think it was pretty played very well. Xpear was really looking at his teammates, looking at the map, what's going on. Let's defend the champions that are being focused fired by Action PH. And time again, he's defending, he's mitigating the damage that was coming through, incoming damage from Action PH. And I think that was just a massive play from Xpear.
Yeah, I mean, definitely did not give Riot the best lane he could hope for. I mean, he's not on the Draven anymore. He's on a Corki that will not be a threat in the first few minutes of the game. But Xpear decided to, okay, you're not going to be a threat, Riot, on the Corki pick. But we want Pow to get ahead, like how he got ahead in the previous match. So we're just going to do it all over again. So what a focus! What type of different dynamics we've seen on Galaxy Racer this time around when Pow gets fielded in.
From a full-on hyper-aggressive type of draft to maybe a responsive a map control, a map awareness type of draft for the side of GXR. And Action PH went in for the matching hyper aggressive early game and went in for the reactive play for game number 2. And I think that was phenomenal. It was intense. It was pretty close when it comes to the game. But GXR, with those responsive plays, they just took the win when it comes to their early game in the 4-minute mark and just punished through and through. Mid-game, late-game fights, they went in for the Rift Herald in the top lane. They were pushing into the bot lane. It was a dual push. And what can you just do to defend against it?
Well, it's been hard, as we can see here on the replay, as play of the game brought to you by Reno 5, the Dragon Pit fight.
I think this was the play wherein everything just changed up. I think GXR went through and through, they flashed back away, but APH went in for the counter aggressiveness. And they were punished because the mobility of GXR is just there. And when it comes to single targeted champions, you have the Kai'Sa, you have Ikaros, and it was just too much of a damage in a CC that would just keep on coming for the side of APH. That Glacial Fissure was perfect. 2-man knockup, and that enabled GXR to now go back a bit, punish one member of APH which is overextending, and then go for others. And then this one, Pantheon, keeps on going for the response, keeps on going for the ultimate at the right time. We're going in for the CCs on key champions, and I think that was the main key when it comes to winning of GXR against APH.
XP are definitely unstoppable here on that Pantheon pick, and definitely difficult without having to match that aggression or response. And looking at that shockwave, just as you mentioned, beautiful shockwave on top of, you know, the package of Riots, but unfortunately either the damage wasn't enough, or, you know, GXR just in prime position to try and reset the fight and just keep going. And I think this is the last clash before they've ended the Nexus. And Fearless, I think that is what sums up their playstyle with this composition. Fearless from start to finish rather. And curious to see who the master of the match is going to be. And of course, it is Pao again on the Kai'Sa.
Pao, Kai'Sa, it's just a lot of damage. The Arcanian range just scaled up when it comes to the game. Once again, Infinity Edge BRK prioritized. Executioner's Calling was there as well to just decrease the amount of regeneration, those HP still coming in for the side of APH. And on top of all that, I think Executioner's Calling was there because of the Arcanian range. You need around 70 AD to scale it out, and maybe Pao is, you know what, let's go BF Sword, let's go Vampiric, and then let's go for Executioner's Calling. It is very versatile, and it matches up against APH.
It does make sense, you know, having to, those itemization, it was so confident, just sort of being air quote both the tank and the carry in the front line as well. So Fearless is basically what we saw from Galaxy Racer, and of course, very excited to see all of that again, hopefully, because we can finally see how Galaxy Racer plays when they're confident. It's very fluid, it's very in your face, and hopefully we get to see that because they do have one match actually at the end of the night.
Yeah, I'm actually very interested. Are they going in for more of the interesting creative type of play that they didn't show us in this Series 1? Are they bringing out the Annie once again? Are they bringing out something new, something unconventional that may surprise their next contestant or their next challenger when it comes to the series, right? So it's really just going to be exciting for me personally to see it happen.
Well, we'll get to see more things happening after we get to at least see the 2-0 between Galaxy Racer and Action. But Action cannot rest just yet because they do have a match against Team Secret. We get to see them once again. But of course, we'll head on over to a short break before we proceed to our second series. Again, my name is Riku. Together with me is Infinity. And when we come back, it'll be the panelists welcoming you. And they'll be breaking down what happened earlier. So we'll see you in a bit.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we on Friday night, we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
That elusive win remains ever elusive for Action PH as Galaxy Racer wins 2-0 for our first series of the day. And Galaxy Racer in a slightly different form, fielding their six-man POW, who gave quite an impressive performance. Mika Fabs over here with Autolus and Osiris on the panel, and Galaxy Racer taking home 50,000 Globe Cup points to add to their winnings already. And you know what, panel, I just want to get your thoughts on this series to watch. I know we were all cheering on Action PH, but they have yet to really find their footing against these teams, Galaxy Racer, Team Secret, and Nexplay Esports. So just going first into game one, Iris, can you help us break down this match that happened over here? I know you have a lot of thoughts on this.
Yeah, first off, I wanted to start with the first pick. Oriana isn't really that good. Oriana is already nerfed, so you don't want to have that trade within other type of champions. So Galaxy Racer did is they took Akali and Camille, which is really good. You already have those meta champions that can take over the game. While Oriana first pick doesn't really work well in hands of Eiko on game one because it has been Galaxy Razor's tempo again and again. They go for a Janna. There's an open Braum that first pick. This will help a lot with the Riots to have the edge against Raw and the Dragon Lane. Pao is really impeccable for both games. He's really destroying everyone with the Kaisa. So you wanted to slow down the pace by removing the Braum. So drafting wise, they're having a problem on that one, and execution. Draven's supposedly going to win the early game, but we know Galaxy Racer are the ones who's running the guns every early game, and that's the reason why they edge out NXT for games. So I think Action PH needs to step up their early game and the drafting itself.
And going into game two, Autolus, I know you have thoughts on this as well. I'll post my questions for a little bit later, but first of all, your breakdown on game two.
Well, okay, well, game number 2, again and again, they want to unlock their secret weapon in how Galaxy Racer has a prodigy in the Dragon Laner. Ladies and gentlemen, almost 2,000, I think 2,000 damage per minute as an average for these 2 games. Wow, just a wow, wonderful performance coming from the sub player. That's a first time pro, ladies and gentlemen, and he just went on a tear and just did a wonderful performance. But really, game number 2 was a clinic as well as to how to use the Pantheon in the jungle by XP, right? You pair it up with a Braum and you can just instantly lock your opponents with the vault, with the shield vault, and you also have the concussive blows on top of it. It's just good night, night. Any of the opponents when it comes to the stun combos that these two provide. And yeah, looking at as to how it all started, that Chi strategy coming from Xperia, going for the reds, going for the golems, and then going straight down to the dragon lane just to have that level 2 gap possible and unlocking the dragon laner again and how to just unleash his full potential. Now, just on the positive side for APH though, AIM and Eiko had the best performance, I think, so far in the tournament in game number 2. Oriana on Eiko seems to be the right fit, and that I think is the reason why during game number 1 it was heavily prioritized. And also that Gragas on AIM. Well, AIM was targeted ban. Vi was not available for 2 games in a row. But yeah, props still for my boys in the Action PH.
Ever the cheerleader, ever the cheerleader. Osiris, I know you have additional thoughts. I actually wanted to pick up on something that you said earlier about APH picking the Oriana, even though it was nerfed. It seems to be that they're prioritizing comfort, though, over being a little bit more, experimental, I guess. Do you agree with this, or should they maybe try and venture outside of the box? Because as it goes, currently, what they're doing doesn't seem to be working. So, what do you think?
Yeah, we've talked about this pre-panel, and it's all about how you make Yamada online. Eiko playing on Oriana is more leaning on the utility. You have the shockwave, you have the dissonance, and it really works well. It's just that game 1, you have a fairly good shockwave at the Dragon Pit, but there's no follow-up. If you have Braum, that would be a next Glacial Fissure. That will be the ones who's running the Draven composition, but it's just that they're lacking a bit on the follow-ups. But Eiko and AIM, really good play with this match and series. So I'm looking forward with this, guys.
Well, we're not leaving the topic of Action PH just yet because they are playing in our second series as well. But first up, checking out our standings as it is. Of course, Galaxy Racer will add an additional 50,000 Globe Cup points to their bounty already. So we have Team Secret with 350,000 Globe Cup points, Nexplay Esports with 300,000, and Galaxy Racer with 150,000 Globe Cup points. Now, going back to the topic of Action PH, as we mentioned earlier, we all cheering for them just because we know just how much potential that these guys have. As we like to say, there is a reason why these guys are in this group. There is a reason why they were able to qualify alongside Team Secret, Nexplay Esports, and Galaxy Racer. At the moment, they just can't seem to get their footing. Maybe they were a little thrown off by Pau, who gave such an incredible performance. Autolus, I actually did not know that he was a first-time pro. That is quite a showing, quite a debut
Yeah.
for this player. That's quite amazing. We'll hope to see him actually later on as the Galaxy Racer play into the last series. But going back to the topic of Action PH, you know what? This is really an uphill climb for them. It is going to get even worse because in our second series, they will be up against Team Secret. Now, Team Secret, as we saw yesterday, they do not play by the book. They do not play by anybody's book. Do you actually think that, because I keep bringing this up, I just feel like now is the best time for Action PH to just really throw out what they know about this game and just, experiment because they don't have to lose at this point. Not lose. What do you think as we check out Action PH's lineup once again?
Yeah, I totally agree with you on this, Mika. This is the last game or last series for Action PH, and I go out with a bang, right? A very remarkable performance. I think they are still capable in doing it, right? Aim and Eiko was able to make a good performance or show a good performance during game number 2, and it was actually Yamada that was a bit on the weaker side during game number 2. And yeah, when we're talking about the Dragon Laners in Riot and Simon, they have to step it up. Back-to-back games, they were targeted by the ganks of the jungle, and I think they have to really play it safe. If they're going to play for the Draven, maybe just be on the cautionary side, right? Draven does not really have the best mobility out there. It can bully out the opponents, but not in the same way that he did during game number 1, wherein he took the aggro, he took the Winter Spite, and then that's a night again when you have a Braum for level 1.
I don't know. I'm just guessing here, but I would even throw out there Action PH could probably steal the Seraphine away from Team Secret before they get to it. Who knows? But just checking out our solo player highlight for Action PH, it is going to be Yamada. Now, we haven't praised this guy enough on the side of Action PH. Osiris, let me know your thoughts about this amazing player.
Yamada played well on his Fiora. We saw a lot of outplays from this guy, even Akali. But Yamada supposedly the ones who's less on the spotlight in terms of the Rift. Because AIM is, his jungling pattern is mostly leaning towards Yamada instead of the Dragon Lane. So let's take advantage of how Yamada good is. Let's leave him into the lane. He's doing fine. We don't have to give a lot of resources to this guy because he can just outright outplay anyone, even though they are behind. There's a lot of play from this guy who's with the Fiora, with the Akali. So let's move AIM towards the bottom side. Let's put Eiko on the bottom side as well, just to make sure that Riot and Simon is going to have an easy time and take it lightly towards the opposing team.
That's possible. I mean, we might be able to see that as well going into the series. But of course, they will be up against Team Secret, the current king in the north. Just checking out their lineup in case you forgot these guys, which I don't think is likely. They had quite the performance yesterday. Autolus just break down just how diverse this team is.
It's a combination of two things: mechanical prowess and strategy. Super good strategy, right? When it comes to drafts, this Team Secret always is ahead on the curve, right? You have Azar in the Baron lane, and he's a very, very highly mechanically gifted player. You also have Trevor in the jungle, Tatsuri in the mid, Shu and Hamas in the Dragon lane. Individually, when you look at this roster, you would say, okay, so this is what Team Secret came in the Philippines for. And that's just what they are showing right now in North Luzon. They really are the kings of the North. And with their preparations in check, with their strategies in play, I just cannot commend them enough with how good they have performed in this group stages.
And just checking out our solo player highlight over here, Osiris. Just let me know your thoughts about Team Secret. You know, I am such a fan of just how unorthodox they play. They're not afraid to really, you know, think outside of the box. And one of these guys, of course, is Trebor over here.
Yeah, I mean, Trevor, he's fairly flexible. He knows when to go in, when to go out, the itemization, good understanding inside the rift. And overall, Team Secret, I'm expecting more, especially with the surprise picks out of the box. They are going up against Action PH. They are also free to explore. Both sides can take advantage of their position right now. But Team Secret, one thing's for sure, winter's coming.
Whoa, I like that. Winter is coming indeed. And just checking out our Globe key player clash as well. You know what? I actually want to ask you guys. You think we will be seeing that Sona and Seraphine combo once again, and how you think these two players, Eiko and Tatsuri, can work around something that unpredictable? Autolus, what are your thoughts?
Oh yeah, definitely. When we talk about Team Secret, they just, you know, I think they have a dice and they will just roll the dice and okay, so this is number one, this is strategy number one. No, I'm kidding. They actually prepare for their opponents, and knowing what Action PH is going through right now, I would probably say that they will go and, you know, test their boundaries, test their limits, and try to get some picks that hasn't been shown yet in the group stages. Again, we're talking about Team Secret. They can play almost anything, right? But Eiko, on the other hand, has the momentum, I think. When we talk about this two guys, Eiko had a wonderful performance in game number 2 on that Oriana, and we need him to back on that performance. He needs that confidence in order for him to help his team at least get a win off of Team Secret.
That's right. And just to wrap up this discussion, Osiris, any additional thoughts to this matchup before we head into our predictions for this?
This will boost a lot if Action PH is going to win one game, even just one game. I'm going to trust this guy.
We'll see. You know what? Let's get into it. Autolus, should I ask for your predictions?
I'm going all out. Let's do it. I've been the biggest stan of Action PH. It's because, you know, I really believe in them, right? And the main reason why I believe in them is because they have qualified out of so many groups or so many teams from North Luzon, and there's a reason why they're here. So I'm going to give them this last chance. And if Team Secret will be, you know, a bit playful with their draft and will just go all out with their testing their limits, right? This could be a win for Action PH to 2-1.
Consistency. Osiris, what about you?
I really love Action PH and the growth is there, but I gotta respect the King of the North. I'll go 2-0, and Team Secret. That's the squad you want to stay away from.
Definitely, and I will echo Osiris and say it'll be a 2-0 in favor of Team Secret. Very much, this panel is very much willing to be proven so right, except for Autolus. Autolus definitely wants to be proven right at this point. Nothing left but to get into it in this series. Action PH versus Team Secret. Casters, take us into the rift.
Hello. Thank you very much, Panelist Desk, and welcome back, everyone, to the second series of the last day of the Philippine Icon Series North Luzon. I'm Infinity, and this is Riku, and we're back in it again, and we're down for a treat because it's Team Secret up against Action PH. These two teams do not afford to underperform. This is the very last that they're gonna meet for the North Luzon, and I'm excited. Rico, it's the King of the North up against Action PH right now. Can they bring down the king and get the throne for themselves?
Yeah, I love that. You know, Team Secret, just as you guys mentioned, the King of the North and Action hoping to sort of land in that big, huge surprise and hopefully dethrone. As Action PH, hopefully they have a bit of energy in their tanks as they did just finish their match up against Galaxy Racer. And while it didn't look pretty, it is still a new series. Team Secret does play in a different style. I believe it was either Osiris or Autolus that said this. They have a ton of strategies, but Action PH doesn't change the fact that, we've seen all of these already appear yesterday and as well as last weekend.
Is it weird if I want to see the no easy draft again? Seraphine, Sona, Olaf, you name it. It's from Team Secret, and I want to see it once again. And I don't know about you, Rico, but I'm excited about the draft that Team Secret has in store for this match.
Yeah, I think it's not weird. I think a lot of I think everyone is definitely looking forward to seeing it again because it's so refreshing, it's so new, it's so different. And Team Secret, definitely the team that is not afraid to just go against the crowd. And very excited to see too whether or not Action will sort of adjust depending if whether or not do they have something prepared already against the duo mage bot lane. Do they have are they going back to the usual to Riots on a safe lane? Because in the previous series it was so difficult for Riots because he got focused on that round.
Yeah, and if they protect Riots, I think this could be a different story for the side of Action PH. It's basically a clash, a rivalry in terms of creativity for these two teams. Action PH has brought in the Animid, has brought in the Pantheon in the past, Katarina. I think this could come through once again for Action PH. And Team Secret has brought in a lot of champions as well that is unconventional and untraditional. Sona, Surfy. If they match it up, it's gonna be a clash of creativity from these two teams that we can see and we can expect.
Yeah, I think from what we saw earlier, the bans were very, the usual Galio, the usual Garagas here and there, Akali. But this time, maybe the bans will shift a bit on, trying to kill a certain composition. Maybe they want to take out the Seraphine. Maybe they want to ban that. Maybe let that open. And then possibly get aim on the Olaf. It's just one of those things where maybe they can get all of those counter picks instead of playing to the usual that we always see from Action. And you're right. I mean, they do have a deep champion pool as well. You mentioned we've seen the Pantheon from them. We've seen Eiko just bring out so many. The Diana, the Twisted Fate as well, and even the Ari, which is Eiko is the only player in the current Icon series for North Luzon, bringing up all of these champions very uniquely to him. So maybe we get to see something new that we haven't seen before because, again, this is their last series, North Luzon.
And last series indeed, so it's basically them at each and every role being at the very best, at being at the very top for Action PH and Team Secret. And now Fiora is going to be the first ban of Action PH targeting the Baron laner of Team Secret.
I like this first ban. Very safe, very targeted again, just as you mentioned, onto Azar. Team Secret, though, do not want to see that on Eiko. We did see Eiko try the Seraphine as well, so we'll have to check that out later as we will get to the draft later on as we are gonna sort that out a little bit. But I think that's a really good preview. We are not definitely gonna be surprised if the Seraphine gets banned.
A little bit of a break, right? A little bit of a break from the draft. Let's just chill for a while because we are too excited on what's gonna happen. And I think if Seraphine is banned out, it's targeting onto the Tsuri, it's targeting onto Action PH. It's a lot that could potentially happen for these two teams. So it could potentially come through for the side of Team Secret. But that, I think, was a misban because they're now going in for the Gaio first ban for the side of Team Secret.
With this course of action for Action PH, they are definitely hoping to get a comfortable laning phase for Yamada this time. They're possibly shifting weights again towards Yamada. Again, the panelists have mentioned it time and time again, but Camille being taken out, we'll have to see, as the Gragas will be the first pick, which means either that could be towards Yamada or maybe another jungler for aim.
I like that. Gragas is a flexible champion. It can go to the Baron lane, mid lane. Hell, it could go even to support and even the jungler for the side of Action PH. Now it depends on Team Secret what they're gonna do. Seraphine is gonna be picked up. We don't know if it's a mid lane or a support. I like the flexibility here, but Olaf is now coming right through. And Rico, I don't know what I'm feeling right now, but I have a gut feeling that they're going back into the no ADC type of draft.
That's true. It could go two ways. Tatsuri on towards this Seraphine, so it's going to be the usual mid-jungle Olaf Seraphine duo. So Action PH's reply, okay, you're going to have utility. We're also going to have utility as well with that Oriana. Big question is, do they want to lock in that Kaisa already? But I like this change from AIM. I like it. You know, even though the Vi is open, the Vi has been banned out, you know, twice already in the previous. Even that's open now, you know, Jarvan is available for him for that initiation. Ball delivery system is the game. Hover towards Sona. Are we having the Sona Seraphine duo again?
Here we go! Ladies and gentlemen, it's a Seraphine Sona duo once again, coming right up from Team Secret, and this just gives me hype. This gives me goosebumps because this is the draft that beat every single series for the side of Team Secret, and we're seeing it once again. But as you stated, I like the Jarvan 4 pick here from Action PH. It targets into the Olaf. If that Cataclysm connects, that's gonna be very hard. But now, with the ADC not still gonna be picked out by Team Secret, we have the Draven here for Action PH. They want to target here the game.
They definitely want to try and target the early game, just as you mentioned. Just try to bully out the possible double Seraphine and Sona in the bottom lane. Just as you mentioned, though, there's no player yet. There's actually no top lane just yet for Azar. So curious, actually could be an Olaf top or a Mundo jungle. So we'll get to see what the swaps is going to be. What I like about Team Secret's composition is that, okay, we don't have any ranged AD carry, but it's fine because we have the Ziggs. One thing that you're worried about when you're rangeless, when you're AD rangeless, is how do you towers? It's fine. Ziggs is the solution for that.
Definitely. And this is Team Secret going in for the regen draft. You know what? We have Dr. Mundo, we have Seraphine, Sona. You can't have much more when it comes to regen. You can't have much more when it comes to HP. And they're having it all for their draft today. And now I'm expecting maybe Action PH to go for two different routes in terms of items. They could go for the Grievous Wound build, Pat, for their team, or they could go for the burst type of build against Team Secret, because there is two possible ways to go for it. You want to go for the burst, or you want to go to punish the regeneration, because if you go for the regeneration route and punish that, your damage is not going to be as high if you go for the damage route. And same thing goes for these two ways. If you go for the damage, you're lacking in decreasing the amount of regeneration that Team Secret will receive. So it's a matter of Action PH deciding on what they want to prioritize.
Yeah, I fully agree with you there. You're given that crossroads, whether or not you want to sacrifice your damage just so that you can peel off of their HP, or healing rather, or perhaps just go for the burst and hope that the healing doesn't reach. Your damage is enough for you to burst someone down before the heal comes in. Of course, you gotta worry about the shields as well coming from Sona and Seraphine. So a little bit worried for Action PH because we've seen how scary this draft is, or this composition is in general. We've seen it last night up against Nexplay. They've dethroned Nexplay with this composition, basically. So Action PH definitely going standard, but this is actually very, very linear in execution. You have a lot of options for that ball delivery system. Either you put it on the Gragas or you put it on that Jarvan. Then you've got a very strong dual lane, Riots on the Draven, and as well as Simon on the Lux, hoping to dominate and not give Chewy and Ham a hard time. The problem is, it's gonna be a little bit non-interactive. Every damage that they take, they're just gonna keep healing it back and back. So I wonder how they're gonna go about that.
Unlimited HP all around. Team Secret is doing it once again. And all melee champions as well. But Tatsuri though, if Action PH doesn't respect this champion going to the back lines, it's too much damage to handle. Because at this point in time, when you have a lot of sustainability and you have a lot of frontliners, it's too hard to get access onto the back lines of Team Secret. So if Tatsuri gets just a free time, free hitting the enemy team, I think that would be devastating.
Fully agree with you there, but the course of action now is different, as we didn't get to see, you know, the Draven Lux in the bottom side of the map facing off against the duo utility supports. But instead, he has to face Ziggs. He has to face Ziggs alone, and Draven being actually winning.
Tatsuri, low HP. Oh my goodness, the honey root is just there to put him alive a bit much longer. What a nice move though from Tetsuri there with the clutch. But
With the
Yamada,
clutch?
1v1 against Azar. Low HP, but Yamada is low as well. The flash is now going to be burned for these two champions. But 1 HP is left standing for Azar as Olaf is now going in for the quick response. Yamada, you need to run. Well, there is the land to go for. And that is going to be Trevor going in for the play, going in for the kill. That is the first blood going in for Team Secret.
Really nice first blood. A little bit awkward for both blamers. Tetsuri. He's fine, I guess.
Chaos is happening all around. Now AIM though is coming right through to the fight. It's gonna be pinned down by an enemy team. Root is coming right up. The double man knock-up is coming through, but Olaf just goes for the third skill with the flash, now being burned by Yang.
Oh dear, oh me. Okay, at least for action, things are going well for Riot's lane. At least it's a different story from the previous series. And now, this time around though, good job for Trevor being super duper felt. His presence has been felt in the first 2 minutes of the game from visiting topside for Azar, eliminating Yamada, punishing Yamada for overstaying and wanting the kill, being a little bit too greedy, and as well as getting scuttlers for Team Secret.
But a body slam coming in from Yamada, a good initiation setup by Azar. But the HP regen is just there. The AoE damage is also there, and is getting on top when it comes to damage output. So basically, they're dead even, but right now, there's no kill will be done into the Baron lane.
Yeah, no kill. Both summoner spells already up, at least for the barrier. A bit of a tankier route, of course, you're Azar. I mean, you are a Mundo. That is your job, too. Even though he received a bunch of nerfs already, basically on just the damage portion of Mundo. So he's still pretty tanky, pretty annoying for sure. And meanwhile, James and Chewy got the lane that they wanted with just bothering Eiko, clearing the waves, having priority all the way, giving you more control over both river sides.
Yeah, I also think that Dr. Mundo right now is not going to be viable. But with Team Secret having the Sona and Seraphine, with the sustainability type of draft, it now becomes viable. And it's just a tank to be respected. Because Team Secret just have to turn into the back lines that deals with massive amounts of damage. So that's something I think is the thought process of Team Secret coming right up with Azar picking up Dr. Mundo.
That's true. Additional frontline for the squishies. The mage squishies, the 3 mage squishies here for Team Secret. So it works super well, and just as you mentioned, he's just gonna last super long in the fight. He's already tanky to begin with, and he's gonna get tankier because of that almost unlimited pool of sustain. But now, a couple of seconds before the next dragon, or the first dragon to spawn, it's actually an Infernal Drake, so we'll have to see as Action PH just hoping to get that to further empower Riot for sure on Draven pick. He has been dominating so far in his lane. We'll have to see.
Absolutely, but the Sir gets the information of where Action PH might be. It's gonna be the sightseeing right now for these two teams as they see each other. But Azar is now going in for a response. It's a 5v4. If APH wants to go for this, they need to surprise Team Secret into the back lines. They need to go for the flank. They need to go for the play. But Team Secret is just going in for slowly. Azar, they're going in. AIM going in mine. But the red team, Team Secret has secured the dragon. It's gonna be the kill. It's a 5v4 as AIM goes down. The Seraphine charm goes on forever, but it does not connect. And Team Secret is just happy with the Infernal Break and 1 kill onto the jungler of Action PH.
Yeah, really good attempt still coming from AIM to try and get that possible dragon steal. But, I mean, you are a Jarvan. You got the flag and drag, you got the flash to escape. But unfortunately, Team Secret just held him deep into the pit, and unfortunately the flash did not work out for him, and Team Secret will be happy about that. First Drake, Infernal, additional damage for themselves, and as well as an extra kill on towards AIM. And so far, so good for Team Secret. I think one thing that Action PH should be happy about is, you know, Riot's having a better laning phase for sure in comparison to the first series. But the biggest question is, where will that translate? If you're not able to snowball at this point of the match, it might be a little bit troublesome for the next objective fight, which is the Rift Herald.
Yeah, if the Rift Herald is gonna be secured by Team Secret, they have the potential to get the town first blood. They have the potential to scale out when it comes to the game. And considering they don't have the range ADC, mid-game making fights is gonna be difficult if they don't get the advantage early game. So Team Secret, Rift Herald gonna be very important.
We'll have to check that out, considering that Eiko being shoved under his tower. It's a bit hard to get priority over these two. Azar?
Oh, Azar getting pinned down by two members of the enemy team, APH. Flag and drag just to go away. But we have the flash away, Mega Infernal Bomb just to secure the kill. Sona going for the ultimate, not gonna connect. No stunts will occur. But Team Secret got the jungler of APH. And the Rift Herald is now free from them to take.
Yeah, that means Action PH will have to watch this of getting taken by Team Secret. And it all boils down to how super aggressive these calls are from Team Secret, even though they've managed to have that double support, triple mage rather. And it works out in their favor because, again, that is their strength if they are together. I'm going to mention, okay, fine, no range carry. They will be able to easily get these towers down because the Ziggs alleviates that problem.
But Team Secret wants to go for more objectives, and the tier 1 turret in the mid lane is open for them to take. And with Ziggs there as well, Satchel Charge, 25% HP of turret, gone.
Insta-gone, for sure. Tatsuri will be happy about that. Especially Team Secret didn't have to use any of... didn't have to use the Rift Herald just yet. So they'll be happy putting that downstairs? Downstairs in the bottom lane. That's where it is. Considering that AH has already destroyed the bottom tier 1 turret. Definitely Team Secret wants to get that out of the way for sure to get a bit more control over the enemy jungle and as well as the dragon portion of that river. We've seen how Team Secret is happy to be super aggressive invading jungles with, again, this is your composition. You've got the Sona, you've got the Seraphine empowering Olaf to just press Ragnarok, and he'll be happy with all the shields and sustain that this composition brings. And that is the reason why you'll see Trevor with Chewie and Hamis the time for sure.
Yeah, it's endless. It's countless for Team Secret right now. And I like the Rift Herald right now spawned into the Baron lane because this is capability often to get the map control in their favor, getting all tier 1 turrets, and on top of all that, 11 seconds for the Ocean Drake to now come through. So Team Secret has a lot in store for the enemy team to actually just get the advantage when it comes to the early game, on top of all the gold lead that they already received. But now, with Team Secret going for the initial setup onto the Ocean Drake, we have Action PH now going in for the massive flank onto the left side of the map, and Tatsuri is just hovering to the backside. Flag and drag rather is going through Seraphine. Seraphine is going to be burned out. Explosive gas just to delay the fight, but the fight is not going to be over. Dragon, 1 HP. Who's going to take it? It's going to be Action PH giving it away from Team Secret. But we have Tatsuri just here on the sideline, going in for both, going in for the kill. Yamada going against 1v1 against Tatsuri, as Tatsuri is the only one alive when it comes to this fight. Though we have Azar going in for the spread push as well into the Baron lane. Mega Infernal Bomb just to try and secure the kill, but Yamada is still gonna be alive. And Tatsuri, 1v1 against AIM, is still 1 HP, but AIM goes ahead and takes the lead and takes the kill as Tatsuri falls down.
Tatsuri fell down, but he did his job. He distracted everybody else from Action PH because that was a 4v5. Team Secret managed to hold out. They were wiped by Action PH with Tatsuri surviving, but at what cost? Azar was able to split push. And look at that. That tower in the base is almost down. So Action PH has to expect a bunch of huge waves building towards topside, and if they prolong fights, especially fights near the dragon, they gotta make sure they have set up the wave, or else they will lose that tower eventually.
The setups are gonna be very important. The Action PH from that engagement got a massive upside against Team Secret. They got 4 kills, they got the Ocean Drake. And I think if they repeat that when it comes to the Baron Nashor, secure it for their team, get 4 kills in the process, I think this is looking good for the side of Action PH. Now the question would be if they can secure it. And I think that will depend on how Action PH will turn out against Team Secret.
I agree, they do have a very strong chance. 10 minutes into the game, they've managed to get that wipe right away, as Yamada will just about to run out. But now Baron's being started.
Mega Inferno Bomb, massive damage, and we have Zard coming right through into the front line. Yamada is gonna be melted down, and we have the flank though from Action PH. Riot is just there, going in for the spinning axe, but that is no longer available because the attack is gonna be down for the side of Action PH. 2 members left for APH. Azar is onto the front line, massive AE damage, and Riot will say bye-bye as Team Secret dominates, gets the 4 kills against Action PH.
I feel like there could have been a fight where Action PH would have come up top, but I think the problem was the positioning was a little bit awkward. It wasn't APH starting that fight. It was Eiko, rather, just trying to see if he can steal or try to kill some of the members, reduce the members having that Baron buff from Team Secret. But going back into that fight, I feel like it could have gone differently if Riots was around for fighting as the rest of the tanks were falling. AIM had a good setup. Unfortunately, Yamada was caught out of position. So if Action PH is the one that starts the fight, I feel like it could go in a different scenario, as TS was the one that initiated, and Action PH definitely wasn't prepared for that. Now Team Secret does have Baron. It's time for sieging.
Absolutely. Though, am I seeing this correctly? Surf's Embrace, Nashor's Tooth, Lich Bane from a Zig? They're going in for the DPS instead of burst damage. But now, into the bot lane though, Azar, front line against Yamada. Yamada is gonna be melted down by Tetsuri with a bomb placed down onto the ground. But the fight is not gonna be over. Ragnarok is gonna be forced out by that ult, trying to delay the fight as he has the shockwave trying to knock enemy team. But that's not gonna be enough as Team Secret goes for the kill, goes for the 3-man death against Action PH. And they have the Baron buff. They're looking to end the fight. It's gonna be the double charm against Action PH. They're going in for the base, they're going in for the Nexus. There are a lot of minions to support it, and Team Secret gets game 1.
Wild, strong finish from Team Secret. They opted for the Sona Seraphine bot lane once more, and they are rewarded with game number 1 for Team Secret.
Man, no ADC! But it surprises me Ziggs went in for the DPS type of thing. And I think that is where Team Secret is going for. You know what? We don't have an ADC per se, but we have Ziggs. With the Leech Bane, with the Surf's Embrace, and the Nashor's Tooth constantly doing the amount of damage that an ADC would. So I think that is a smart Secret, alleviating this advantage with a no ADC onto the Ziggs.
That's true. It's Ziggs is there definitely for the tower siege. All the damage will be. It's up to you, Trevor. It's just on you, and it worked out. It was very seamless. It seemed very clean by Team Secret. They just played to their win conditions. They did a lane swap, putting Tatsuri in a very awkward matchup because of that Draven, because Draven can just try to walk in, catch the Axis, and then just do auto attacks and dodge out these bombs. But at the end of the day, it was Team Secret that reigned on top with their comp again, which, teams will be scrambling around to try to deny and make sure you don't get that Olaf plus the utility supports combo.
Yeah, it's just a lot of shields, a lot of heals coming from Team Secret, and when you have Azar as well into the front lines, it's heal magic. I think I can call it magic, right? Because Azar, Spirit Visage, they're unlimited health.
Yeah, it's just definitely a magical composition, except for one, except the Viking, except for Olaf. So it's, even if you try to sort of itemize, I think it goes back to the usual thing that you mentioned about, do you want to sacrifice this X or not? Do you want to sacrifice your damage for protection, or you might lack damage later on and stuff like that. So Team Secret, I am loving how confident they are in this different sort of approach. We've seen so many things already from them. I think we've seen I believe the Seraphine mid first, up until the Olaf appeared for the counter, and Nexplay just demolished them. And then they were like, okay, why not we leave Kaisa Braum, just pretend they don't exist, and just, back to the mage bot lane.
And now let's look at the game 1 highlights on what just happened on that game. Presented to you by Oppo Reno 5, play of the game.
Whew, it was a very, very chaotic in a good way kind of thing. I think this is the fight where the steal happened, or actually not yet. So I think positioning coming from Team Secret is just very patient overall. And as long, I feel like if Trevor dies, that's where things fall apart. And basically, the two supports, Chewy and Hamis, will not support anyone, basically.
Yeah, and it's just hard. And Team Secret is looking here, just decimating one by one. And I think that is their advantage because they have a lot of sustainability. They have a lot of shields, heals all around. So if they go 5v1 and you're targeting a burst damage potential, it's just too hard to manage. That heals, that sustainability just up in your face. And this is the ending time of Team Secret. Beating down Draven, beating down the base, and finish the game in their favor. Now, master of the match, it's going to be Trevor from that Olaf.
No surprises there. Trevor was just going ham. And of course, it's thanks to how Chewy and as well as Hamis executed their utility supports here. It's forget protect the king, protect the Draven, protect the Kaisa composition. Let's go for protect the Viking composition here. And Trevor definitely showed how strong this comp can be. Just pressing Ragnarok all over and trusting your teammates for sure. Got the Righteous Glory in. You've got as well the Triforce for that spike on this Olaf pick. And it was basically go time. And it's just so fun to watch. My biggest question is for later for sure. What happens if you ban the Olaf? Who do you want to open up? Do you want to open the Camille in exchange for the Olaf? Do you want to open Olio in exchange of the Olaf? Because I think it's going to be hard to initiate this duo mage bot lane without that strong carry either in the jungle or in the mid lane to empower. And I feel like Olaf really enables the duo mage bot lane.
And I like how you mentioned about punishing when it comes to the bans. And I think that is the problem that Action PH needs to think about. Because if you ban out, let's say, maybe the Seraphine Sona, you're punishing the no ADC draft of Team Secret. But that still leaves up the Wukong, the Yasuo combo. And even Orianna is still up there as well. If you ban Galio, if you ban out the Camille, there is still an Akali from Team Secret, there is still a Draven, there is still a Lux that they can utilize. And this just states how important it is to have the massive champion pool, how wide your champion pool can go. And I think that is Team Secret's main key here. They have a lot of champions that they could utilize at the highest level to match it up against the enemy team on whatever ban they put up against them.
Yeah, I agree. It just shows how flexible Team Secret is and different types of comps, different types of styles, and they could rely on different points of their roster. Either you want to play around Tatsuri, maybe not. You want to play around Trevor, maybe not. Maybe Chewy for that scaling for sure. And you know what? We were talking about the bans earlier, and makes me wonder if it's so worth to first pick that Gragas. I mean, Gragas has been like the flavor of the month. I mean, flavor of the month. We've only been here for just a month, 2 weeks rather. So the choices are so immense because you're up against Team Secret. I think it's just an eeny, meeny, miny, mo, multiple choice answer or question whether or not do you want to face the mage bot lane duo? Do you want to face the Ziggs Lux Poke composition, or do you want to face the standard where it's just the Braum and the Kaisa? I think those are the possible things that will go through actions planning, and then they can choose and go from there.
Yeah, even though if you put out, you know what, you have all magic type of composition, now we're going in for the magic resistance, but this leaves up the Dr. Mundo, the Olaf Open. And on top of all that, that's not just it. Because if you tackle into prioritizing the magic resistance only, there is still sustainability coming right through from Sona and that Seraphine as well. So it's just so hard to think about what can you do against this type of draft that is very versatile and at the same time, very devastating when it comes to in-game.
I know, because when we look at Team Secret's draft, they basically got everything. They got all the counters and they made it their strength. You know, usually, okay, Mundo, his item path is just so perfect against magic-based compositions, but he's there in Team Secret. You got Olaf, who first appeared when Nexplay used it against Team Secret to counter the Seraphine mid lane, but now it's on their side as well. So I'm curious to see whether or not Action PH will just play the counter style for the draft and adjust from there. Because honestly, this Action draft looks really solid in the fights. It's just that probably not the best for this mage, like fully magic based composition. So I'm excited to see what changes up this time. Maybe we're going to be seeing Eiko on possibly the Seraphine. Maybe we get to see a first pick Seraphine. Maybe they could be the ones doing the double mage, or at least just deny it. Just use it on Eiko and then go standard AD carry in the bottom side of the map for Riots.
Yeah, punish Team Secret in the same draft that they punished you. And I think that could potentially happen. That could open up something for the side of Action PH. Because that will only leave Sona open for them to pick up if they want to go for the no ADC route. If they want to go for the sustainability or regen route. And that could not potentially happen. Because that shield of Seraphine is exponentially great wherever you might look at it when it comes to a team fight. Because that's when it comes to burst damage, that constant damage coming in from Action PH. So I do agree with you, Riku. Punishing that Seraphine into your team, maybe disregard maybe the Orianna or the Lux, make it a support or mid lane to then punish Team Secret. And yes, still leaves up Orianna open if they want to go for the Wukong Yasuo. So it really depends on Action PH right now. What do you want to leave open for Team Secret to take? What type of draft do you want to battle against? Do you want to battle against the Wukong Yasuo duo of Team Secret? Or do you want to fight against maybe the sustainability or maybe the traditional Draven Lux duo lane, and the rest is just typical type of drafting for Team Secret?
Yeah, it could be possible. I mean, we're going to be switching over because Action will be on red side. So they have 2 picks for their first rotation, and then they can get a little bit of preview what is going to happen with that first pick and possibly even the bans. Because most of the time, if you put Fiora, Camille, and Akali, what's left are either your tanky champions at the top side of the map, which is what happened here. We had the Yamada and as well as the Azar matchup, both tanks basically. So if you ban those 3, you can get a pretty good idea-ish on how they're going to go around, assuming if the bans are going to be the same. And I don't think a Seraphine first pick coming from Team Secret might be too obvious. In that Action can just pick up the Olaf and as well as the Sona or Olaf Mundo once they see that Seraphine pick. So we'll have to see, because a lot of things can happen in the draft. We may not see the dual mage bot lane anymore for Team Secret. They could go standard and just play traditional basically against Action PH.
I do agree. And I think that's the thing. Team Secret can only utilize this type of draft when it comes to the red side. Because when you're the first pick, as you stated, Seraphine being the priority, they could punish the Olaf. They could get the Olaf in their favor. They could get the Ziggs for the side of Action PH. And the red side just enables you to get the first 2 picks. And if you get that, you have the Seraphine and Olaf already. If Action PH gets the Sona, what would they do about it? It's easily countered by Grievous Wounds. So they are forced to leave it open for Team Secret to take, and that is just about it. So Team Secret, just a massive play coming in for the red side. Now, when you switch in sides, Team Secret now into the blue, Action PH now into the red, I may be expecting the Wukong Yasuo. They did it when it comes to the blue side selection. They first picked maybe the Camille, and the rest is Orianna, Wukong, Yasuo as their second rotation and third rotation champion. So we might have expected that to happen for the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, it was Trevor's time to shine in the first game. Maybe they give it to Chewy this time, maybe Tatsuri. I mean, Chewy is such a flexible player, versatile player that can just step back, play utility, and then Tatsuri can just play whatever he wants. And Trevor sort of being that empowering pick, like just as you mentioned, the Wukong. So there's so many possibilities. I'm just so excited to get into the draft. But assuming that it's the same bands, I think there is a big possibility they might go back to the usual double mage bot lane, and Chewy and James will be the one tagging along Trevor. But now, because of that 2 options, Eiko has to be prepared with a Yasuo Orianna pick, I suppose, or maybe fight fire with fire, although it's kind of difficult to go up against, I suppose, Tatsuri's Yasuo. Looking at his pool, a lot of vulnerable picks. I mean, you've got the Diana, you've got the Ari, I suppose. So a lot of these things that can be blocked by that wind wall. So maybe we get to see something different from Eiko, but maybe the utility just empower some of his teammates this time around. We'll have to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they could pick up another champion. Like Katarina could be something. I mean, it was used before in the Icon series, and it was very dominant. So if they could replicate that type of action, then Eiko could just scale out when it comes to the damage and just disrupt how Team Secret is very defensive when it comes to the back line of their draft. So I think that could be a potential for them. And Akaldi would also be good because Team Secret wants it very defensive when it comes to the back line. So if Action PH has easy access on it, perfect.
Yeah, I fully agree with you there. They could actually whisk away some of the key compositions for some of the key picks for that composition. Like usually when you see the Katarina or when you see the Yasuo, you would want either a Malphite or a Wukong in your team, or maybe a Braum in your team. I feel like the Wukong is the most primary pick to empower those types of composition. It also cancels out the Orianna Wukong combo as well. So I think getting that Wukong for yourself will be extra spicy. For aim, I don't think we've seen aim on the Wukong. I think that is the most the biggest question here is if he's going to be comfortable on the Wukong pick, because usually we see him on the Vi, the Lee Sin, or maybe even the Jarvan from earlier, but he can actually use Mundo as well. So I think that is also an option for that safeguard too. If you don't want to put Yamada on the Mundo tank role, you still want him to be that split pusher so you can initiate that 4-1, then aim can carry the Mundo in the draft later on with you the Swapperoo.
Yeah, I mean, Wukong would state, you know what, let's set up a play. It just goes in, Cyclone. 4-man knock-up, that could be the response of Action PH. You know what, Signal. Follow up, get the kill, get the ace, get the win for their team. And I think it's easier said than done, but if they do that correctly in step process and there's complete follow-up with the Wukong, if it gets picked up from aim, it could potentially disrupt how Team Secret would act it out against themselves. So I do agree with you, Riku. I think the complexity, the versatility when it comes to the draft could be punished by Action PH, depending on what they want to do and depending on what they want to target against Team Secret.
It's aside from the multiple choice on who do you wanna, which composition do you want to face against, who do you want to play around with? I think that is also the biggest question, because Riot's actually had a pretty decent laning phase, although it was a very chaotic laning phase because of that lane swap with the duo. We didn't get to see the 2v2 that we wanted in the bottom side of the map, and we didn't get to see him ahead on this Draven pick. So Action has been trying all of these different things. Like, they've been trying to solidify their identity. Do they want to go for that late game scaling? Do they want to go early 5v5s? Do they want to win individually by getting their counter picks for the enemy? So it's been a roller coaster for Action on what works for them, but so far it's really nice to see Riot's, sort of step up into this shining Draven role and try to get ahead into the game so that he can snowball for the team. And we get to see aim sort of and Yamada back off a little bit and become one of the frontliners for Riots. And I want to see that more. I want to see whether or not they're going to try to do that, or back to basics where they just play around the 4-1, play around Yamada, and we'll see whether or not aim can alleviate the pressure, especially you're up against Azar. If you don't ban out the trio in the top lane, Fiora, Camille, Akali, then either one of you is going to have a nightmare. And so far, Azar has been winning his lane whenever they're both on a duelist.
Yeah, definitely. So basically right now, a lot of expectations, a lot of choices, a lot of roads that these two teams can go through. And speaking of roads, Riku, we're now down into the draft. Ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna be game number 2 of Team Secret versus Action PH. Do or die for the side of APH, but Team Secret needs one more win to win the series.
That's gonna be very pressure is high, definitely, for Action PH. And this time it's a little bit different, I suppose. Team Secret now banning out that Lee Sin. Either wanna put aim in a tight spot, going back to the Vi. It might be the same if they want to ban out either the Akali pick targeted towards Azar. But we're talking about disabling compositions. No Ziggs means no Ziggs Lux poke composition, but that means you leave out that Akali.
And that is what we're saying a while ago. If Action PH targets in maybe the Surfing, the Sona, Tatsuri, with the Ziggs, the mage champions of Team Secret, it leaves out the Baron laner. And we said Team Secret could pick up an Akali, and it did. Now Action PH though is gonna match it up with a Fiora to try and counteract Akali from the Baron lane. And Action PH picking up the Orianna still will leave it open for Team Secret. That disables maybe the potential of the Wukong Yasuo. If a Wukong is not gonna be chosen by them, it could be punished by Action PH.
I like this pickup, a very safe mid laner for Eiko. Really nice wave clear, it won't matter who you go up against. And just as we were talking about earlier, it synergizes well with a Wukong if ever AIM does decide to do that. But Team Secret has another option for sure with the Draven Lux pick. Super duper aggressive. Action PH can adjust because they don't have their dual laner just yet.
Yeah, and there it is, Action PH now locking into Wukong. And Team Secret, you know what? We're going back into the classics. We're going back into our traditional picks. And Action PH is punishing it with picking up those champions that Team Secret was playing with them against Action PH in the past. So Seraphine, Wukong is already into their side as Team Secret now locks into Jarvan 4. Considering that APH doesn't really have any mobile champions, this is a massive champion of Team Secret play against Action PH.
Yeah, Team Secret, I wouldn't say they're taking a gamble, but they're more confident that, yeah, I think Action PH might just go standard. They're hoping to get Riots on board with a traditional AD carry. That's why, okay, we're comfortable locking it in this Jarvan. We're not going to get the Olaf. I mean, they've got the Wukong already shown. That is going to be their jungler. So, pretty standard so far for Team Secret. This is classic for them. This is a classic composition for sure. And Tatsuri, JC is not in this game. Tatsuri will be happy to shine again for this Katarina. And now the final picks are up as Riot will fall back into this Ezreal pick.
They're forced to do it because Jarvan 4 is there. The Cataclysm is massive for Team Secret. So they need to pick up a mobile champion that can react. So the Arcane Shift is going to be very important. And I think Ezreal, when it comes to engagements, when it comes to team fights, they're going to save it up so that if Cataclysm happens, they have an escape route.
It's a little bit interesting to look at Action PH's composition. One thing that we always worry about when we look at caster type of AD carries is how you're a little bit slower in the auto attack damage department, I suppose. So for Riot's pressure will be building, you do want to get and land all of those mystic shots. And I think it is possible. You do have that shockwave at least to stop everyone else. You've got Simon on the Seraphine for that not Echo. Encore. Or that Encore on the Seraphine. I think they can pile in a bunch of these ultimates together. On top of that, the True Shot Barrage as well. So that's an insta burst that Action PH can potentially do.
Minions have
I'm looking forward to this as Team Secret also has a very explosive composition. They've got the Cataclysm. You just set the arena for Tatsuri and then just spin inside that, dome, basically.
I don't know why I laughed, but I just reminisced onto the Seraphine Zona combo once again from Team Secret, and I just, it just came through right now. It's a late reaction, but Team Secret, going back into the classics, going back into the traditional, I love it. I like it. And Team Secret, Tatsuri, I don't know what's gonna happen, but I'm expecting that Quadra Pentakill once again.
Yeah, Tatsuri was able to get that immense pentakill, a very flashy finish for the side of Team Secret. Most likely with this Action PH did that lane swap, so we wouldn't get to see Tatsuri shine with that matchup, I guess, against Eiko on the Orianna. Good thing though, good news for Eiko. you are on that Oriana. You have that wave clear at least to sort of scare away and slow down Chewy and James here on that Draven pick. So you sort of cancel out each other's threats, early game threats rather. And I think most of it will fall towards the jungler. Junglers, how will they react to these laning phase swaps? As again, Yamada unfortunately will have to eat those honey fruit against Azar.
And I like how Action PH is doing. They went for the 1-3-1. It may be the potential for them to cancel out Tatsuri. Because if Tatsuri doesn't get the items first hand, that Rabadon's gonna be very important. If they don't get it, that's gonna be very important for Action PH. And that will decrease potential damage. But now Trevor is going in for the Tiger Drag. Flash away back to safety. But we have Batman is going in for the kill against Action PH. It's a 1-for-1 as Draven gets go for the damage, but Trevor falls down as well. So massive play from these two teams. They're really matching it up. The 1k gold lead is now going to be available for TS.
Yeah, it was an exchange between support and the jungler of Team Secret. But now Yamada unfortunately has to deal with Azar's lane. We've seen Azar on this pickup. Azar doing a good job actually dancing around, juggling turret aggro.
Look at the pressure. Azar just diving under the turret, clearing out the waves, and Yamada is stuck under the turret. Cannot do anything. But we have Trevor though, having their sights onto lane, and AIM has the information on where the enemy jungler might be. But there is it. They're not going to contest it. It's gonna be difficult because Trevor already died, and they're now respecting each other.
With Trevor, just as you mentioned, has perished earlier. Gotta say though, gotta love the vision game coming from Action and Team Secret. A little bit of a different focus, a little bit of mirror against each other. Action PH definitely want that bottom river safe. For Team Secret, they want to make sure that Azar has a safe lane, considering the fact that he has been sort of bullying Yamada out of his own tower. So therefore, always overextended, making sure he won't get punished for that. And I think so far, gotta love how Action PH not discouraged based on how they've been moving so far into this match, able to get at least that 1-1.
Yeah, and we talked about it a while ago. If Action PH stays for a while, you know what? Patience is a virtue. Let's wait for the mid-game making fights. That is where we scale it out and not fight Team Secret with the hyper-aggressive draft that they built. Because they have the Draven, they have the Lux. If that comes into the mid-game making fight, Eiko will come on top. You also have Riots that also scales out when it comes to damage from that item. So Action PH utilizing that very well when it comes to opportunity will be key to their success in game 2.
That's true. They can just wait it out. They can just wait to scale. For the times where Eiko will have a massive shockwave. Wait for Riots to scale a little bit more on towards this Ezreal. Build that tier. Build a bit of more 2-core items. But aim for something.
They're actually going in for the 2-man Cyclone. Hey, what was that? And now the true shot for Shard. Going in for the death animation. Just so quick, just so squishy. But we have Trevor going in for the kill, going in for Flag and Drag. Cataclysm just to delay the fight, as it is gonna get stuck, but there is no follow through from Team Secret.
The idea was there. I love the ult coming from AIM, but I feel like the ball expired and went back to Eiko, and that's the reason why we didn't get to see the massive shockwave.
Action PH Anchor is gonna connect onto one. Trevor is not gonna get that easy, but we have Tatsuri in the middle of the fight as we have the Fiora. Yamada onto the sideline, getting the kill onto Tatsuri. It's a 1-for-1. It's a 4v4 right now as Trevor looks to go for AIM, as AIM gets a kill onto Draven, as the flash is now gonna be burned. We have Eiko 1v1 against Kali. AIM is gonna fall down. It's happening all around as Surfing falls down as well. It's now gonna be a 1-4-3 in favor of TS. Oh! What a catch, what a play. Action PH gets one more.
Azar was making wonders, was doing a lot of distraction maneuvers for the rest of APH to be scattered. And that is the reason why Tatsuri actually managed to assassinate Riot while he's possibly just trying to farm and clear the minion wave. And that is unfortunate, but at the end of the day, no one was able to get the dragon. It is still alive and well, but this means this is a reset where APH actually gets in.
Ooh, Trevor is just into the middle of the fight. Half HP remaining. Action PH is doing damage against Team Secret. What is this? A very intense fight. But Daddy Ocean Drake is still gonna be alive. I think this is gonna be the source of contest for these two teams. At Tatsuri is looking the mid lane. They're going in for the 4-1 setup right now. The light binding is gonna connect into two. Aim is gonna go for the 2-man knockup. It's a shockwave, not gonna connect to anyone. Aim is too low. He is gonna fall down. That is one kill in favor of Team Secret. Make it a duo as the final spark has brought down Simon. Ezreal is gonna be melted down by the enemy team. Tatsuri goes for the flank, goes for the TP, goes for the ultimate, gets the 2 kill. That is an ace. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Secret is taking it home once again with a wipeout.
Tatsuri just showing up this Katarina pick. Very flawless, very patient as well. And that's going to be a team ace for sure from Team Secret. I'll be happy about that because not only they're getting a tower, but they're also getting a dragon. Really good ideas from APH. I know I understand the direction, but unfortunately, the layering of ultimates is not there.
The 3 zoning out the enemy team. Smart move coming in from Team Secret as they secure the Ocean Drake in their favor.
Whew. APH not able to contest that dragon as Team Secret will be able to walk away from that. TS though, Azar at the top portion of the map should actually be careful because that's 2-3 people wanting to go up. But I think it's just one blow away and the tower will go down for sure. And Action PH slowly losing all these towers after that one fight at the bottom, at the dragon fight rather. Team Secret definitely happy about how the first 7 minutes is going.
Yeah, I mean, they got a lot of first. They got a tower first blood. They got the first objective, which is the Ocean Drake. And I think they got a first blood a while ago as well. So basically, gold fest right now for Team Secret. They have 8k gold against Action PH. That is equivalent to 2 to 4 core items in their favor. So basically, if they utilize that very well, their damage is going to exponentially increase for the side of Team Secret against APH.
I have a feeling too, and that's the reason why APH should be a little bit careful. But they do have the wombo combos. This is their strength. They're 5v5s. They have a lot of interrupts for Tatsuri's ult on this Katarina, so they can time these things well and cancel out and punish Tatsuri's aggression. As you can see, a lot of respect for both of these teams with each other, but Team Secret, because of APH's positioning, can destroy that tower with no contest whatsoever.
The mind games of Team Secret is off the roof right now. But Aim is just jumping across. Azar is just going in for the poke. But the Seraphine Anchor connects on the tree. True Shot Barrage connects on the tree as well. And now that's actually a massive play from APH. But 3 guys is going to be melted down from Team Secret to APH. And make it a 4 as Flora falls down. And Trevor dives in. Since he goes golden as Riot is going to get dominated. Not a race for the side of Team Secret. Presented to you, Oppo Reno 5.
Whew, Team Secret just hammering down the pain on towards Action PH, and Action was not able to again pile in the wombo combos that we were looking for. Once the cyclone happens, you get the shockwave in, and then you get Simon to unleash the encore, and then possibly maybe in the True Shot Barrage. But unfortunately, we did not get to see that. And most of the time, you get to execute these, you know, chain CCs once you're either on a Rift Herald fight, a Baron fight, or maybe even the Dragon fight. But so far, 3 attempts, it hasn't been going well.
Final spark, actually massive damage onto Yamada. Yamada is forced back away, and Simon is just there to zone out the enemy team. But Aim is going in up against Tatsuri, as Tatsuri is still going to be safe at the hands of Team Secret and his team. They're just chilling for now, and Azar wants to go for more, goes for the pull, goes for the stun, goes for the dive in, goes for the ultimate against Simon, and that is Azar playing up against Action PH. And that is the slow though, but Aim still going to be alive just a tad bit longer, as there is no execution made from these two teams.
Oh, but?
Shockwave.
Oh,
Not gonna connect to anyone once again. Flag and drag just zone at the enemy team. Final spark trying to clear out the waves and do a massive damage, but there is no one to connect it onto. And once again, Team Secret is up and available for a team fight.
They do want that tower, Team Secret. Actually, they want some more kills.
Oh, Flag and Drag now connects on the aim, but smart move just going back to safety. And APH just there. Tatsuri poking out the enemy team, going in for some peel against APH, but once again, they're just chilling for a while. APH is playing patiently.
Team Secret very confident when they do these sieges or just trying to wait for initiation or engage towards Action PH because their only mode of wave clear is just Echo's Oriana. That's the reason why Team Secret's pretty confident. But now Dragon has been secured and the fight ensues.
Ooh, Azar, 1v4, 1v5, but Trevor now goes in for Catalyst. Encore actually connects onto two. Tatsuri is in the back line. Now goes in, goes for the ultimate, connects onto everyone. And Tatsuri is gonna get the kill. It's a 3-4-2 in favor of Team Secret. But they got the Cloud Dragon and they got what they got for. They're going back for now as Yamada is too low to go for the contest and go for the defense.
Too low. Yamada is just a one-man team at the moment, but at least we've got Riots already spawning. And so far, Team Secret already building this goal lead into their favor. Oh dear! Yamada!
Trevor? What? You got the kill on a basic attack onto Yamada with the surprise factor. I don't know what you are up to, but you are a king. King of the North of Team Secret.
They're really proving their might, proving their position in North Luzon. And TS, very effortless in their execution. Such confidence being shown here against Action PH. And they're basically doing things by the book. And not only that, they're very careful and taking everything that they want towards, even inside the jungle of Action PH, maybe even kills. And for that to happen, Team Secret is able to at least plant a bunch of vision. They have a bunch of control over at least the blue side. But Team Secret is aiming to get at least the Baron now. That's it, to actually try and push more objectives. Echo is fine. There's the Blast Cone. But TS is actually itching for a fight because, again, who wouldn't if you're in the lead?
And Azar is also doing split push into Dragon Lane. So overall, that is a smart move from Team Secret. Baiting out the Baron Nashor, trying to get a team fight happen, and Action PH just hovering onto that one, just delaying the fight. Just delaying the amount of gold that APH can farm when it comes to the lane. But Team Secret right now, they're hovering into the Baron Nashor. They're gonna initiate this. Action PH wants to go for the contest here, but Azar going into the back line, kills Oriana. Now, here as well, it's gonna be the Cataclysm only connecting onto two, but that is just enough to propagate. And now, it's going in. It's 3-4-2. It's 3-4-1. As that is the Tatsuri just wreaking havoc on the back line. Triple kill from Team Secret. It's a team ace once again for their team, and they're looking for the tier 2 turret into the Baron lane.
Team Secret went, okay, fart has ensued, might as well just start that team fight. And APH, again, not in the position to start the wombo combos that we've been looking for. Because around Baron fights, this is perfect place to land your Cyclones, to land your Encores, to land your Shockwave. It is a pit of death. But Team Secret denies that.
Ooh, ultimate, what was that, Tatsuri? You just went in, you just went for the ult, and you get 2 kills in the process. Team Secret, the damage, the plays, and Azar is now coming right through once again to the back line. Goes for the ultimate though, but we have trade. Yamada gets the kill, but Tatsuri is still here. 1v2 situation. Tatsuri is going for the kill, going for the stun, going for the play. That is another kill as 2 members of Team Secret brought down 4 members of Action PH.
It felt like the 2 of them weren't on the same page. Tatsuri and Azar. Azar wanted to dive in against 4 people, and Tatsuri just wanted to go home and base, and he was like, okay, you dived in, I'm gonna dive with you. And that's minus 2 buffs on the Baron buff, but at the same time, you can 2 have space to siege the tower.
Landing onto Yamada. A good play coming in from Team Secret. Final spark just go for damage. Shockwave going in to connect onto Hammers and Chewy. But the damage is there. Chewy, the damage, the spinning apps is rolling all around, and Action PH forces back away against 2 members of Team Secret. But the light binding once more connects onto the jungler of Action PH. Aim is just gonna get melted down in the blink of an eye. He goes bye-bye as we have Team Secret just dominating the arena, and they got the inhibitor turret, they got Yamada, 2 members left from Action PH. Can they defend the base? Could they defend the Nexus? Because Team Secret is crashing all around.
Yeah, looks like they're just going by the books. Just try to go home, get that reset, get Infernal Drake for that additional damage for your team, and just slowly whittle away the base of Action PH and get to see if they can fight start another fight, and then get that wipe, and then maybe march onto the base. And Tatsuri not even going home, they're just waiting for the opportunity because everyone is alive except Yamada.
Yeah, and they have the Baron Nashor, so they're utilizing this very well. But the Turi went into the backline, went in for the ultimate once again, gets the kill, goes back away, and they're back to safety. Azar went in, went for the play, but Shockwave just deletes the fight. Now the Nexus is gonna be the next contest here from Team Secret. They're going in for the Titan Shroud. Brings on one more time from Action PH. Azar, another day to live, goes over the Cataclysm, but the launch just puts him back away, and Yamada is gonna be melted down. It's a 1-for-1, and Zero goes down as AIM is still gonna be alive, but Trevor wants to go for more. Flag and Drag goes for the knock-up against Eiko, but Eiko is just there, still gonna be safe, as Action PH still has 3 members alive from their team.
Yo, big minions are already marching down. Super minions are already marching down the base of Action PH. So they gotta be careful. They gotta clear that out first. Luckily, they're able to punish Tatsuri at least and Azar for being extra aggressive there. And Action PH gets to live another day. Now they have to prep themselves from the next onslaught, because Team Secret, again, so far ahead with their gold lead. They're able to put gold on towards key members, especially Tatsuri. Rabadons, Morellos, and Leandries on the board. So that's a huge amount of damage. So if you don't time your shields, you are gonna melt. Everyone is just so squishy. And let's just say AIM is your tank at the moment, but I don't think it's going to be enough because of the magic damage coming from the side of Tatsuri, and definitely not built for that.
Yeah, with the other items of Team Secret, I think that's just a millisecond. Action PH just goes in, gets melted down. I think that's the reason of like how Team Secret is playing Yak. They're very aggressive, hyper aggressive, just diving under turret because they're confident. If they jump in, they could go back away and get the kill in the process. And that is what Tatsuri keeps on doing time and time again. It's Infinity Orb, Rabadon, Morello, Void Staff, Leandris. What more can you ask for? This is just damage overload from Team Secret.
Damage overload indeed. Double Rabadons for Azari. Wearing 2 caps. I mean, that's cool. Raw damage, raw magic damage for sure for Azar. That's the reason why he's so brave, and I guess they're aiming for the base.
Double 120 AP, one passive with Tatsuri, brought down the HP of Eiko, and there is it. Cataclysm now goes into the back line, goes for the secure onto 2, but the base, the fountain is acting as a team of APH, but the minions finish it all off. It's game 2 being secured by Team Secret.
The theme of this series is just a magical series, because Team Secret just opted for either going for magic agility or just pure raw damage. Zar with Akali and Tetsu on that Katarina with an explosive finish. What a game, what a statement. Still proving they're really at the top of the standings of North Luzon, and what a way to end their night, actually. What a way to end their journey for their North Luzon group stages, as they've only suffered 1 defeat ever in a series.
Yeah.
So that is absolutely insane.
Look at the damage of Tatsuri and Azar. Double Rabadons. Hey, don't worry. We're gonna deal massive amounts of damage. That's 240 AP on our champion. And you just blink, we're gonna kill you, and you're gonna say bye-bye. But overall, I think Action PH held that very well in that game too. They went in, matched it up against Team Secret. They got kills, they got plays against them. They punished with the overextension on some key plays of Team Secret. They went in for the counteract. They went in for the 1-for-1. And I think I just want to highlight that, and I just want to give a huge shout out to Action PH.
Yeah, absolutely. Still a valiant effort from Action PH. We've seen them shine and face off against Nexplay even. They've got amazing, they've went off to a good start. APH still fought valiantly over their last series against Team Secret. Again, they're facing the number 1 team of North Luzon at the moment, so it is still definitely a strong effort from this team.
Definitely top 4 teams worthy of their title, but Team Secret is the king of the North. They're proving us wrong, proving us right rather, time and time again, Rico. And what an amazing series. We saw a lot of new champions, we saw a lot of drafts, and I think we expected something more of a traditional, and they brought it to us for game number 2.
Yeah, I love the fact how the draft just completely evolved at the end of North Luzon. From the beginning, it was okay, pretty standard. We're expecting the 131, but then it totally just went 360. No, it's totally 180. 'Cause 360, you're just back. It completely turned 180, and now we have more options to see when we look at the compositions. And yeah, Team Secret is just such a breath of fresh air.
Now let's look at what Team Secret has done to dominate that game 2 as we look at Oppo Arena 5 play of the game as Team Secret dominated the arena.
Yeah, it was Team Secret just getting that early game so hard to the point that once they had that, 20k, 15k gold lead, they were comfortable just initiating these team fights. They didn't even have to wait for Trevor to start these fights. It was fine for Azar and Tatsuri to just, okay, I don't need your CC, I'm just gonna dive in because that's how many damage I have on the board. That's how many hats. That's how many Rabadon hats I have on the board already, because these are the prime examples of what we're talking about. Azar and Tatsuri just dual wing that assassination play, because how can you not be tempted if you see so many low health targets in front of you? So totally the play there for Tatsuri and as well as Azar.
Yeah, I just like how their team is just diving under the turrets. They went 2v4, 2v5. They got 4 kills in the process. Yes, they died, but they got what they wanted for. And this last moment was absolutely insane. The Cataclysm connected onto the 2, forced out 2 flashes in the process, but the minions is just there to finish the game off with the Baron buff. Now let's look at the master of the match. Who's the MVP of that game? It's going to be none other than the shot caller, the captain of the team, Hammond with the locks.
Yeah, definitely the core of Team Secret, the first member of Team Secret, Wild Rift. And yeah, he is your master of the match here. And really good bindings, really good discipline as well. You know what? I saw this one time when the Nexus was about to be over, and he went, do I chase this person or do I just call the shots and go straight to the Nexus? And that's what he did. Disciplined, even though with that gold lead, still very laser focused for the squad as well. And yeah, very commendable performance by James on the Lux.
Absolutely, he plays like a true support. He goes to mainly focus in onto the ADC, to the hyper carries of his team, focusing on it, try to make a play, try to set up for the kill to happen. And the ADC, the carries of Team Secret just comes through and gets it done. Gets the job done for their team to win fights.
I think this is a very good preview for Team Secret's, again, versatility when it comes to the playoffs for sure. Considering that, again, we saw the standing earlier today. We've got the top 1 and top 2, which is Nexplay and as well as Team Secret. So they've had a very strong showing. They ended their basically North Luzon group stage. It's a very explosive send-off as Azar and Tatsuri just, you know what, CC, what's that? We can just enter the fight on our own. And it's a really, really huge statement and something to consider when it comes to the play styles of Tatsuri and Azar. They can both, step back a little bit and then go for a utility, maybe play the tank, maybe play either Oriana, or if they want to shine as assassins for as a Katarina or maybe that Akali. So I love, definitely love these two players for sure.
What an intense of a game that we have just experienced with Team Secret taking 2 games of the series. Once again, my name is Infinity, this is Riku. We'll be stepping away for now, temporarily, and when we return, it's the panelist desk giving us more insight on what just happened from that match of Team Secret against Action PH.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat.
Team Secret once again just enjoying the glory while reigning over their kingdom as the Kings in the North as they secure another series, winning 2-0 against Action PH. Mika Fabs over here with Autolus and Osiris to talk about all the action. And unfortunately, Action PH will be going home without any Globe Cup points, and Team Secret adding 50,000 more to their winnings. Now, I know that we all wanted Action PH to win. Even the audience was cheering them on at least one series, but this was a little bit of a tall order. This is Team Secret that we're talking about, and I just wanted to point it out in Game 1. The Sona, Seraphine, and the Mundo came out. I just actually wanted to bring up how Action PH has been pushing for that Seraphine and Mundo here for a while at the North Luzon group stages, and Team Secret, I guess, just decided to show them exactly how it was done. Osiris, break this down for us.
Well, it's the usual type of team composition where Team Secret excels, especially with their flexibility. So you can see the Sona, Seraphine once again feeding a lot of utility with this Olaf. When they locked in, when Action PH locked in the Jarvan, the Fort, just wanted to control that Olaf, that's the time that they answered the Mundo. So they wanted that extra layer of a tank that can be utilized by the two singers right there and can just mow down the back. You can see right now Azar just throwing those cleavers and chasing everyone out, while Trevor is just waiting for other targets. So they don't mind the messy fight. They got everything covered, and they did the early game prowess of their lineup, especially with the tower siege coming in from Ziggs. So I think it was a Team Secret once again outclassing their opponents.
Yeah, and you know what? Even just picking the Mundo, despite the nerf, that just shows just how dominant Team Secret is. And Autolus, what about in Game 2? What are your thoughts on this?
Game number 2, when we saw the draft of ATH, I was smiling. I was really saying that, oh, hey, this could be the game in where we can see a win for Action PH. But yeah, unfortunately, they were not as coordinated as I expected it to be, or as they hoped for, right? When we look back at the game, you would see multiple missed shockwaves coming from Eiko, not really his best game out there. And you can also see, the Wukong is not really, I don't know, he went down or during the skirmish in the bot lane. Not 100% sure as to why he would go in without going for the decoy first, right? He just went in, flash and Nimbus Strike, and it's not what Wukong is known. You can actually go and do the combo coming from a brush, maximizing the potential of the second skill, the decoy, so that your opponents will be caught off guard. But do that, and well, you know what happened next? The two assassins composition of Team Secret just go wild, and the damage department. I think our casters already has brought it up. A double Rabadon's 2 hats for Azar, just to display, just the flexing of the 2 hats, because he's just that fashionable. Also, Tatsuri, by the way, had 15 kills, so we will check later how many kills he got in the entire North Luzon group stages, because he's near that 100 kill milestone. Pretty sure.
Do you actually think he reached 100? Let's check that. Let's check that a little bit later on. We will get back to you guys on that. If Tatsuri has indeed reached 100 kills, that would be something. But as for Action PH, I do hope that we see them once again, maybe during the fall season, because this is just the first Sea Icon series after all. There is time for the team to develop. There's also time for the scene to develop. So, it might not be the end, and it's still something that they were able to qualify again alongside Nexplay Esports, Team Secret, and Galaxy Racer. And just checking out the standings that we have so far, Team Secret, I think, just adding a bit more, widening the gap between them and Nexplay Esports, now at 400,000 Globe Cup points. My goodness, 300,000 for Nexplay Esports. Keep your eye on that because that will definitely this second and third place will definitely switch around after this last series. Galaxy Racer with 150,000 and Action PH over there with none. And right now we do have our last series going into our last series. But Osiris, I know you just have additional thoughts on this. Series.
Yeah, I just want to highlight with the Ziggs itemization. Tatsuri, I believe he built a Nashor's Tooth, Seraph Embrace, and Lich Bane. So
during game one.
yeah, we're looking into a Ziggs who's throwing the bombs like literally with the normal attack. So it was really good. I just want to add that because it's something different right now.
Yeah, again, the Team Secret just setting the meta, making the
yeah.
meta, I should say. And you know what, setting that meta in preparation for, I suppose the playoffs, wherein they will be facing off against very, very scary teams. Again, if you have seen who qualified for the South Luzon group stage, you know exactly who we are talking about. And Team Secret, I think, has made this their playground in a preparation for those very, very big, even more Titans coming out of South Luzon. But anyway, we will be stepping into our last series of the day, and it is going to be Galaxy Racer versus Nexplay Esports. And I just want to bring up how the match between these two went last time. Galaxy Racer actually put up a really good fight. It even had a second guest, Nexplay Esports sometimes. Nexplay Esports, by the way, that is a big deal. And just checking out the lineup of Nexplay Esports over here, these superstars, Team Secret might have taken the lead from them, but they are still an amazing, amazing team. Horizon, Justy, Chule, Uze, and Disaster. Autolus, let me know your thoughts on this team and just how far they've gone from the very first day of Wild Rift to today, the last day of the North Luzon group stages.
They have gone so far that the targets are at their backs, right? And this has been proven time and time again. Multiple tournaments winning. Yesterday, they had a bit of a tumble. Team Secret was able to win off against them, and that, I think, is the reason why that this Nexplay Esports team heading into this matchup is going to be a lot scarier because they have something to prove once again. We have known Nexplay since October 2020 has been playing competitive Wild Rift, and they're more deadly when coming from a loss. So yeah, well, Galaxy Racer, good luck, because this is going to be an angrier, meaner Nexplay Esports coming into your head.
Yep. Is don't make me angry because the Hulk is coming. I guess that is Nexplay Esports. Osiris, what about you? As we check out our solo player highlight over here, of course, what is Nexplay Esports with the support behind it all? Our solo player highlight will, I believe, be on Disaster. And Osiris, just let me know your thoughts on just how we also said that Disaster spells disaster everywhere he
Yeah.
goes, right?
Yeah, and the Braum pick really fits well to this guy. He knows how to peel. He knows how to protect everyone. Even if you're going to put him on a Janna, he knows when to timing the Monsoon. He doesn't mess up the fight. He's the one who's making everyone, keeping them on a safe haven. And this Braum, Glacial Fisher, on point, not missing the runs, those slows, and he's really good in holding the door as the Braum who's making those key plays again and again. So it fits well with how Uzi goes aggressive, followed up by Braum and Disaster. He's the one who you need besides Uzi.
He's the backbone. He is the backbone. He is the one making sure that everybody's all right, everybody's performing to their utmost potential at Nexplay Esports. But on the other side, we do have Galaxy Racer, and I feel like this is a statement for Galaxy Racer. This series is a statement for them as we check out their lineup. Just because I feel like this was always the big question for Galaxy Racer. This was the big question for Icarus, for Xpear, for JC, for Pau, and for Draw. And Pau fielded once again. He impressed us a lot. But the big question is, can they actually take a game off of one of the Titans? of Nexplay Esports or Team Secrets, can they have the potential to? Can it translate into the game? And this is their last chance to answer that question. Otolus, what are your thoughts?
One of the biggest strengths of Galaxy Racer is drafting, right? Under the guidance of their coach and Lion Nation, so far in this tournament, I would say that they are the second best team when it comes to the drafting phase, right? This could be very controversial because when we're talking about drafting, Nexplay also has their own merits. But in being creative, I think that Galaxy Racer has done their homeworks in this patch 2.2a, just unlocking champions after champions. X-Spear on that Pantheon is very deadly, and we saw that earlier, unlocking their secret weapon in PoW.
Yeah.
Yes, Bao was just all too impressive. We will see him once again in this series, but just checking out our solo player highlight for this for Galaxy Racer, we do have Draw. We focus on the backbone of Nexplay Esports. Here is Draw, the backbone of Galaxy Racer. Osiris, let me know your thoughts on Draw over here.
Draw also kind of the same as how Disaster, but isn't really so let's say there's a common thing between these two players, and both of them can play that peel game. They know how to protect their carry, but we're leaning more towards Disaster as the flashy support. But Draw got this kind of quality that he can back up anyone who wants to be aggressive. Whenever that X-Spear wants to re-engage, he's one step above or one step forward alongside with the other squad. So running in, playing the aggressive game with the early game to deny NXP, this guy is one of the key.
I like what you guys are saying, that it's going to boil down to for Disaster and Draw, it's the flashy support versus the steady one. So we're gonna see that difference in play styles. But another key player clash that we of course have to look out for is our Globe key player clash between Just She and X-Spear. Just She of the jungle, Just She Sin, that we have nicknamed him as, and X-Spear on the Pantheon, with that spear. Otolus, let me know your thoughts on this matchup.
This is going to be a very exciting matchup because if X-Spear goes for his comfort pick in Pantheon, unlocking those, targeted stunts onto primary targets, then just maybe Galaxy Racer can pull off an upset. Remember, when these two teams match up the last time round, the early game was controlled. During game one, the early game was controlled by Galaxy Racer. It was just because of the experience, the patience of NXP that really did help them win that game. But I cannot really just count out Galaxy Racer when it comes to the early game. I think they have that chance.
I think so too. Osiris, what about you? What are your thoughts on this?
About Galaxy Racer, I want them to have the mindset of Team Secret of what they did with the cheese play. They can go Pantheon, and then the Brahma, if they can take it away from Disaster, get that level 2 gank on the bottom side and roam Draw plus his spear, I think that would be something that would be great to down Just Chi, especially if we're going to see the cheese in mechanics all around. So playing at the early stages, one thing's for sure, Aurelion Sol might be present, so we can see the X-Spear roaming with the Grand Skyfall plus the Aurelion Sol's roaming potential. You can decimate Nexplay's early game, and then from there, don't stop. You need to hold that momentum and put the nail in the coffin.
Well, let's have it. Let's have your predictions for this series. Otolus, let's start with you.
I've been messing around with predictions in the past two games or in the past two series. So I think this is the time where I will have to play it safe and go with the usurpers. No, I'm kidding. The Kings of the North before yesterday, NXP will run away with things 2-0.
And Osiris, what about you?
I'll go all in because I really love the draft of Lion Nation and the boys with their execution with the Targon champions. I'll go 2-1 Galaxy Racer. 1 point Nexplay.
Oh, that is brave. That is brave. I will echo your 2-1 prediction, but I do think it's
Wow.
going to be Nexplay Esports. I think that Galaxy Racer is going to take one. This is a very very hopeful prediction coming
Yeah.
over from me, but we shall see. We shall see. Galaxy Racer, I believe, was the team that had the most potential to take one off of these Titans here in North Luzon. Let's see if they actually can live up to that. Casters, let's jump into the rift.
For the North Luzon, this is the last week, last day, last series, and let's see how many games will we see. We'll be your casters. I'm Yuko, and alongside me is Kaysaya. So Kaysaya, how are you feeling today? I mean, we're gonna jump into the last series for the last day of North Luzon. It's only been literally last week since we started all of this, and now it is gonna come to an end.
Yeah, I can't say it's bittersweet because I know for sure that in the upcoming weeks we will still have more action to watch out for. Though sadly enough, though it's gonna be some different set of teams. But Yuko, our panelists did mention their predictions already, and every time they pass the floor to us, you know what to do. You know what to do. We know what to do.
I kind of feel pressured, so we're gonna talk about predictions. Goodness me. We had a lot of 2-0s today. Like out of 3 series, we had 2-2-0s, and I do not know why, but I feel like we're gonna see another 2-0, but this time in favor of Nexplay. However, I have been talking to the coach of Galaxy Racer, and of course, we all know, we've been talking to him how great he is, and I love how they were able to adapt to the new patch. But how about you? What are your predictions?
So are you passing the floor to me first? Well,
I guess I
okay.
said 2-0 next play, so
Oh,
I was
2-0
pressured
next play.
first.
All right. I'm gonna give 1 point to Galaxy Racer. I'm gonna give 2 points to Nexplay Esports. So it is a 2-1 score for me. Although we've been seeing, yes, Galaxy Racer showing up some really good plays, showing how they have improved since the first day of the group stage here for North Luzon. You know, it's just impressive, but I feel like Nexplay Esports experience as a team, their synergy for the past, I don't know, almost 1 year or 6 months, for the past 6 months, it's just, you know, something that will still pay off. So yes, it is a 2-1 score for me in favor of esports.
Yeah, and I love how you brought up the synergy that this team has. I mean, time and time again, we have been saying if you're comfortable with your teammates, you can make more plays. You can go with the comebacks. Pretty much what we saw in the series yesterday. Nexplay was able to get game 2. However, TS did win that series. But you get what I mean. We're gonna go over to Galaxy Racer right now, and if I'm not mistaken, they were able to win the first series. So that's something that they can bank on. The motivation is there, the drive is there, and let's just see if they'll be able to translate it or they'll be able to show it in the third series because they had 1 series break.
Yeah, this is so exciting. I gotta feel like there's gonna be some respect on the Lee Sin as well. Both of them has good Lee Sin players. Of course, Joshi, undoubtedly, we can see how comfortable he is in making use of Lee Sin. Also, X-Peer as well. I still cannot remove that from my memory as to when he actually tried to go for that Dragon's Rage onto a Seraphine that was behind the turret and surrounded with minions and, you know, teammates. So that was really impressive. You know, that was something really hard to pull off, especially if we're talking about in competitive play. So gotta respect both of the junglers that we have in here for these 2 teams. But other than the junglers, do you see any good matchups between the teams that we have right now?
We have been highlighting different roles time and time again, so I'm going to have to echo with what Anna said. I would love to highlight their support. They have 2 very different ways of supporting their teams. Disaster being the more aggressive one. We saw that yesterday. Again, Disaster is a mode flashing in and of course using that Zephyr just so he can get that kill. And yeah, it's all about being able to support your team and just gonna go with what works, I guess. Because as we said earlier and as the other casters say, the early game is gonna be very crucial. So it's gonna bank mostly on the Baron laners and the junglers.
Yes, for sure. So we'll see about that. Other than that, of course, the plays that the supports have been making, disaster as well as draw. We've got to take a look at the differences of the different champions that they have been making use recently. During week 1, we see there's a lot of utility supports coming onto the hands of disaster. Same, almost the same as draw as well, picking up the locks like at least, I don't know, 3 times. So this is gonna be again really a battle between how these two supports will both protect their carries and provide some plays as well. Well, depending on the champions that they're gonna pick up this time. But do you have any guesses as well as to what might be the potential priorities? Is it still gonna be there? There are usual priorities in the Baron lanes, right? So do you think it's still gonna be a Baron lane prios for both of these teams?
Honestly, yes. Mostly because not because they have a small champion pool, but mostly because that's where they're strong and that's where they're comfortable with. So, the 2 roles or the 2 lanes that I think will be prioritized are the Baron lane and the mid lane. But of course, let's see if what I said is true. Also, guys, I have been reading the comments on Twitch and even on YouTube. Yes, I have a new mic. I saw the hashtag mic.
Congratulations,
guys! I see you.
Congratulations, by the way. And talking about Baron laners, my oh my, we see that Kali getting a prio ban by Team Galaxy Racer. Again, a Ryzen, well respected in his Akali, but at the same time, we saw a lot of good Katarina plays. If not for these teams, you know, from the other teams that we've seen, just like in particular that Suri. And undoubtedly, I know for sure, Yuko, you know this, in ranked games, a Katarina snowballs, man, that's just so hard to stop, especially if you don't have enough CC that is available in your composition.
Yeah, that is actually true. Also, I would like to highlight the fact that we were right. Baron laner is still gonna be prioritized here. Camille has been locked in. Nexplay Esports does have the option to pick up Fiora, but looks like they're gonna get Gragas for Horizon, and maybe they can get a support or an ADC. Kaisa if they want, or even 2 is okay, maybe even S, but they can also get the Orianna if that's something they want. Oh yeah, of course, how can I forget? We highlighted this earlier. Listen for Just Chi, because as you said, Just Chi as well as Xpear, they're very good jungle players. Nostra from Kaisaya right here.
That's something that they, I don't know, either potentially forgot to delve about during the banning phase, or they just let it sleep and they have something in mind to just work on countering this one, and which they do still have. We still got a Vi that, you know, can match up in terms of the capacity to actually chase out targets, and we got that Kaisa Braum combo as well to even stop and stun that Lee Sin as well. Gonna be a little bit hard, you know, to proc that concussive blows, especially if you talk about a Lee Sin that has all his abilities available to escape potential lockdowns. But we'll see about that. They got a Camille anyway. And going back, by the way, Yuko, on the prios on the Baron laners, I feel like, of course, the reason why we have currently in the meta have the prios on the picks for the Baron laners is because this is how will dictate how their Baron laners can affect their playstyle in the battlefield. So if you are the first pick Baron laner, you know for sure you potentially can get countered, and that's the reason why we can see a Gragas on the hands of a Ryzen. So able to counter the Baron laner of your opponent, you know for sure that you can potentially stop that Camille to actually join team fights later on into the game. But we'll see about that. We're almost close to completion. Actually, we did completed the picks already.
Yuko.
Yes. Oh my goodness, this support Gragas indeed. Thoughts about this one? You're a support player, so I'd like to know your thoughts about the Gragas support. Well, this is not that unusual, but I just would like. I think this is the first time here in North Luzon. I consider it.
Yeah,
So go ahead.
actually, okay, so let me talk about the support Gragas real quick. We have been seeing him in the jungle, in the Baron lane, sometimes even in the mid lane. And there was one team in South Luzon that used this mid lane Gragas, but Gragas as a support, I could relate him to one word: disengage. And in a way, that's good because Draven is basically all about just staying at the back lines, be able to dish out as much damage as he can, throwing around and just messing with his opponents. And Gragas is very tanky. I mean, he looks like that, but yes, he's also very tanky. Yeah, so he can just receive damage, be that meat shield or that frontliner for Nexplay. And we have been seeing Nexplay's plays time and time again. They're very aggressive and they really want to protect the back line. And when we're looking at Galaxy Racer, they have a relatively in the meta draft, but they threw in some signature Galaxy Racer picks, which is Algerian Sol. We have been seeing this ever since last week, and we saw Pantheon in series number 1. So yeah, both teams just playing with their comforts, and I'm just very excited to see how game 1 will pan out.
I like how they are defining their kind of play style just by the picks that they have secured for themselves. But at the same time, I cannot skip this. Not mentioning about the Gragas flex pick a while ago. A while ago, we were talking about, okay, this is going to be a counter up against Camille. But then again, they just flexed it and placed him down as a support. So in the top side or in the Baron side part of the map, we'll definitely see that matchup between the Fiora as well as the Camille. And talking about 1v1 or 1v1 duels, of course, the Fiora potentially might get a upper hand, especially when he is able to make use of the passive that he's got. But for the meantime, in terms of Clash, I can see a higher potential to actually dive in and just to go all out into fights with the Galaxy Racer composition. Primarily because, again, they got the tanky Braum frontliner that can also provide some shieldings, and of course the stuns will also be there coming from the Aurelian Soul and from the concussive blows of that Braum, and of course a prio lock-in target if that Camille, if in case, will be able to join out 5v5 team fight. So that can be a prio onto the Ziggs or onto the Draven, but that's gonna be a problem if the Camille will join out the team fights. If you leave out the Fiora in his lane, then this is gonna be a Fiora just taking down your turrets.
Yeah, and actually that's also something that could bound to happen because Ryzen, yes, there are times that he plays full-on 5v5 with his teammates, but he is just more on the kind of player that takes a lot of kills, and I highlight a lot on the early game, and then during the late game he just focuses on split push. He almost always wins his lanes while he just allows his teammates to do whatever they want in different parts of the map. So if ever Camille is gonna commit into Fiora's lane, that is going to be one huge lockdown skill that won't be available for Galaxy Racer. But Galaxy Racer, they can also force a 4v5 and hope that and pull off that fight.
Yeah, basically it's just gonna depend on the execution, and of course at the same time how the jungler will rotate, the middle laner will rotate, and even so the support will rotate in the map, will affect if they will be able to punish a particular lane in the map. So it is very important that they win their laning phase as well, and either play aggressively or defensively. Both of them actually has the capacity to do so. They got a Braum in here for the side of Galaxy Racer if in case they want to go for that early invade, same as on the side of Nexplay. They got a Lee Sin that can just annoy the hell out of the members in the laners on the side of Racer. But it'll depend. It's gonna be tough, and I don't know. Again, this MOBA games, it's just all about decision making, and whatever we predict in here could happen, and it could also not happen as well, because this is just gonna depend on how they see their composition, if they're really that comfortable with it in executing a particular kind of play.
Definitely. It's all about that 50-50s. And also to the viewers, do not forget to comment who do you think will win. We have right here. You also saw the bans earlier. And yeah, again, this is the last series, last day, last week. for the North Luzon. Who will win? We already saw Team Secret emerge victorious in the previous season with a very, very strong 2-0 against Action PH. And if I'm not mistaken, they already have 400,000 Globe Cup points. And yeah, being able to get 400,000 in 6 days, I am at awe. But as amazing as it sounds, in those wins, in those 6 days, they committed a lot of sweat and tears. They had a lot of scrims. So it's just nice to see that the efforts of our players are now paying off. And yeah, for the supporters of our two teams, show them the love. And of course, do not forget to invite your friends to watch this live stream. Again, we're your casters. I'm Yukon. Alongside me is Kaysaya. I said 2-0 Nexplay. You said 2-1 Nexplay, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
I forgot my prediction
primarily.
earlier.
Oh, okay. Just in case someone asked us again, right? So yeah.
Someone asked us,
yeah.
yes.
The reason why, of course, again, Galaxy Racer, their learning curve is just way too high between the span of in the span of 2 weeks. So that's something that is already commendable, and them, of course, pulling off some points, not just points, some cash. We can even consider coming from what they've done so far in the 6 days of this event is just, again, something commendable. And again, they are kind of fresh in comparison to Nexplay Esports and even in comparison to Team Secret. So we'll just see how this will go. So basing on the draft, I mean, our prediction a while ago was, the generic one. But basing on the draft, Yuko, do you still say that this is gonna go on to the next play draft?
Okay, so if we're gonna look at the familiarity of the draft, I would honestly have to go with Galaxy Esports or Galaxy Racer. I mean, and yeah, solely because you guys read the 2.2a patch, and Pantheon is very, very powerful in the early game. He can pressure the lane with Grand Skyfall time and time again. He may not be as strong or as impactful in the late game, but I can see the reason as to why Xperia picked up this Pantheon.
You mentioned you're going for the draft of Galaxy Racer, and that's totally understandable. I'm actually going for their draft as well because, not gonna lie, this is easier to execute compared to what is in the composition of Nexplay Esports. But we're not saying that this is something Nexplay Esports cannot execute, of course. This is, they have been together again for many, many months already. For sure, they know how to layer, how they're going to be layering all those skills. But for sure, if we're talking about a first-time team that just got built and you give them the comp of Nexplay Esports, it's gonna be something that is tough to layer out in terms of the skills that must be put into play. So I'm just gonna go for the basic ones just to be sure, just to play it a little bit safe. I guess for you as well, that's kind of the reason too. So Galaxy Racer for the draft, but again, the Nexplay Esports could always prove us wrong and can show us onto how to execute their composition.
Exactly. This is just us reverting back to what looks or what feels normal. And if we're gonna look at the draft for Nexplay, it's kinda, if we're gonna talk about the early game, it's all about that solo kills. I don't have that much wombo combos early on. In the late game, maybe there are some usually gonna be initiated by, of course, Just Chi and Chule. But yeah, guys, we are jumping into game number 1. I know you are excited. So let's wait and see what will happen with first Baron laners. They're just with the usual 1v1s, and Ikaros and Horizon just going ham against each other. However, we're seeing a slightly more conservative dragon lane. Disaster and Uze is just right there clearing out the waves, and here we could see Draw just using stickers, selecting the stickers, showing them that he loves his opponents, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. And at the same time, this is Nexplay Esports denying the CS, the minion scores up against the members of Galaxy Racer. But hold a thought, in the middle lane, what was that, Hugo?
Oh, that was basically the power of the early lane Ziggs and Chula able to pressure Soul out This is good because that means he can get to level 4 earlier. He can cut them in waves. But okay, looking at the dragon lane, their Nexplay just being very cute with Jaw that was just standing there. See cute like emojis and penguins. They're having a photo shoot right now at the dragon lane. That's adorable.
The stickers, you gotta be prepared with really lovely stickers to pull off. But going back into the middle lane,
Okay, here at the mid lane, red team was able to get that first blood. Can I say that it's a funny transition? In the dragon
Yeah.
lane, they were having pictures and
But-
having stickers, and then in the mid lane,
Yeah.
just Chule being mad.
looks like we're gonna be really lobbying. We can see that there is actually a problem with the connection potentially of our Kaisa from the side of Galaxy Racer. That's not gonna be fun. I mean, that's not gonna be fair. So we got a call that we're gonna be lobbying. We're gonna be remaking it, the game, so that at least we'll start afresh and fair for the players.
Yeah, and of course, you'd want to watch a series and play a series and cast a series. That's fair, right? So we're just gonna go with the remake and wait for the players to look to the lobby again. And of course, same pick, same bans, if I'm not mistaken, because the Kaisa is already a fixed pick. And again, third series, we have yet to see game number 1. So just sit back, relax, maybe get some food or get your dinner or your lunch, brunch, and let's just wait for the players to go back.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned brunch, although it's evening in the Philippines
Right.
already. But for sure, since we are in the English broadcast, there could be some people watching from the other end of the world. So hello to you guys. But yeah, now I think while we're waiting for the lobby, we can talk about the matchup in the jungles and in the lanes. So for the dragon lane, for the dual lane, we have the Kaisa Braum versus a Draven Gragas. What could be the potential setup that these two might have, or that these 4 players can have in the bot side?
I can honestly see Gragas just throwing around his casket just so the shield of Braum, right? He can only stop the damage for 100% during the first skill. So second skill onwards, there's a bit of collateral damage, or he will get damaged as well. So that's something that Gragas and Draven can actually bank on. Also, Braum needs to be close to his ADC. And Draven and Gragas, they can actually dish damage from afar. However, for Kaisa, yes, she can penetrate the back lines, but early on, her Icatan Ray, Void Seeker, she will have to be a melee champion, or she just has to be in your face. And she has to, of course, use her auto attacks.
Yeah, for sure. Although I'm seeing the matchup might be favoring more on the Draven and the Gragas, because we're talking about 2 champions that can poke out targets from afar. So if it is the Braum getting poked out a lot of times with the barrel rolls from the Gragas, as well as the piercing arrow coming from the Draven, so it's gonna be, a frontliner that is not really that much of a frontliner anymore, because you'll be seeing him in Half-Life already, potentially, of course, that is not able to protect or give protection onto that Kaisa anymore. So again, for the bot side, for me, I think there's going to be an upper advantage for the Draven as well as the Gragas because of the pokes. But now, we go on to the middle lane matchup that is an Aurelion Soul versus a Ziggs. Any thoughts about this too, Yuko?
Alright, so in a regular day, when I look at Asol, he is basically a mid to long range kind of champion. Ziggs is mid to long range as well. However, when it comes, I'm gonna bank on the early game, because early game is very important for all our teams right here. Ziggs, we've seen Chule do this, but Ziggs can just throw out an obnoxious amount of damage from afar, the bombs, and he just keeps on throwing them. Already in Sol, he needs a handful of minutes to scale. His mid-game spike it's kind of there, but at the same time, not really, if you're gonna compare it to the amount of a burst damage that Ziggs can dish out here.
Yeah, for sure. For both of these champions, we gotta wait a little bit until they get their power spike, of course. So, but in team fights, I'm pretty sure they can, both affect what might the outcome be, especially if we're about a Ziggs just poking from afar. You're not going to be expecting that ultimate coming from the middle lane towards the bot side part of the map. So you got to be very careful and make sure that the Ziggs is not in somewhere in that, you know, bot to mid turret vicinity. So that's gonna be something that is looking scary, but you also gotta be very careful about the stuns that the Aurelion Souls can pull off, and again the AoE, the massive AoE damage as well that can even cover up not the whole map but the whole screen. Right?
Almost the screen. We've seen it time and time again, right? So you asked me about the dragon lane and the mid lane. Let's talk about the jungle. Now you are a jungler main. And yeah, both of course have very high early game presence. Both can just give vision all over the map. But my gut feel tells me that this is gonna be a battle of who will be the better jungler in game number one. As in game number one.
It could be. Actually, yes, we're talking about the junglers, but I just would like to insert again that Galaxy Racers or Aurelion Soul will also have the capacity to, join team fights pretty much easily, just as much as the Pantheon can do. So it's all about providing that necessary backup that is much needed into team fights. So the Pantheon can do that, but the question in here is how much can the Lee Sin chase out potential team fights that might happen? Well, anyway, the junglers usually that's when the ganks happens, that's when the objective fights happens. So we might be seeing however, though the Lee Sin might be positioning earlier onto objectives, Willist for the Pantheon, he's just gonna be letting the opponent's side to start off the objective and just go for backup, maybe try to go for some steals even from afar, and just basically play it all around in that kind of corner. But you mentioned it already, early game time, they both have the capacity into, clearing off the junglers quite fast, of course, in comparison to other junglers that is currently available in the pool. Like, if you're talking about a Shyvana or a Camille in the jungle. So looking kind of fair. It's just more on who's going to be starting objectives first and who will be able to back up in team fights, in objectives. So yeah, that's gonna be the difference between these two.
Yeah, and actually, if we're gonna compare the kit of these two junglers, Lee Sin is 100% all about single targets. Pantheon, he has a bit of an advantage when it comes to being able to go wherever he wants in the map, and tad bit of AoE, so maybe that's something that GXR can utilize. So we talked about the jungler. Let's talk about the Baron lane. I mean, this is a matchup we're not surprised to see. Okay, Camille and of course Fiora. But taking the players into account, what are your thoughts about this?
Okay, just the Camille alone, the Fiora alone, definitely I'm gonna give it to the Fiora. Especially if we're talking about a Camille that has spent his ultimate already or doesn't have an ultimate available as of yet. So true damage definitely gonna hurt you as well. So I'm gonna give the upper advantage in terms of clearing the minion waves onto Fiora and even, winning that 1v1 fight. Especially if we talk about as a team, Nexplay Esports getting the upper advantage in gold. So, not like you said, Yuko, nothing new between these two. It is a matchup again between the Fiora as well as the Camille. Sometimes you see them getting prioritized in the bans too, but now, well, still gotta love to see. They have some, their hairstyle kind of looking like the same as well. I don't know, but we're seeing them a lot.
Saya noticed. That's true though. They have this very spiky and fashionable hairstyle, even Kaisa. But I have to give it to Draven. Sorry, we're talking about hairstyles right now. But yeah, again, we are just waiting for the players to load. It's gonna be the draft. I know you guys are excited. We are excited too. This is Icon Series, of course, PH Summer Split. And this is the last series for North Luzon. Next you will be seeing a different set of teams because it is going to be South Luzon. We're still gonna happen for 3 days per week, and do not forget to follow your favorite teams. And I heard that every single page or FB page, even Twitter of our teams right here, they have their own, how should I say this? They have their own gimmick when it comes
Yeah.
to posting
Yeah.
photos.
Even memes. I love the memes. I love the memes that is coming every after a day, every after end of the day. So that's so exciting. You mentioned about following the teams as well. I also want to highlight not just the teams, but also the panelists and the talents that we have. Casters, both the casters as well as the panelists. Because I know for sure, including you, Yuko, you post some analysis, post-match analysis together. You know, as for me, the stats,
Yes,
the
stats
stats that we
girl.
have from Icon Series. For the other casters, of course, they got predictions as well. The panelists too, by the way. So you gotta take a look at what's in there, what's out there for the Philippine scene as of the moment. So we talk about the matchup in the lanes and in the jungle. I think this time we can talk about the play style in the early stages of the game that they might pull off. We were able to see a little bit of hint from that game that we saw a while ago, but that could be something different because they know for sure that the Kaisa isn't available there. Maybe that's the reason why they're able to go for an invade or whatnot. But do you have any guesses as to how they might play this off? Is this going to be just like a passive one, just like how we saw it a while ago?
I honestly want to see something new, but Nexplay consistently, they have been very aggressive in the early game. Galaxy Racer, it's kind of a mix of both, but looking at the draft that they have right now, they're basically forced, or they have to be aggressive because you have to stop Fiora, Lee Sin, Draven, and even Ziggs, that's basically 4 out of 5 champions, from snowballing, because the lineup that Nextplay has right here is very snowball dependent. And the idea, I said this earlier, the idea that they're all about the pickups, 1v1s, 1v2s, never the full-on 5v5s, that's basically equals snowball.
Yeah, for sure. At the same time, I'm seeing in here for the composition of Nexplay Esports, going for the 1-1-3 kind of laning, not really laning, but setup. Yeah, because again, the Fiora can go for turret pushes. Even the Ziggs can focus on turret pushes. And maybe this is just gonna be Lee Sin, just like how we had a preview a while ago. The Lee Sin going for an early gank down bottom part of the map. I think they didn't have an info that the Kaisa wasn't really available, but they plan about it. So that's something that we might be able to see again later on, unless they want to play safe and okay, they know we're gonna go onto the bot side and go for a gank. But yeah, potentially that might happen. Basically, the Ziggs just going for objectives, and for example, if he's just going for some push in the mid, he can just go for the Mega Inferno Bomb down bottom part of the map to just poke out the members that is being ganked in there by the Draven, Gragas, as well as the Lee Sin. So that might be the kind of laning that they'll do. Meantime, for the side of Galaxy Racer, it could be a 4-1 rotation that is going out there with a slightest chances of course, Aurelion Sol utilizing his capacity to go for the Comet of Legend, maybe from the base towards the team fight. So, but we'll see about that. But I'm seeing a higher chance of going for potential pushes in here for the side of Nexplay.
Well, I actually want to echo what you said with Galaxy Racer. Aurelion Sol being able to stun anyone, even if he's 75,000 kilometers away, that means a lot because, and I also see them just going with the full-on 5v5 solely because once 2 or 3 members from Nextplay get stunned, Kaisa can jump in with either the Killer Instinct or the Icathian, guys, help me out here. Yeah, her first kill. And Braum, of course, has the follow-up stuns as well. You have Pantheon for the him just gonna chase out anyone or maybe even try to log people in. And Camille, assuming that Camille won't commit onto split pushing, you also have the next ultimatum as well as the hook shot to be able to chase anyone out.
Yeah, for sure. Again, backup is very much present as well for the side of Galaxy Racer. Again, got a Pantheon as well as the Aurelion Sol that can just back up just in case team fights already happened. And again, you want to utilize that ultimate of the Pantheon as well. You don't really want to make use of that while you are already in a team fight, because that can get cancelled. You can get the Dragon Rage from the foot of that Lee Sin. So that's gonna be looking scary for you to do that if in case. But I know for sure that these players know the capacity of all the champions that they have picked. And again, and the Galaxy Razor is actually going for a chase in terms of the level of play that they can actually pull off here in Icon series. But you know what, Kyoko? Again, this is the last day, the last series. Basically, we're just talking about catching up in terms of the Globe Cup points that they can get.
Okay, so if we're gonna look at Galaxy Racer, they already have 150,000 Globe Cup points. If they win this, it'll be 200,000. And Nexplay currently has 300,000, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, these teams, they're very rich. I mean, they can just get 5 or 10,000 worth of wild cores, and that's already a lot. And yeah, sadly, we were rooting, even us in the casters in the GC. We really wanted Action PH to at least be able to win one series, but apparently today just wasn't their day. Maybe in the fall, we'll be able to see more of them. GG's, of course, to Action PH out there. I was able to talk to their manager, their coach. They're very good people, and I'm actually happy that the wild rift scene in the Philippines is flourishing. I know we were the first country to have the game of Alpha Test way back June last year along with Brazil. Now that it's also available in more countries, it just goes to show that there's more in store for us in Wild Rift.
Yeah, for sure. But now we're done talking about these two teams, and we're actually even super that close into ending the North Luzon group stage. Maybe we can give some bits of hints about the upcoming teams that we might see in the South Luzon group stages. So we've got Sun Sparks, we've got Liab Esports, we've got Execration, and we've also got Omega Esports. Any thoughts about this? But no, I think we have to move forward and just leave and set that aside. And I know that's like a hanger for the viewers, because we have to proceed in here in the game. So yeah, Nico.
If you want to see more of our teams, be sure to tune in next week. What's good? This is gonna be game number 1 finally for our third series. JC already received tons of damage from Chule right here, and you are right, Miss Kaysaya. Looks like Nexplay Esports could eye that early on engage, but Galaxy Racer, the support as well as the ADC, they just want to keep on supporting their jungler. And yeah, JC almost down, but here the brand lane, Icaros passive, Camille's passive already being procced, so that's something Aryzen can try to harass, or you can just force Icaros to go back into his lane. JC cannot go back because early on, the snowball and Asol being able to farm is very crucial. Chule is already level 2, but you have X-Spear just waiting at the side. Are you gonna go with the jump? And yes, he doesn't be a stun, and Chule flashes out. Let's see what is gonna happen next. Chule able to escape, but Galaxy Razor, nope, the stun did not connect, but you know what connected? The first blood to Galaxy Razor.
Gotta love the start in here from the side of Galaxy Razor. Really nice. X-Spear just give assistance onto the Aurelion Soul that's already getting bullied by the Ziggs early game time, because again, we talk about the matchup, there might be better pokes coming in from the Ziggs compared to what the Aurelion Soul has. So, you know, it's natural to see like that. It's kind of pretty similar to if you're going to talk about an Orianna Aurelion Soul matchup in terms of fast clearing the minion wave. So that was a really nice decision making coming from X-Spear.
Yeah, Disaster able to spot out XP right here. Disaster was able to flash out, but that is going to be a 3v2. So Nexplay Esports are the Dragon Lane duo. They are just forced to go back. If that was a full-on 2v2, I believe they could that's solely because Disaster was able to knock up the champion from Galaxy Racer right here. And as you can see, Lee Sin in the map going with the invade, and she just being a very hardworking jungler. Yeah, that was him being him, but the blue team was able to get that kill. First kill was gonna go over. Well, actually, that was his second kill, and Disaster was the one that got taken out. Here is the skill set as well as the items so far for Horizon. Nope, that did not connect. He was now grounded, but of course he is still gonna try to go with the 1v1. Joshi says hello. Horizon flash a kick connecting onto Icarus. Icarus popping that hook shot and no casualties at the Baron lane.
Whew, but gotta talk about again what has happened down bottom part of the map. The intention of Galaxy Razor in here is to not allow Uzi to snowball. By the way, gotta love that skin that is currently available onto him. Kind of distracting, and that is okay. But yeah, gotta love how, again, Xperia is actually responding onto the lanes, onto our laners, primarily because, again, the ganks are super important to shut down the targets that are gonna be looking scary if you give them a snowball. And talking about that, that is gonna be Uzi's Draven if you give him the League of Draven passive.
Yes, definitely. That champion with a bob of a head. Also to Twitch viewers right now, if you're seeing it's Lion Nation, the coach of Galaxy Racer, he is in chat. So if you want to interact or give or throw him a few questions, be free to do so. But we are almost at the 4-minute mark. First objective is going to be up in 20 seconds. Power just clearing out the minion wave. Baron pair just going ham and just hitting each other literally. Chule a tad bit forced to go back to his lane, but wait, that's going to be Islam connecting onto with the disaster, but he was able to flash out. Red team instead was able to get Pantheon instead. Imagine doing the initiate, but you were the one that got taken out. So Galaxy Racer, they can still try to steal this, but it's gonna be a 4v5. Are they gonna try? No? Okay, it looks like Nexplay will get this non-contested.
Yeah, that's gonna be super risky if they try to contest that area, but meantime, top side, we have a fight.
Horizon able to run away with just the skin of his teeth. Feels like Ziggs being chased after. Nope, apparently that is gonna connect. And Horizon says hi. Are you gonna help your teammate? That is gonna be Draw still at the front line. Xperia, man, the rotations coming in from this guy is very, very good, but still no casualties just yet. Yes, that will connect. Damage is not yet enough. Explosive minefield being popped as well. Another bomb being thrown out by Chule. Just she rotating over to the Baron lane as well, but Galaxy Racer decided, you know what? Let's not overstay our welcome. Our Dragon lane turret is being taken out. Let's go with the reason. Maybe go over to the mid lane and try to get another turret.
Yeah, for sure. That first turret take definitely paid off. But not only that, I think Xperia made a mistake about going a little bit aggressive into the middle lane, trying to go for a kill onto Joshi, not minding as to where the rest of the members are. Then he got surprised that Disaster was actually also there and getting the backup to coming up from Chule. And that was kind of unfortunate because the dragon, the first dragon was about to come out and he wasn't available just because of that aggressive play, not minding where the other players are. So that's why he got penalized about dying and not getting the early position onto that first dragon that was available.
That I would have to agree, and I guess that's just Disaster causing disastrous moments for Galaxy Racer in the map. Looking at the Baron lane though, looks like no gonna be popping right there, and that's gonna be Hex Ultimatum connecting, and what will happen if he wants to go in? Actually, that was Uzi just in the back line. Nice sidestep rather from the Kaisa, able to take out, of course, that Sin, and Aureliusol was able to take out that Fiora in the part, but looks like going here at the mid lane. Chule still at it against Drop. Here comes the ADC. He flashes in, but even though Chule thought he can get away with it, nope. Kaisa was just able to finish off that kill, and in retrospect, Nexplay was able to finish off that turret takedown. Experience right here. He flashed in. Yes, the stun did connect, but at what cost? Oh, Nexplay going into the stage. Look at that other members. Oh, Galaxy Racer is there right now. Pantheon, just say goodbye. Of course, that Disaster able to get one kill. Stuns coming in. Stuns coming up. The CC is so much. I can't even read connecting. Guess just say goodbye. Just is forced to go back. He has no one left but Chule. Are you gonna go with the re-engage? Skills are on cooldown, so that's something he can utilize. No? Okay. Looks like they decided to play it calmly. 7 minutes in. Okay, nope, not calmly. What was I thinking? Icarus jumped in. Hextech Ultimatum. Hook shot as well. And yeah, that is gonna be a kill. Diggs says goodbye. She just at the bushes, a tad bit too late to save his teammate.
Well, I think Chole was a little bit overstaying in that part of the map, but again, we have another fight that is happening, Yuko.
Oh, goodness me, that blue team was able to get repelled, and now they are Galaxy Razors. What are you gonna do? Brown tries to, of course, give them a slow, but that is gonna be the engage coming in from Gragas. They gets annihilated by this Kaisa. And look at their ADC, just the back line. The line bars are very, very slow. Of course, Draven was able to take out that Kaisa. Gragas very low as well. Uze, what did you do, man? GXR said we might first they are welcome. Let's go out. Explosive minefield still gonna be used, but looks like that is gonna be an even trade. For these two teams, they're gonna go with the stun. Really, I mean, you can try. Uze very confident, and that is gonna be a dead Brom. Goodness me, and a dead turret at the mid lane. Just 8 minutes in. The next dragon is a Mountain Drake, and yes, it is now up. It's just basically Nexplay Esports being very, very calm and patient. Aryzen just doing Aryzen things. He is alone in his lane. Looks like he is gonna commit to this split push Fiora.
Yeah, and just as we thought, Nexplay Esports is gonna go for that very objective turret take. Again, the Fiora as well as the Ziggs gonna be doing their job, but for the meantime, a potential fight might happen again here in the Baron Pit. Not too sure if there's gonna be a contest, but seemingly they are positioning themselves into trying to go for a steal, but no, way too late. It's gonna go onto the side of Nexplay Esports. Sorry I wasn't able to pass that along to you, but again, they are just playing onto their composition in here. Go for push type, Nexplay Esports utilizing the 1-1-3 kind of laning and setup that they can actually pull off on this kind of comp. But again, Galaxy Razors not way too far, because if we're talking about an engage or a full-on engage, they still have the capacity. You mentioned a while ago, Yuko, that there's a lot of AoE damage, both coming from the Kai'Sa's Agathian raid as well as JC or the Aurelian Souls Celestial expansion as well. So that's a lot to deal with, and more from Xperia just waiting from somewhere around the corner, gonna go for that ultimate to go for more surprise attacks. So really loving both the kind of plays, but if you take a look at the number of turrets that Nexplay Esports currently has, it's still outstanding. Because again, it is them that's really going for aggressive turret pushes.
My heart stopped for a bit there because I thought Just Chi was gonna try and take out that Brom. I mean, we've seen this jungler. There's a chance that he might be able to do that, but looking that is not gonna happen today. And the Nexplay Esports already given the Baron a start. Of course, Galaxy Racer will try to contest this. I just wonder how they'll be able to do this though. Already Sol is already laning against his Fiora. I mean, that's good. Asol can dish out damage from afar. Fiora needs to be up close to her opponent, so maybe, just maybe, they can stop the surge from Aryzen right here. Uze, though, was able to clear out the minion wave. Still gonna protect the turret with and looks like disaster. And this Gragas is gonna go over to his ADC. I want to go back to what he did. He threw the casket while they were taking the dragon. It was so smart because Galaxy Racer was not able to go anywhere near him, and that is gonna wait, that was a beautiful bait. Goodness me, that should be enough to put it onto disaster, but nope, he is still very tanky. Apparently he can take 2 ultimates. Here comes Justy, here comes the bomb from Chole. The damage is too much, and look at the gun that's going face, and that's really a slow onto Justy. He got right in the face. Will the sun connect? Apparently, of course, it is gonna connect, but you know what? It's gonna connect to the kills for the side of Galaxy Racer. Occasionally from Kai'Sa hurt a lot. He flashes in. Uze apparently got taken out by Elrail and Chule is forced to go back. He got stunned. Goodness me, will the shield be enough? That is gonna be a no. Just you, the only one left alive from that flash. Will he go with the kill or not? Okay, gonna go with a disengage. Fiora. Aryzen though in a different part of the map, he is just going with the 1v1s, but Joshi, you have 4 champions chasing after you, goodness me, but they still cannot catch him. This is the level of slipperiness that this Lee Sin has, and he was able to buy time for his team, need I tell you. the death timers were done. They're back to laning, and I understand though. I mean, if you see a jungler, his life is relatively low considering there's four of you chasing after him. I can side with Galaxy Racer in that decision.
Yeah, definitely the humans actually helped out a lot in, trying to be that slippery, getting chased down by four members. But going back onto the fight that happened in the top side part of the map, but before I even analyze and talk about that, so we have another fight that's happening in the room.
Man, these teams are just at it, and looks like the Galaxy Racer is trying to separate the fights for Nexplay Esports, but no, that is not gonna happen because the first kill was taken by Nexplay. They are jumping into the mid lane. You have Horizon at the front line, but they said, wait, time out. Let's go with the drag. Let's go with this objective because it's gonna be a 4v5. Yes, there's a chance that they can win this, but might as well get as much objectives as they can as a Cloud Drake. So it gives handful of movement speed. Just She on this Lee Sin, he can utilize this. This is gonna be a huge help for him. So they'll be able to rotate more and go with ganks more.
Yeah, for sure. And yes, I think this is the time we can explain what has happened on the top. We saw that bait actually getting started by Galaxy Racer, attempting to take down Disaster and one. I think that was Uzi on the top side a while ago. But apparently Nexplay Esports committed onto agreeing onto having a 5v5 or 4v5 fight against Galaxy Racer. And that was a mistake because again, Galaxy Racer's composition is built on to being able to sustain and being able to dish out massive amounts of AoE damage against their opponents. But to talk about another team fight that's happening here in the mid, go ahead, Info.
He flashes in, but Mope was not able to finish off that kill. Instead, he was the one being boxed in. Lee Sin able to take out the Kimeras and get shot down on Ethereals, and they are still at it. Gonna go with their engage. Of course, we have Draw just at the sidelines. Although the ADC is down, but the kills coming in for both the jungler and the ADCs. JC forced to just jump back. Asol, he did try his best with the passive, but apparently Nexplay, they just have this composition that is straight in your face. We talked about this earlier, but wait, apparently they really want that blood. They smell blood. Gragas gets taken out. Phoenix be coming over to our Lee Sin, and oh no, JP! He got taken out by that Draven, and that is gonna be the first ace of our game number 1. Camille is up. Icarus, let's see if he can defend this, and I think that's gonna be the hole being placed on Galaxy Racer's base.
Indeed, a hole in the middle lane, and they're not gonna be going for that early Baron take because they still gotta respect the death timers that is in there. I think the mistake on the side of Galaxy Racer was not really a mistake, but it's just that Nexplay Esports cutting up the members of Galaxy Racers that are actually scattered in the map. So when they saw that, okay, there are 2 to 3 targets just in the middle lane, let's go 5v3 up against them because we win by numbers, and that's the only thing that we can do. If it's gonna be a 4v, oh nice, of course, that's expected onto Lizzie. Just go for the Sonic Wave and try to even go for his might, and and just go for his steal. But yeah, going back to the fight in the mid, it's just Galaxy Racer getting caught up in the middle by Nexplay Esports getting outnumbered, and they lost on that one. So that was a nice, very decisive moment by Nexplay. But
Okay, that's gonna be GA pop for Just G. I mean, that's what's again if we're gonna try to go with the invade, and they committed 2 ultimates to this guy, and I guess that's something Nexplay Esports can utilize. I mean, a huge lockdown and engage is already gone. Chule, goodness me, that's fit. And next, are they gonna go with engage? Apparently, that is gonna be a yes. However, Galaxy Racer is gonna go with engage. Draw flashes out. Will he make out of the alive? Stuns are gonna connect, but Hexful reminds me that hurts a lot. Goodness me, I can feel the damage right here. Pantheon says goodbye. That is gonna be a double kill going over to Chule, and it is gonna be a 3-for-1 in favor of Nexplay. The one death for the Nexplay side is still Just G, and they're gonna take over to the Dragon Lane to get that turret, and man, Disaster is being very aggressive. and he's just trying to penetrate the back line and just keep the delivery or target to his teammates. Uzi hurts a lot. Did you see that? That is an already unsolved, but looks like Nexplay is eyeing to end game 1, and they were able to do so. They are now up with 1 game.
Ooh, this just made me recall what has happened onto a different female community event, showing up the Nexplay Esports Common Draven ADC pick. So again, this time we're seeing a Draven dishing a lot of damage up against the members of Team Galaxy Racer. But nice again in terms of the draft, they got their win conditions and all. It's just so happened that this time Nexplay objective type position won over what Galaxy Racer wanted to do, force team fights, 5v5. But then again, Nexplay is not really playing along those lines, because you'd see them really just eyeing for counter objectives. You want to try to go for a gank on a particular part of the map, then we'll just go for an objective. And mostly it's about turret taking. If you see Chule in here, he's actually got, of course, something that is expected, got the most turret damage in the game.
Yes.
And of course, a Ryzen as well, on the split push work, and it's Joshi, Uzi, as well as Disaster, mostly all together, going for the trio man rotation in the map, finding the kills, finding the pick-offs, and that was well played by Nexplay.
Yeah, well played indeed. But one of the things that I kind of want to highlight though is, yes, we have been seeing Joshi with the amazing plays. However, I would have to commend Uzi in game number 1. Draven, of course, very conservative and quiet in the early game, but during the latter parts of the match, or the last few clashes, last 4 maybe, he just dished out so much damage. I pointed this out in the last clash, wherein he was able to force Orion Sol to go back and heal, which prompted Nexplay to just went straight for the Nexus. And yeah, if you're gonna look at the kill count, actually, Galaxy Racer is able to catch up, or at least go match rather the aggression that Nexplay Esports has. It just so happened that Nexplay Esports, they had the early objective lead, and they were able to hold on to that and convert it to a win for game number 1.
Yeah, still a GGWP. I mean, Galaxy Racer did not do bad. Actually, not bad at all. It's just that about getting that confidence into going for a play. Actually, in fact, it was Galaxy Racer who got the first blood, because that was a really impressive backup that came from X-Spears. Just very decisive. Just, if mistakes happened in the early stages of the game, it's now just a reset. How fast can you reset and catch up, or go for some other decision makings right after getting caught down by your opponent? But still, a nice start by Galaxy Racer. It just so happened that maybe Nexplay Esports, of course, just capitalize on, again, the kind of composition that they want to pull off in this game. Go for turret pushes, go for objectives, and if you got the snowball, the Draven alone can just help us free hit from the back line. But for the meantime, we've got some highlights brought to you by Opera Reno 5.
That is going to be a lot of highlights for game number 1, and I actually really like that the first highlight we saw was just you trying to escape the 4 champions that was trying to chase him. And yeah, that was basically an action-packed game number 1. I'm sure the viewers loved it. I sure had fun casting it. And we are gonna jump into game number 2 in a bit, but looks like we said this time and time again, Galaxy Racer, they knew, I guess, safe to say that the patch 2.2a slightly favors the playstyle of Galaxy Racer.
But of course, here in the highlights as well, we can see the moment wherein Uzi's already online. Even Uzi in Disaster, the pokes just hurt so much. I mean, targeting from afar was not that, or utilize that advantage into just dishing or just lowering down the HP bars of your opponent. But for the meantime, let's take a look at the master of the match. It's gonna be Uzi Giovanni Colom.
You actually said his full name, yeah. Fresh face, courtesy of Master, maybe, I don't know. Master of the match is gonna be Uzi. We highlighted him earlier, and we did say how good he was on that road. He he usually doesn't get highlighted that much compared to the other members of his team. But for this one, he really deserves that Draven. We usually see him using Kaisa, Ezreal. In the preseason, we saw him use Jin once. But I guess Draven is also a pick he's very, very comfortable with. And we have been seeing the other teams pick up Draven as well. And yeah, it's just the meta revolving. And you can see just how huge the champion pool these players have.
Yeah, it's no longer just the Kaisa, the Saya, the Ezreal. So loving to see the Draven here. And who knows, maybe next week we'll see an Ashe in the field. Why not, right? I mean, if we're talking about an Ashe that can pull off really great stunts, and if we're talking about so much ASPD as well, so why not? For as long as she's getting the protection that she'll be needing. But yeah, that was a really nice play for both teams. But for next game, Yuko, do you think that there will be some respect bans from the champions that got picked a while ago?
I wouldn't say respect, but more on they could get the champions, or Galaxy could get some of the champions that Nexplay Esports had. Maybe Draven and the Gragas pick worked, so I'm not gonna touch that. Like, why fix what's not broken, right? Maybe the Ziggs, yeah. Camille was able to do very well in the early game. Pantheon, yeah, early on, I told you guys, he has very good early game presence, very strong in the early game. The stuns always connects, and I understand if they won't change that, but if Lee Sin is open, he said, of course, Xpear can pick the Lee Sin up for himself. So here are the picks and bans from game number 1. Tell us your thoughts, guys. Was it good? Do you think that any of these teams should have done something different? Oh yeah, Oriana wasn't picked up.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. Actually, there's a lack already in Oriana Prios, but instead, showing back again or making a show again is the Aurelion Soul. So far, at least for week 2. Because I think week 1 we didn't see the Aurelion Soul that much, or maybe not at all, if I recall it correctly. But yeah, you asked the question a while ago. As for me, I think no one has a bad draft. I mean, this is not a bad draft for either of the teams. Again, it's just a matter of pulling off the composition that you have built. And what we love is the fact that these teams are not reacting to each other. They are wanting to build a play style that they would want to pull off. Now it's just again a battle if you're gonna be able to execute it well or not. Most of the time, a while ago, we did see that Galaxy Racer did actually manage to pull it off. Just so happened that the Draven came into a snowball. The Ziggs was able to take down and deal a lot of damage on the turret takes, as well as the Fiora. So if we're talking about the snowball and pokes that they can do, that's just way too much for the Braum to take in. And a while ago, we did see the itemization of the Draven as well. There's a lot of armor penetration items. The Death Dance is there as well. So if you talk about sustainability of this champion, him as an individual, it's just gonna be hard. It is a hard to catch Draven, especially. There's the Gragas just giving so much protection onto him. He's just gonna be going for the body slam onto you, and maybe even go for an explosive casket if everyone's just going all ham onto their Draven.
Actually, yeah, since you talked about Gragas, let me highlight him real quick. Most of his plays were just trying to be behind the enemy, and then he is gonna throw out his casket just so the projectile or the enemy will go over to where his team is. That's a very smart move from Disaster. Also, when we talked about Snowball, Lee Sin was able to get the 2 on-cam steals, okay, from the red buff. Those were 2 red buffs. And I guess it just translated to Pantheon not being able to get that much EXP. Thus, Lee Sin or Just Chi was able to get more damage in, get more gold in, and just have the luxury to do whatever he wants. So I guess for game number 2, keep an eye on your buffs.
Yeah, not just the buffs, I guess. It's in the early stages of the jungle camps, the first wave of the jungle camps. Lee Sin exhausted the top side jungle camp of that Pantheon already. So if it was exhausted, we're talking about, hey, you're no longer farming on your own jungle. You're farming on our side. Why are you gonna be taking all my farm? So this is a Lee Sin, a Joshi, just taking advantage of the other or the opponent rather. So there's nothing else to farm for the Pantheon. So the idea was just, okay, let's just gank on the lanes and just get the golds from there. It actually paid off. They tried it so well. There was a 3-man gank that happened in the bot side part of the map where the Draven and the Gragas was, and it was successful. Although it was the Gragas that died and not the Draven. But still, it's something that gave some amount of gold onto the Pantheon. It's just so happened, again, nothing else to farm. I mean, the head start from the Lee Sin did really pay off.
It did. And yeah, I'm looking forward to what adjustments these two teams will do. And the Akali ban makes sense now, because imagine if Horizon was able to get the Akali, you can just see him penetrating the back lines or just trying to be on Aurelion Sol and Kaiser's face, maybe even Brom's face. Yeah, most of the champions from GXR. So it's also being able to ban out the champions that you think are counters to what your lineup is. But yeah, so far for the GXR, Galaxy Racer, kind of drafting and playstyle, I love it. And I'm looking forward to what they will bring on the table for this game number 2.
Yeah, and now the question in here, if we're gonna be like switching out the type of composition that these two teams have built, like for example, okay, the Nexplay composition, can we try to apply that onto the comp of Galaxy Racer? It's not just a question of, okay, is this composition really something that is gonna be working out? It is a question about, is this team comfortable making use or executing this kind of composition? So are they ready? That's the question, because again, objectives are super important. It gives you the control in the map, thus allowing you to move freely or even get an earlier position onto objectives. So it is a question, how ready is Galaxy Racer into pulling off a very objective type of composition, learning as to when they should avoid team fights and be ready onto going onto a 5v5 or 4v5 fights.
Definitely. And yeah, are you ready is definitely going to be the question for Galaxy Racer, because the next play they are looking into ending the series with a 2-0. Of course, we are going to jump into game number 2 just in the pick and ban phase. Don't worry. First ban for GXR is still going to be an Akali. They don't want that ninja. No.
Yeah, you might get confused. It's not going to be Team Secret that is on the red side, but it's going to be the players of Nexplay Esports. Just a mistake on the user interface, but we're going to be fixing that in a bit. But yeah, again, this Akali ban, still a respect on the Akali of Horizon. And Galio will still be respected, usually seen during the first week, been seeing in the middle lane, but usually this time in the support.
Ooh, okay, that's probably gonna be an Olaf ban for GXR. NXP could ban out Ziggs. We usually see them ban out Ziggs.
Yeah, let's see. But seems like there might be a steal or a priority on the Galaxy Racer Ziggs in here. We'll see about that. It's gonna be something that is risky. But if that's something that is strengthening them out, apparently not, because they felt like the Gragas is contributing a lot even further compared to that Ziggs.
And let's see how NXP will answer to that. They can get Lee Sin if they want to. And they can get the Fiora. Oh, Katarina being hovered. Oh, Katarina being locked in. Okay, sorry, I got excited there. You've seen the win percentage of this champion. It's pretty good. So that is going to be a mid lane and baron lane secured for NXP, and GXR answers that with still a Braum and Kai'Sa combo. And you'd understand as to why this is being prio picked.
Yeah, especially if we talk about team fights and concussive blows just connecting. And this is just gonna be a free hitting Kaisa. What more that they got a Gragas already that is seemingly going on to the Baron lane. But we're not yet sure since this still can go into the mid lane or even in jungle. But for the meantime, you mentioned or you were even surprised about the Katarina pick a while ago, and it was a first pick. You know, if you're gonna be prioritizing the Katarina, you know, you can be countered, especially if you talk about CCs that might be available. And talking about CCs, this is a Wukong that got the Cyclone that can CC a lot of targets. But yeah, any thoughts about the pick so far, Yuko?
Okay, I'm gonna hover onto the Katarina pick real quick. I understand that flashy players or most players love this, but maybe she should have been first picked because maybe one of the reasons as to why Galaxy Rinser picked Wukong up is, you know, you said this, to just shower Katarina with CCs, and last pick for GXR is gonna be a Yasuo. We're gonna be seeing Western, we're gonna be seeing people flying. Let's see what's gonna happen. And last pick, of course, for NXP is gonna be a Lee Sin. Pantheon on a right. Okay, no, I thought I was gonna see that. It's nice to see something new, but that is gonna be support Pantheon.
No, you're too excited, Yuko. They're still swapping. But yeah, this is not gonna
This
be
is
a support. And no, it is. No, I was looking at the other side of the map. I
Okay,
thought,
I'm sorry.
okay, we are both excited. So, but okay, we're taking a look at a different kind of style that is being wanted to pull off by these teams for Galaxy Razor. They're still very team fight based. So
Yes.
lots of CCs, they can just go hard engage, and they also have the capacity to disengage with a Gragas explosive casket. So, but in terms of team fights, we know that they have a lot of CC, and they have to make sure that they're gonna be utilizing that, especially when the Katarina goes for an ult. So we'll see about that. But at the same time, for the playstyle that might be pulled off by Nexplay Esports, could be looking more like assassination plays, and with some bits of split push work that they might have in here for Horizon's Fiora.
Definitely, right? So we are always seeing something new, and looks like in Nexplay Esports they just want to start the usual way that they start things, just giving just that the buff Katarina and Yasuo. I'm actually, well, I guess if Katarina is gonna charge into Yasuo's face, he can just use Wind Wall to, you know, stop Katarina from trying to take him out. But of course, JC, oh yeah, JC is actually the first player we've seen use Katarina. I'm sure he knows this champion well.
For sure, why not? And of course, knows when to wind wall at the right time. But yeah, let's talk about the matchups in the lanes, I guess, in the bot side. We were surprised. You were, in particular, the first one to get surprised about the Pantheon support. Any thoughts about the Pantheon support, or in particular the matchup that we have in the bot side?
Okay, so if we are gonna look at the Pantheon support here, the stuns of Away looks like we will be popped by JC right here, and Kata just does jump in, but nope, they were not able to convert that to first blood. And going back onto the new champion that Disaster pulled out, in a way it makes sense because the stuns is almost always easy to connect, and it has so much map presence. He can just help his teammates wherever and whenever he wants. And Uze, again, still gonna be at the back line, be very disciplined. He can just take out anyone that Disaster stuns. And look, see, right there, under turret though. I'm not sure what's gonna happen, but Shule, goodness me, flashes in, and that is gonna be a kill coming over to the Katarina.
My oh my, I mean, you mentioned about something about flashy plays, and that was some start of flashy plays being executed by Chule in the mid, flashing in, not really flashing in, but making going for the dash in onto just securing a clear, or a kill rather, onto JC in the middle lane, and that's gonna give a little bit of snowball onto that Chole.
So, ooh, okay. Icaros very mad at Horizon. And the Gragas pick kind of makes sense because Fiora would want to jump at you or surprise you, right? And this Gragas is all about that disengage. And Ikaros, I believe that the ban, Camille ban, was a respect ban to Ikaros, but Milas and Exper and Pau, as well as Jolo, they already got seen there, and Exper, beautiful decision making, able to penetrate the back line, but you know what is gonna happen? X-Brom does get taken out. That's gonna be Exper trying to go to stage, but they jump in headstrong. That is gonna be a double kill, and Tule popping. That Death Note just able to get that to make that actually true. That's gonna be a 1v1 JC versus Tule. Goodness me, good decision making coming in from this mid laner, but JC with the shield able to win that fight,
Wow.
and he gets to go with the reset with a victorious smile on his face.
Man, that's a lot of exchanges down bottom part of the map. It all started with the Ghost Enchant being used by, I think that was Disaster in the bot side to just slow down the members. But hold the thought on the top side, a 1v1 duel's happening.
Grand challenge already being popped by Arising right here, but Ikaros with the shields. Ooh, his Gragas is very, very tanky, but you know, if you're tanky early on, looks like you have a Disaster as well as Justry trying to take you out. No. Yeah, the range of Pantheon, I told you, but Pantheon got taken out by Yasuo as Google. Just to try to yes, that did hit, but nope, that's gonna be a double kill going over to JC. Good plays from these two teams, okay? We're feeling more confident Galaxy Racer this game too.
Yeah, for sure. Especially if they have the CC available and they know that, okay, it's the Katarina wanting to go, but hold a thought because, no, not gonna be holding whatever, or yeah, because they will be able to make use of that blast cone to save their lives. So, I mean, at this 5-minute game time, almost 5-minute game time, we've seen a lot of exchanges and kills already. Starting from the bot side part of the map, going towards up top. But we might expect that again because here are members of Nexplay going for a potential contest.
Blue team got that mountain and they went straight with that engage. Phantom gets taken out and Justy's being cornered by this 3 champions. He apparently gets demolished there as well. IK Terrain connecting on the Chule. The slow from Jaw connected there as well. Apparently he cannot chase him because they're also turret. But forcing your opponents to go back is actually very good too. No. Okay, looks like they really want to give it a go. Instead, Galaxy Racer opted to get that turret and onto the brand side. Arising is just being constantly pressured by Ikaros. Yes, you are able to clear out the wave, and looks like Justy's gonna try to help his teammate right here. They can go 2v1. We're gonna go with the reward first. No, okay, but looks like he jumped in. Grand challenge being popped right there, but Casket being popped as well, being able to go with a very quick disengage. Good decision making from Ikaros right here.
I mean, gotta love it. Gotta love all the explosive caskets despite him spending that one. That's totally fine for as long as he doesn't die and not gonna give more golds onto either a Ryzen or a Joshi. So this time, you mentioned it already, this is a Confident Galaxy Racer. Again, they got all the CCs. They even can... I'm still waiting for that very impressive last breath that they can pull off later on. But for the meantime, what Nexplay thought about is that, okay, we've been having a lot of team fights already, and I think we're missing out the goal of our composition, which is to go and play objective.
Yeah. Oh, that's gonna be that's gonna be on too. Goodness me, that Joshi, and the moment his feet touch the ground, he got taken out. Everything you need is on the ground, but you're dead by then. And looking at the mid lane, Chule, and of course Arising was able to at least mirror the turret takedown that Galaxy Racer was able to get in the Brown lane. So again, we're almost at the 7-minute mark. Galaxy Racer, they had a fresher start. They had the gold lead, but when it comes to turret takedowns, they are very, very even. So look at this, let's say Expert is trying to out Arising, but what is gonna happen next? Oh, parry, of course, that's gonna be the grand challenge being popped by Arising, but it is not gonna be enough. He gets taken out. Blue team was able to get the Rift Herald as well.
And yeah, here we go. Not just exchange of kills this time, but exchange of turrets. We gotta correct ourselves on that one. It is the explosive cask. Where do we get that casket a while ago? Maybe because there's a lot of dead bodies already in the battlefield. Here, Galaxy Racer. It all started with massive amounts of invades and ganks starting from the middle lane towards bottom part of the map as well as the top side. But this time, if we're going to be talking about map control, they are still pretty even in terms of the vision that they have in the game. But at the same time, we gotta take a look at the advantage in terms of kills as well as gold for Galaxy Racer. But oops, okay, not gonna go for any overextension. That was a good play save from JC.
Yeah, I got scared for Chule in that split second. But yeah, the composition that Galaxy Racer has basically is just trying to give out a lot of kills and support to JC, and you have XP of course with that Wukong that can just go wherever he wants. And so far, Galaxy Racer is starting off pretty nicely, and 11-5, 5k gold advantage. Chule be receiving a lot of damage and forced to go back to the base. Next Drake is gonna be up in 6 seconds. It's gonna be in
Love the signal. Yeah. Oh, but hold on.
Cool, Joshi out here, but looks like that was good timing coming in from Icarus, and already popping that killer instinct kill are gonna be taken out by me, good sir, and that's gonna be the IK on this by Pau. That is gonna be a double kill on this guy's rampage at that. Disaster, he had nowhere to go. He was forced to just meet his death. That is gonna be 3 more kills going over to Galaxy Racer with Chule forced to go back. He does have Death Lotus available though, so that's something he can use in the next pickoff or maybe next skirmish in this game. Nope, apparently you're gonna be CC the living hell out of this Yasuo. I'm not in the last breath to connect, but Chule, nope! The damage from this Yasuo is just too much. Even Arise will be forced to go back, but you know who is gonna be forced to jump in? That is gonna be just be able to secure that kill for his teammate. You have Xpear, Wukong, Grand Challenge, knockup for days, and he is just playing around with the team of Nexplay Esports, but he got taken out.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit, not just a little bit of two, like, what do you call this? Very confident plays coming up from JC. Yes, he did manage to take down the Chule's Katarina, but I guess until then, that's already fine. But hold on, more vibes happening down bot.
The stun did connect, but okay, Icarus is very tanky. We already saw it, and the life mark is just too much. But even Uze and Arisen could not give him the death that they wanted. The composition that Galaxy Racer has right now is very, very tanky, and considering the fact that Yasuo and Pau is kinda online, if not already online, it's looking pretty good for Galaxy Racer here. And there are these giving the Dark Disaster. Nope, you will not be able to come in right on time. Another major objective being taken by Galaxy Racer. But Nexplay Esports looks like it's back to the drawing board. Get the minions, get the jungle creeps, and maybe get a handful more turrets, since both teams were able to get 3 turrets. Galaxy Racer though, 15 kills, 7 for Nexplay, and 6k gold, if not less, for Galaxy Racer. They are now just waiting for an opening. Let's see if Nexplay Esports will go with a skirmish or a pickoff. They have to Kaisa or Yasuo maybe, if they can, just to alleviate the damage that Galaxy Racer can dish out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they gotta take advantage of the laning stage again that they can do. They got a Baron buff, and like that, they're gonna be going for the confident play.
See, the moment that they jump in, you cannot just go out to popping that Death Lotus, but the damage being enough. Grand Challenge being popped as well, but Arise is not popped like a pimple out of there. Looks like Galaxy Racer, the blue side, they are charging Nexplay Esports, and Kathy pops that ultimate disaster, already laying his life in front for his team. Gragas gets taken out. Nexplay Esports base, and there's the go signal, there's the green light. Let's try to get that kill. Extra being chased out, and he got annihilated by this Draven. Looks like just she being very, very aggressive, able to take out that Braum, the support, and it's just a crazy game number 2 here. That was a win for Nexplay Esports.
I wouldn't call that a total win for Nexplay Esports, because JC down bottom part of the map was able to open up the nexus of Nexplay Esports. So that was an inhibitor turret lost in the bottom half of the map for Nexplay. So they gotta be very careful on that because Galaxy Racer was able to manage to hold on onto a 4v5 fight while they had the minion buffs. And love the priority up against there, but still gotta respect on what Nexplay Esports can do with all the fun.
Okay, let's see if they're gonna go with the fight. That was just JC playing around. That's gonna be the ultimate put. No, it's not gonna be like apparently, but Aizen jumps in. Yasuo says goodbye. Fiora, however, says goodbye as well. That's gonna be an unstoppable Kaisa and a double kill at that. Nexplay is now forced to fall back. You have Draven, you have Lee Sin, but they do not want to take the risk. Galaxy Racer, man, another turret at their pocket. They have good wave clear now. They can put a hole onto Nexplay Esports' face with Draw just shielding his teammates 10 seconds before the other members are back. But looks like they even though they do want to go with the fight, now Joshi is golden. They want to focus on the Nexus. That is going to be a godlike for Kaisa. And here comes, of course, Katarina and others. But no, Galaxy Racer finished that game number 2. We are now at a 1-1 in our series number 3. Man, that was a beautiful game to watch.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to the drafting of Nexplay because if they really wanted to go for a flashy Katarina place, they should have banned out high CC champions or at least respected, or maybe at least not showing that in the early stages of the picking phase.
Yeah.
So I think that was a mistake on their end, or maybe they're just being, really just being confident that they can pull off maybe another win just in round 2. So yeah, so love the draft, love the confidence. That was a really massive amounts of gold lead by Galaxy Racer. So how about you, Yuko? What are your thoughts about this one, about this particular game 2?
You mentioned that even though we have a certain meta, it's more important for teams to play in their element or have a gameplay or have a draft that they're comfortable with. And I'm sure that's where Galaxy Racer shines. And it showed in game number 2. The Wukong pick just worked so well. The Gragas pick worked as well. And I'm going to have to echo what you said earlier. If Nexplay wanted to go with Katarina, that's okay. That will probably work. However, they shouldn't have first picked it because they answered it with a Yasuo, and time again, JC was just able to pressure Chule onto their lane, and Uzi was not able to go online, if I'm not mistaken. Even though the Pantheon support worked early game, he just was not able to give that much kills for his team, or Nexplay was just not able to get that much kills and objectives in the early game, and it just spelled the V2 victory for GXR.
Yeah, the matchup on the top side, Fiora and the Gragas, again, doesn't matter. Just gonna go for the explosive cask. Right? I didn't mention any other word. That
Don't worry,
explosive cask
you dropped the 2
show-
letters. We're good. We're safe.
Yes. I was very slow about that to make sure I'm not gonna mention it again. So yeah, he's just gonna go for the explosive cask to throw away that Fiora who's wanting to go for the grand challenge, and that was it. So really love the matchup in the lanes and how this team in general pulled off their composition. But we take a look at the play of the game brought to you by Oppo Reno 5.
Yes, of course, that's going to be our mobile partner. That was a beautiful Death Lotus from Chule. I have to give him that. And also the crucial feature from Draw right here was just able to give so much openings for his team, and I was actually surprised with the shields coming in from from Yasuo right there. And yeah, it was just Galaxy Racer able to hold their place, win the draft wars and all that. Also, they were able to take good care of Kaisa. So this is what happens when you take good care of your ADC, okay? You, along with the mid laner and the Baron laner, when jungler too, can get a lot of kills.
Yeah, and we talked about a while ago the fight in the bot side part of the map wherein the Yasuo was able to, go for a comeback kill from those members of him that died onto the hands of the Lee Sin, as well as the rest of the members of Nexplay Esports. Definitely, you gotta hate the huge wind wall that is just blocking all your projectiles. So I think the Draven had a hard time, just dishing the amounts of damage that he was supposed to able to do. But for the meantime, master of the match will be the Kaisa Pau Montesa from the side of Galaxy Racer. You mentioned something about protecting the ADC carries, Yuko.
Yes, and Pao was very much protected in that game. Of course, Kaisa, the usual, the IE as well as the Blade of the Ruin King. Nothing too different, but he would just always jump in with the killer instinct. Void Seeker almost always connect, empowered as well in the Arcadian range. Just very beautiful. Basically the cherry on top of the cake that Galaxy Racer was able to bake for us in game number 2. Beautiful. And these first 2 games, I have to say, they tell us, both casters and viewers, that their objectives are very important. I mean, we say it all the time, but seeing the pro players do this very methodically, it just really enlightens us more.
Yeah, I mean, basically, that's the truth, right? Because what is your end goal in the game? The Nexus, right? So how do you get the Nexus? Taking down turret objectives in order to transition towards that. But how do you do that? You have to have the capacity to do that by empowering yourself. So you objectives like that of the dragon, so you get some buffs towards the end of the game that will allow you or give you the capacity to take the main goal or the main objectives of the game. But down below, you can see the draft that was placed a while ago. We keep on mentioning it already, Yuko. Look at the prio pick. Nexplay Esports in here. The Katarina. It was a very confident, overconfident, I would rather say, first pick for Nexplay. Just allowing Galaxy Racer to counter that massive amounts of damage coming from the Katarina by we just gotta give a draft that is leaning towards CC. So we CC you guys, and then our Kaisa will just be basically free hit. But by the way, we had a master of the match a while ago. My personal MVP though, I feel like would be both the Wukong or the Yasuo, either of that too, because both of them provided so much space onto the Kaisa, and at the same time also setting up, not allowing the Katarina to do her things. But how about you? Do you have any personal master of the match or personal MVP?
I actually would like to highlight Kaisa there, but I do agree with what you said that they paved the way for Pao to be able to get that master of the match medal. But it's just these small things formed into bigger things, which eventually just made them get game number 2. And again, these are the picks and bans for the previous game. You guys can note this and analyze this for yourselves in your free time, and tell us what you know in the comment section as well. Akali still not gonna be seeing the light of day, apparently being banned 2 times in these 2 games. And Horizon, he's just usually on the Fiora, so I guess he's just locked into a specific pool of Baron laners. And the Yasuo pick worked really well. I said this earlier, it's just that he was able to snowball. And let's see how Nexplay will answer to that in game number 3. Looks like the last few days of the last week isn't so easy for our teams.
Yeah, for sure. Despite them knowing that this is gonna be the last, and they know very well what their placements are already, like if they're gonna be moving forward or not anymore, or just gonna be getting a share from that Globe Cup points. But for the meantime, one thing I noticed is that it's just mainly Nexplay Esports having this category of being very proficient about this kind of very objective kind of play, very assassination kind of play as well. They know how to basically have a lot of different strategies available. They know how to build a very team fight composition. They also, but they're like 90 or 80% of the time, they will build a composition that is leaning towards to objective based. So more on split push type, more on assassination type of comps. So mostly it is. But so far, during this most two recent patches, wherein they actually got beaten by Team Secret and here Galaxy Racer this time, they are getting beaten or getting defeated by the composition, the types of composition that are also very now prone into, team fights. So maybe this is telling us that the kind of play that Nexplay Esports has might not be really, tagging along with the latest patch that we currently have, because it's no longer the 100% win rate Nexplay Esports, no longer that, because again, playstyle of Team Secret leading towards about, okay, let's group up, let's hug each other and go for the team fight base clash. And it's pretty similar to what Galaxy Racer has been executing. So is this the way to beat Nexplay Esports? That is the question.
That is the
Yes.
question indeed. But yeah, I do agree. Ever since the patch 2.22a came in, maybe it just doesn't favor Nextplay that much. They are able to make it work though. I'll give them that.
Mhm.
But you can obviously see that the other teams are much more comfortable with this. So it's indirect nerf, as us casters would call
Nerf.
it, right?
Nextplay.
Nextplay is very strong. But yeah, one of the things they could do though is just try to play with what works, or they can do some small tweaks into their job. And we said time and time again that their jobs are good. It just so happened that when it comes to the objectives, that's where they kinda go 50-50. But speaking of jobs, in the pick and ban phase, first ban for the side of Nextplay is going to be a Gragas. Okay, no more big man just mauling around in the brown lane, and they're gonna ban out that Fiora too.
I mean, so far the first two games include that one included a Gragas. So it's just them respecting the capacity of the Gragas to provide, the disengage, and at the same time just be tanky and be available to just go for the body slam and and just utilize of his happy hour passive. Just go throw some abilities and get some HP for yourself. So for the meantime, still that Kaisa Braum has been very consistent for the 3 games of Galaxy Racer. Any thoughts about this one?
Well, they're a very strong combo. I'll give them that. And Galaxy Racer was able to make them work in game number 2. Let's see if they'll be able to make it work again in game number 3. But for now, I believe Nextplay knew that Galaxy Racer will be banning out the Kali. So they banned out Fiora and picked up Camille for themselves. And the next 2 picks will be an Olaf and Ziggs. Olaf is a very, very tanky. Ziggs, you saw the damage that this champion can dish out, and it just left the Baron laner of Galaxy Racer with a Garen. We're gonna default back to the usual champions we see.
You know what? It's like, okay, a lot of Baron laners are banned already. The Gragas, the Fiora, the Akali, and then you took away the Camille. What's left for us? It is a Garen, if you're not too sure. That's what we call it. I mean, even in ranked games, alright, I don't have any champions for Baron lane, but I have a free Garen. Let's just make use of that. And you cannot just always discount a Garen, primarily because, of course, the silence are there, the CCs are there as well, and not to mention the AoE damage too. But the draft of both of the teams are pretty much interesting. We just saw a little bit of similarities from the previous rounds, primarily because we can see the Ziggs again, the Camille, the Kaisa, the Braum, but Ezreal is back, Janna is back, and of course, Garen too, and not to mention the Wukong and Katarina is back as well. So this is a real nice combination, very interesting.
Okay, so you don't actually have a solid CC for Katarina in this lineup. Yes, you have the Hextech ultimatum, and I don't mind if Nextplay will commit that ultimate to Katarina, but I don't know. I'm kind of worried here because Ez is of course very, very mobile. Jana is all about that disengage as well. Looks like we're gonna default back to utility champs, utility supports for Nexplay
Mhm.
Esports here. And Galaxy Racer, they're gonna hold on to the tanky support. Still gonna stick with that Haisa, and I'm actually looking forward to the fight that we will have here in the mid lane.
Yeah, Chole's, Ziggs, and Katarina's JC. But before we delve into that, before I forgot, I just want to highlight the statistics I found onto Disasters Jana, which is the most untouched utility support user. And we've seen him, I think, like 2 times going for kill secure, flashing in and just going for that normal attack. Not too sure. It depends because sometimes we will see it in the minimap and not really in the actual point of view of the camera. So this is gonna be interesting again. Disaster back into making use of the Janna. So mid lane matchup apparently that's not gonna be in the middle lane, but it's gonna be in the bottom lane part of the map. This Ziggs as well as the Katarina. So pretty interesting. Both of them can actually deal massive amounts of poke, but I give the advantage onto Ziggs because of course the range that he's got compared onto a Katarina. But the Katarina will hurt, I think will hurt even further compared to that of Ziggs.
She will most definitely hurt. And yeah, Jana is all about that siege comp. So we're gonna go back to 1-1 in game number 3. So, okay, yes, that did connect. But I guess that's just them trying to slow or stop Pao from being able to farm. But Wukong is just there at the sides. Earlier on, wait, the Dragon Lane looks like that's gonna be a jump in onto JC. And okay, they killed each other. But, however, the first blood went over to Katarina. So I guess they have a slight advantage. Both of these mid laners are very, very in the zone. They're all about that killing, all about that assassination. And you'd see why. I mean, look at the picks that they have right here. Snowball dependent, and looking at the Baron lane, looks like Garen was able to push Arisen back into turret's range. Just she able to get that with Scutter as well. Very quiet, very chill. We're almost at the 2-minute mark. And Chule giving JC a visit. Looks like they're still gonna be at it, but here it's about he was forced to flash out. Is he safe though? That is gonna be the question. He needs to clear out the wave. But I mean, you have 3 champions gonna dive under turret for you, so I don't think he is bound to be safe. But here comes Xpear and here comes Draw. Are they gonna go with the re-engage? Nope. Okay. They just want to protect the turret, which I understand because the champions go back or they come back to life, but the turrets don't.
Yeah, for sure. But for the meantime, still pretty even in here for our mid lane matchup. Just a slither of advantage onto the Ziggs amount of gold. But oh my goodness,
Here
what
comes
was
Disaster
that?
with the flash again.
Again, Disaster! This is the 3rd time! Again, Jana of Disaster. This is not just a support, but also a killer. A kill secure for him again.
Wait, you know that KS has a bad meaning, right? Or a negative meaning. It can also mean kill support, but also killer support. Kill secured, but killer support. So Disaster is a KS.
Or I saw this meme wherein they said that it's not a kill still if you let the ADC die first.
Oh, hey, that's right. Oh no, the support mains have an idea now. ADCs be scared. We're going back into the game, of course. JC apparently able to just stop Chule from snowballing. If you put in a lot of deaths into Ziggs enough, and if you're a Katarina, of course, you're gonna be very snowball dependent. Again, all about the kills, the assassinations, and all that thing. You can convert that eventually to more powerful team fights, and you just need a beefy frontliner to protect you, which Galaxy Razor actually has. You have Xpear. You saw how good and how tanky his Wukong was. Disaster, yes, that first skill did connect, but no one went with their engage. Mountain Drake is up. no warding placed there yet, but looks like Galaxy Race is already pinging the map, signaling their team or the other players to go where the first objective is. Disaster, of course, trying to take a peek on where their opponents are. Katarina's just there at the sides. Ward being placed. Ooh, that hurts. Goodness me. Looks like that is going to be a Cars locking coming over for that Just Chi, and the true shot barrage being popped by Ezreal did not get anyone though, but at least it was able to push Galaxy Racer back, and Garen just spinning it aside, doing Garen things. Galaxy Racer still holding their ground in the Mountain Drake area. Killer Instinct is available to Kaisa, as well as the ultimate from Braum. Already trying to get that Mountain Drake. Will NXT try to go with the steal? They are waiting. Yes, that's going to be a pop ultimate and a dead dragon for Galaxy Racer. Yes, the fight is possible, but they just thought, let's be very disciplined. This is still NXT. This is still a very strong team. Let's go back. No, that's gonna be a fight right here, and Galaxy Racer going with the engage. That's gonna be a dead coming on the hands of the Katarina. Goodness me, one death is already enough. True shot barrage just to cancel a few TPs. Garen was one of the champions that had their TPs cancelled, as well as X-Fear, but looks like the 2v3? That's possible if you want. No? Okay. But that's gonna be the first turret being taken out by Chule.
Well, Chole was in there in the middle lane for around 1 minute. No one actually was just eyeing onto, hey, that's a Zig trying to go for a push in the middle lane. You should respect a Ziggs that is going for a focus on a turret. So do not forget that passive that he has, and can just take advantage of that. But yeah, for the meantime though, gotta love the confidence of Galaxy Racer in terms of positioning themselves early on onto the objective, despite them gonna get poked down by the members of Nexplay Esports. That's currently happening right now.
Ooh, and then NXT jumped in. Blue team has stolen the repair out to the Brown Pop there as well, and just at the front line, Chule flashes in, takes out Brown, tries to go with the disengage, but it had been too late because two members are already down. Hex goes behind, but hurts a lot. Aryzen jumps in, pops that Hex like, you're gonna try to get away. Oh, now no! They tell this from, and the Camille just going with the hook shot to secure that kill. Garen being taken out as well, and that is the 8-4, if we're not mistaken, for none, or 3-for-none in favor of Nexplay. Rift Herald being summoned at the Baron lane as well. That is going to be another turret down for the side of Galaxy Racer. And immediately, they go with the reset. Very good time resets here. Chule, oh no, did he not see that his teleport or his TP got cancelled? X-Fear is jumping in, but he got taken out as well. So I guess that's going to be the revenge kill for Nexplay Esports. An eye for an eye.
Actually, the composition of Galaxy Racer is not really ideal to start off objectives. That's why I find them just being lucky about being able to go for a secure onto the Mountain Drake a while ago, because the members of Nexplay Esports are not yet in position to actually try to go for a contest in that one. Now, the reason why I say they are not at an advantage being in an early position onto objectives is because this is a poke type composition for Nexplay. So if you position yourselves onto objectives, you're just gonna get poked down. The members of Nexplay Esports, like that of Uzi, Chole, as well as Disaster, is just gonna be targeting champions, just gonna be hurting you while you guys are taking down the objectives. And that's what has happened while Galaxy Racer was taking down the Rift Herald. So the Galaxy Racer in here somehow lost maybe that mindset as to, hey, we really can't be super advanced into getting position. What they need to do is to pick off a target first. Primarily, if they can take down Joshi, that's great. But them just risking that position into objective is not really ideal.
Looks like someone is mad. I thought they were gonna get a kill there, but you can see how good the communication is to Nexplay Esports, because the moment that Joshi jumped in. Chulay also popped in his bomb. There was a true shot barrage from nowhere coming in from Ude. Yes, they were able to burn 3 ultimates, but it just goes to show how in sync they are and how much they're able to tell their teammates where they are. Oh, Ryzen has the new Camille skin. Yeah. Damn,
Yeah.
that's beautiful. I just have to say it.
Yeah, for sure. Not gonna lie, gotta love that as well. And now, of course, given that Nexplay Esports doesn't have any turrets down as of yet, they will be at the advantage of going for an early position in the objectives and just contest that. And because if in case Galaxy Racer attempts to go for a contest into objectives that Nextplay Esports has already, they're just gonna be in the in a bad position. They will probably just die.
Yes, and that is something that of course they would not want. Dragon has been taken out though, so the next huge objective is gonna be the Baron, which will be up in a few more seconds. Oh goodness me, both teams of course would definitely want this, and this could be the nail in the coffin for Nextplay Esports right now, given that they the lead right now. So yeah, I'm excited as what do they have in store for us.
Yeah, for sure. But now, as you can see, this is the next. Oh, hold up! There's a lot of fight happening here.
Okay, that's gonna be X, which is just there at the front line, but he forgot that his teammates went back. Good shield coming in from Braum, but you just have this Olaf charging onto your faces. What are you gonna do? Sugar Shot Barrage already hurts it, as well as that missing shot. He flashes in, he takes down Katarina. Galaxy Racer cannot do anything about this anymore. They left Ezreal unchecked. Goodness me, look at the damage, all those the bolts as well as the bombs. They're just waiting for them to go back, and they managed to get one turret. Red team's turret has been destroyed, and looks like, oh okay, Joshi will be able to get one turret from the mid lane as well. You have Horizon just getting the buff, the blue buff from their side.
Yeah, for sure. And now this is a massive gold lead, I would rather say, for Nextplay Esports. But the question now in here, what is the potential for Galaxy Racer to go for a comeback? What do they need to do apart from, of course, the usual thing we say, okay, we gotta wait for, they gotta be patient about that game time we're in. The Kaisa is already online and well fed. What else do they need to do? What else can they do?
Actually, if you're gonna look at the board right now, Galaxy Racer was not able to get any turrets, and they need to take at least 3 champions out from Nextplay Esports just so they can get turrets. And if they're eyeing the mid lane, which is of course the shortest lane, they need to win 2 or 3 clashes. It's gonna be a tall order, but Galaxy Racer can pull this off because they all have to keep in mind the death timers of Nextplay Esports.
Yeah, the timers indeed. It's still not too big, not too huge, because this is just a 13-minute game time almost. But as you can see in here, Nextplay Esports not really throwing off the game. Seems like they do not want to. They don't really want to give this series, seems like, for Galaxy Racer. So it's just them playing it a little bit safe by just shoving the minion waves first and making sure that they will be able to potentially pick up a target first before even going for a Baron.
Ooh, that was a nice face check from Joshi and Uzi. But okay, 2 Baron laners already gone. And okay, that was a very good call for Joshi. And looks like they did see that Braum or draw, and Xpear was there. They now have vision. Minion waves are pouring in towards the side of Galaxy Racer. They need to initiate the team fight right now. I know going with the pickoffs is easier said than done, but they need to stop the damage that can just barrel out from Nextplay Esports right here. And if you're up against Camille, yes, you're 1v1, but Camille's very difficult to take. That is going to be the bomb, and of course connecting onto that third barrage, true shot barrage, but it did not take anyone out or even damage anyone. One huge ultimate or two huge ultimates already down from the side of Nexplay Esports. Galaxy Racer is stuck within their base. Baron is still up. No one's taking that. The Garen trying to protect the turret with his life. Isham not gonna connect. And yeah, Horizon targeting those three champions. Ooh, Killer Instinct being popped right there. That's gonna be the beautiful Hex Ultimatum being popped by Camille. Kings becoming over for this Justy and Nexplay Esports. They smell blood. They want it, but there's no minion wave, so they cannot get through. However, they were at least able to take out all of the turrets from the Dragon Lane side, and we just actually jumped in to the 14-minute mark. Itemizations right here. Rabadon and Infinite's Orb already available for Katarina. Charfire is already up for Camille as well.
Yeah, for sure. And again, I don't think that there is a way even for Galaxy Racer to go for a steal or a contest as well onto this dragon. It's very obvious that it's gonna go on to next play. They are very much not in a position here. Galaxy Racer is. So that's I mean, this is what you get when you are not able to prioritize the position in the map. You know, you're gonna be having a hard time taking down objectives. But we're not saying that this is gonna be the end for Galaxy Racer. I mean, there's still the Infernal Drake that is about to come up later on, and that could be their light of hope. But that's gonna be very tricky unless, you know, someone from Nexplay Esports overextends, gets picked off, and maybe that's gonna be their entry onto turning things around. But how far can Nexplay Esports actually make that mistake? Because again, seemingly they are playing really safe so far in this game.
Speaking of playing it safe, looks like Horizon did not play it safe there, but at least he was able to push back members of the XR. Oh no, the damage from Nexplay Esports is just too much. That was a bit of an overextend, but don't worry. Monsoon got you, Disaster got you for stealing for that champion, and looks like, okay, Killing Spree coming over for our Ezreal. Kaito says goodbye. That is going to be a dead Camille though, in turn for Galaxy Racer and Nexplay Esports. They know this is the opening. A lot of members are down. They want to go straight onto the Nexus, and they want to just damage it or thrust forward to this Braum, and Garen gets taken out. Game 3 goes over to Nexplay Esports. GG's to these two teams. The last game for the last series is gonna go over to Nexplay Esports. It was definitely a high caliber game, but you could see that it was just something in Nexplay Esports players got awakened, you know, like the beast in them just got awakened.
Yeah, well, I think it's also most of the time would see Xperia actually over chasing particular targets in Nexplay Esports when his teammates was still far behind. So, and at this point in time, we see that the Kaisa wasn't able to allow herself to go online. 0 kill for her. Nothing in the graph where we can see Galaxy Racer going for a potential comeback play. But again, Disaster in this Janna, untouched, man, still untouched.
2-0 and 12. And he actually has a very diverse way of playing Janna.
Yeah.
40% actual support, 60% killer support. So I'm gonna lay the math right there. Okay, it works so much for him because of course he gets to have the items in through, and he is able to of course support Uzi on that Ezreal in game number 3. Just worked so well for them. And Justy, he is really all about those champions that just jumps on your face and just fights you head on. You saw that in the last clash, it was a bit of an overextend for me at least, and he almost died, but it worked for Nexplay anyway because they were able to catch up. And you know, we are gonna catch you up with the highlights for game number 3. It's gonna be a lot, but it is definitely worth it.
Yeah, worth it to the point wherein you see that actually a gank under the turret happened. And of course, that was brought to you by Nexplay, going for a 3-man gank onto Kaisa, making sure that she's gonna get a shot down early on. And this is the fight wherein you said that okay, that was a bad position or that was a bad start from the side of Galaxy Racer. Again, they're not playing onto their composition. Nexplay is poke type, and if you get poke out while you guys are taking down objectives, then you're just gonna die. And I think we did see a while ago that early smite onto that X-Pierce Wukong, so quite a bit of mistake. And again, the damage, the AP damage coming from both Ezreal and Chole, you gotta respect that too. So lots of actually almost all of the team fights. Majority of the part is just basically being highlighted on to the side of Nexplay. You did mention a while ago that Horizon was overextending down bottom part of the map, but I think he was just creating some space for the rest of the members of Nexplay Esports up top, because you know that's the way you also divide the members of Galaxy Racer. So that was them as well, knowing the capacity of the champions that they have picked. So GGWP, but for the meantime, our master of the match will be Chole, Aaron Bingay on that Ziggs.
We actually saw this champion. Usually you'd expect Just to be the one to initiate, but the bombs coming in from Chule, from this player, that was basically the go signal. It was color green, you know, so it means it's the green light for Nexplay to actually charge in and start that fight. And the map awareness that this player has as well, even though we did see that he was being taken out by Katarina in the earlier parts, he was just able to recuperate, calm down, and regain the loss that he had earlier on, and it just translated well for their team, thus bagging the series with a 2-1. It's, you know, we said that this is the last series for the day, and I'd say it's worth it. You know, 3 games,
Definitely.
a lot of good analysis, a lot of teachings that we can tell our players or show our players, and I'm just very happy that these two teams were able to duke it out for the day.
Yeah, 3 games as we close the North Luzon summer season for the Philippines Icon series. But actually, we'll have more about, we're not really closing that already. So make sure you still stay, because I believe we'll have an interview later on. But before we even talk about that, I think overall, we gotta say that, who's the king of the North again?
It was Team Secret.
Secret, right? And followed by Nexplay Esports. So this is now a new rivalry that was created. Like before Icon series started, we were calling about it's gonna be Omega Esports versus Team Secret, but of course regions. They got divided because of the regions. So we're now seeing a very exciting story about Team Secret and a Nexplay, and I love it. I mean, these are big brands we're also talking about, like international brand, and at the same time, Nexplay is also very big in the Philippines. So it's like Battle of the Titans as well as we're talking about.
Yeah, and I actually agree with all you said, but of course you talked about the teams. You mentioned the interview, guys. We're gonna hop into a short break, and when we come back, you guys are gonna see the panel and the interview. So sit back, relax, and wait for us to come back.
Why don't you watch me do my thing? Reinvent and show the world, yeah. Just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. Thinking you gon' miss a good thing, yeah. Show the whole world, reinvent. Nobody should know stand is strong. Be a good time. 1, 2, 3, ready to try. Why don't you watch me do my thing?
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
I love my curves and the skin I'm in. Switch it up, turn it around, take it up again. I know you feel me. Keep up with me. Come on, let's keep winning till the world stops spinning. Come on, now let's get it. I'ma keep winning till the world stops spinning.
When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at downloads sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Sekreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad?
Hey, baby! Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math Club tomorrow. May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
Dance together!
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me, I promise
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold. Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
Please, babe. Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes!
Play League of Legends Wild Rift with Globe.
Oh no! Our spot's closed?
No prob. With Go 50, you can play anywhere. Game on with Go 50 and level up with Go Play 10 for your League of Legends Wild Rift. See ya!
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
Galaxy Racer puts up a valiant effort and manages to take one game from the last series of the North Luzon group stage, but Nexplay Esports showing why they are still to be feared in the North, in the Philippines, winning the series. That is a 2-1 in favor of Nexplay Esports. My prediction was right. I got that right. And they win 50,000 Globe Cup points. And just really quickly, we do have a couple of guests joining us for our post show. Yay! So let's really quickly get into our series highlights. Audaluz, Osiris, I want to know your thoughts. Let's start with Osiris.
Okay, so as for game one, it was really good for Galaxy Racer to know that Nexplay kind of have a sloppy early game. But I really love how Nexplay switches things up. You got the Chisin, which is what we really love here. You got the Ziggs and then Draven. So it shows a lot that they wanted to play as early as they can. They denied a lot of plays from Pantheon and Aurelion Soul. So I really love Nexplay on game one, that they adjusted, that they wanted to take head-on Galaxy Racer, and they were successful.
That's right.
Yeah.
And yeah, go ahead, Audaluz.
Well, for game number 2, I really have to do a quick shout out to the coach of Lion Nation, because of his previous drafts, drafting Katarina and drafting Pantheon, forcing Nexplay to respect this space, right? We saw that the Pantheon was flexed onto the support. I know that it is still viable, but it's not really the comfort of Disaster. When we talk about Disaster, he has really, he wants that brawl, the sturdy, field support that we all know and love, or just go for the Janna. The aggressive supports like the Pantheon, I think it's the right fit for him at the moment, right? He can still improve, and I'm 100% sure that he will show that come playoffs time. But yeah, that was game number 2 in a nutshell. The draft was in favor of Galaxy Racer. The respect was shown, but the Yasuo comp, this is the second time that we saw a Yasuo, and it was done beautifully this time around by GXR.
And I do have to commend how very careful Galaxy Racer was as well, even up until the very last minute. And can we just talk about how well How did in that game? That was wonderful. And as you mentioned earlier, Otlus, first time pro taking a game off of Nexplay Esports. What a debut, right? And just really quickly over to game 3, Osiris. What are your thoughts on this?
Good play from Nexplay on shutting down Pau. It has been this guy who's running the Kaisa online again and again, and also putting back the Uzi on Ezreal instead of the Draven. That doesn't really work well. So Disaster and the Uzi on their comfort picks. Just Chi with the flexibility going on Olaf. Really good that Nexplay is fitting or adapting.
Yeah, even after the 2 solo kills from he was able to turn things around, running away with the MVP. But really, what I think is what's different here is NXP played their game. NXP Uzi is known to be a very good S player. Alright, so let's let go of the Draven. We don't need that to win. Let's stick with our comfort. And that really was the series. 2-1 in favor of NXP. Still, props to GXR.
Yeah.
Indeed, and congratulations, of course, to Nexplay Esports. But you know what? We can kind of just tell them ourselves, because joining us for our post show, we have with us Just Chi of the Jungle, Just Chi of Nexplay Esports himself. Just Chi, welcome to the show. Thank you so much, and hello to the rest of Nexplay Esports. Hello, congratulations to you guys. Hello, waving to all of you. So, just to start things off, I just want to bring up Just Cheesin. Do you approve of the nickname? do you like the nickname Just Cheesin?
Okay lang po.
I think that's an approval. I think that's a proof that he is indeed the Just Cheesin himself. Autolus, what about you? Do you have any questions for Justy?
Oh, okay. Well, we saw how back and forth the Team Secret versus Nexplay was, right? I dropped off a series against, but it wasn't really a very convincing series win as of yet. Remember, your record with them is still not dead, right? You won the series against them during the preseason. But I want to fast forward to South Luzon, which is where your original rivals are from, right? Omega Esports. Just to be on the spicy side, who do you think will be advancing in the 4-way race in South Luzon?
Liab tsaka SISPH po. Kasi sa SISPH po, yung nung pre-season si Icon, parang natalo po kasi nila yung Execration, gano'n, yung Bren RRQ. Tapos sa Liab naman po, yung mga tournament po nung last month, natatalo po nila yung Omega. Kaya feel ko po Liab tsaka SISPH po yung dominate sa South Luzon.
Wow.
Very, very interesting. All right, Justy, we will keep our eyes set on those 2 teams thanks to you. And Osiris, what about you?
Justy or Chi-sen, how does it feel that you are doing the draft and also playing? How do you do that?
Medyo mahirap po, pero okay naman po. Kasi parang pag nananalo po, parang worth it. Kasi po, para sobrang worth it po kasi ako po yung parang 80% sa draft, ako po yung nag-iisip. Tapos pag nanalo pa po, parang sobrang saya. Ganun. Kasi po, syempre ang hirap po nung maglalaro, tapos draft po. Parang sobrang sakit sa ulo. Tapos, yun po, nung sa TS po, parang nawala na po ako nun Parang wala na po kami lahat sa drafting nung game 3. Kaya na-outdraft po kami. Parang sumabog na po
I
lahat.
think it
Sa sobrang wala pong coach. Kulangan sa staff.
I think it's so amazing that you are basically playing two games, the draft and then the game itself.
Yeah.
So when you win twice, as you mentioned. Justchi, thank you so much. Before you go, do you have any shout outs that you'd like to give out, maybe to friends, to family, or maybe the legions of fans of Nexplay Esports?
Maraming salamat po sa pamilya namin, tsaka po sa NXP, kay Boss Dogs, tsaka po sa mga jowa po namin na sumusuporta po. Lalo na po sa fans namin. Sana po supportahan niyo po kami lagi sa laban namin. Gagawin po namin yung best namin. Yun lang po.
Thank you so much. And hello to the rest of Nexplay Esports. You see the Disaster over there. Hello.
Hi, congratulations.
Congratulations. And there's the whole
Congrats,
team,
guys.
ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Congratulations. And we will see you guys in the playoffs. Good night.
Thank you po.
All right. You know what, guys? I actually never thought about it that way. That Justchi handling the draft and handling the game, he actually wins twice when they do win. It must feel so good. But it's interesting that you asked that question. Because I find it so interesting that these are sort of like two separate games. Just imagining the difficulty that goes into doing that. Osiris, can you elaborate on why this is actually such a feat?
You are playing a chess game, and then technically there's a different chess game towards inside the rift. So you kind of need to outmaneuver first, because drafting is one of the integral part of the game. Because if you are fighting against an Olaf, Sona, and Seraphine, that's really a big problem. So you gotta have that kind of learning. You need that kind of experience where Justchi puts in, as he was also a top 1 challenger in League of Legends PC. So this time, he got a better understanding of how he fights towards the enemy with mind games and execution. That's how good he is.
And you know what? That will be put to the test as we go into the South Luzon group stages and going into the playoffs as well. I found it so interesting that he singled out SunSparks and Liab. That should be very, very interesting to watch. We will be seeing that later on. But before that, we have another guest joining us for the post show.
Yay.
We have from Team Secret, we have James himself joining us. Congratulations to Team Secret. And James, congratulations to you as well. Thank you so much for joining us for the post show. And just off the bat, guys have finished on top for the North Luzon group stage. I'm sure the team is feeling so happy right now. I want to know, guys, the rivalry between you and Nexplay Esports, did it as intensely as we did, because we really got into it, having finally settled that rivalry. What do you have to say about that? How was that game, and how was that rivalry?
I think there was a lot of on us when it comes to preparation, because we know that they're a very strong team in the Philippines. So we really had to experiment on a lot of drafts when it comes to scrims, and thankfully it worked out for our part. And I think we're very satisfied that we won the tug of war against them.
Yeah.
And it was also very satisfying for all of us, because we had quite the show whenever it was both of you up there. Autolus, I know you have a question for James as well.
Well, you have 400,000 pesos reasons, I think, to be satisfied with the win. But yeah, Autolus here, James, congratulations again on your win and in qualifying to represent North Luzon, my friend. Again, as one person from North Luzon, I want you guys to really just go ham and represent us there in the grand stage that is coming by June, if I'm not mistaken. But James, just to ask you, because what happened was during the tournament proper, right, there was a massive patch that happened between the 2 weeks what happened in the back? What happened behind the scenes, or what did you do to prepare for this massive change? And I guess my second question is to be on the spicy side as well. Who do you think will qualify in South Luzon?
Okay. For the first question, we tried a lot of the champions that have been buffed and also the ones that have been nerfed if they're still viable. But for the buffed part, we didn't do well with those champions, so we just stick to the ones that are untouched or even the ones that were nerfed. And it worked out for us because when we tried the ones that were buffed, we were lacking. We were running out of time, so we just had to stick with the ones that were untouched and be creative with them. While for the second question, it's really hard, but I think it would be Liam and I'd say Omega.
Ooh.
Yes.
Okay, that is 2 out of 2 for Liab, by the way. We'll
Yeah,
discuss
2
that
out
a
of 2
little
for
bit
Liab.
later.
Such respect from these two teams from North Luzon for Liab. So definitely a team to look out for in the South Luzon group stage.
All right, Osiris, what about you?
Well, for me, I'll throw in the same question because I really love the drafting from you guys. How creative are you? So how do you manage in doing the drafting and as well as playing? Who's calling the shots? So how do you manage to put in what you want to play? Yeah, go.
So for the part, sorry, I got excited. It's really it's really easy to draft around my team because every single player on my team has like an ocean pool, as they say. So it's very easy to experiment around them, and like the synergy between each player is just like on point whenever we try to experiment onto something. And it's just not me who's bringing up the ideas, but each member of the team also tries to help me with the ideas. So that's why I think our team strength is being really creative and having a lot of ideas, and we make them work together.
Wow.
That is, that is something, and I do love that you said that there's an ocean pool of champions for each of the players. That only means there's a infinite level of possibilities for Team Secret as they go into the playoffs. Hamis, congratulations once again. Before you go, do you have any shout-outs that you'd like to give maybe to all of the supporters of Team Secret from around the world, or to your personal supporters as well?
So first, thanks for congratulating us, and of course thanks to all of the Team Secret supporters and fans who has been with us ever since. And thank you to all of the TS staffs and our boss, of course, Boss John. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to represent Team Secret, and to my family and friends as well. I love you guys.
Thank you so much, Hamis.
Thank you.
Congratulations once again to
Congrats.
Team Secret. We will see you guys, in a few months and a few weeks for the playoffs. Until then, good night, and thanks so much for joining us.
Bye bye. Thank you, everyone.
All right, I think those were two very, very interesting interviews. I do love that they already gave us a heads up. Both Nexplay and Team Secret think that Liab is a team that's definitely one to look out for in the South Luzon group stages. But of course, let's just check out how everything looks from a bird's eye view with our standings, our Globe Cup standings. And as expected, I would say Team Secret is on top with 400,000 Globe
I have
Cup
100,000
points.
reasons.
Yes, 400,000 reasons. That sounds like a song. I will not attempt to sing it right now. And we have 350,000 for Nexplay Esports, 150,000 with Galaxy Razor and Action PH, with a lot of experience, I guess, behind them, carrying over, maybe over to the fall season. But of course, I love that you brought up South Luzon group stages, Otolus, because I am really, really excited. As you mentioned, we have Execration, SunSparks, Liab, and Omega to look forward to. This is I think that this is a group of death over here for the Icon series
Yeah.
season. And just your thoughts so far, like everything that's happened so far in the North Luzon group stages. Onaluz, let's start with you.
Oh, okay. Well, for North Luzon, I kind of want to have a lighter side or lighter spin on it. I kind of want to reward as well the best organization with the best memes, right? And Team Secret run away with things with the best memes out there, even banking on our reference here in the panel that they are the kings in the North, right? And when we talk about South Luzon, there are also teams in there that has very good spicy memes generated for their squad. So really looking forward, not just in the battle in the rift, but also the battle of the memes.
I know. I actually love this little meme battle that happens outside. And Omega, I'm looking at you guys. I know you have a lot up your sleeve. Osiris, what about you? What are your thoughts overall in the North Luzon group stage?
Just want to make this quick. This is one of the spicy groups, of course, because we have the story of the underdog. We have someone who's exposing the cracks of a top one, which is not included on preseason. I'm looking at you, Galaxy Racer. You did a good job, especially Action PH, as someone that everyone's rooting for. So you get that fans and underdog story. And then here comes the Tyrant. You have here the Team Secret and NXP as like the Eren Yeager or the Titans Among Us.
Oh no!
That's destroying the competition. And next week, there will be more Titans coming.
Oh yes indeed, there will be more. And you know what, just to wrap that all up, I am waiting. I don't know why nobody has done this yet. I'm waiting for the Just Cheesin meme. I'm waiting for the Cheesin. Just you know, somebody put his face on Leeson already.
Yeah.
I'm sure that will be up really, really soon. He approved it.
Yeah.
It has his stamp of approval. He is indeed Cheesin. But you know what? Just congratulating all of our winners, Team Secret and Nexplay Esports for the North Luzon group stage. We also have to congratulate a few more winners for today. We do have the winners of our wild course, of course, and this is the winners for our 380 wild course. Osiris, do you want to take over this?
Yeah, sure. Let me go ahead and do that for you. For the winners of 380 wild course, that's Moji Vital, Vern Christian, TJ Dax, at Duane Ambrosio.
Congratulations, guys! You get a good discount for something that you might find in the shop. And we do have the major prize of 1,650 wild course. We have 10 winners for this. Thank you guys for sharing the stream, of course, everybody over here. Lorraine Kisob, Puri Suchan, Ju Okon, Sin Siok, you sound like a Wild Rift champion yourself, good sir. Geraldo Morris, Ram Christopher Daradal. Who else do we have, Otlus?
We have Luis, Dayan, Hermosilla, Nikki John, Kenneth Gutierrez, Tony Tuazon, and Kyle Navarro. Guys, if you have been mentioned or if you see your names here, please message the page of PPGL so that you can claim it very, very fast. And to those that haven't won anything yet in the raffle, similar to Autolus, Osiris, and Mika, don't worry because you can get hold of Wild Course right away by just going into Coda Shop, coding up using your Globe SIM.
And of course, speaking of Globe, yes, we're sad because we don't have a wild course like you guys do. They are, of course, one of our many sponsors, and we just like to thank all of them for making this possible because we had so much fun in the North Luzon group stages. Thank you to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, for bringing the Icon series here. Thank you so much to our event organizers, Mineski, and to Globe.
And of course, our official mobile partner, wanna play like Hamez, wanna play like Just experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94 with its Helio P95 chipset, 6.43 inches, full HD plus AMOLED screen display, 4,310 mAh, and a 30 watts VOOC flash charge, 4.0 victories. And ranking up will be easy. Live life at a full speed with all new Oppo A94. Get yours now for only 13,999.
At syempre, hindi rin mawawala ang sekreto ng mga gwapo. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mukhang na GG. Fresh pa rin at para fresh all day, bring your clay game with new Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash that cleans 99.9% of germs controls oil to 12 hours, and help prevent pimples. All in one, bring your clay game with Master, Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
There it is. There it is. There it is. The show, the North Luzon group stages, might be over for today. But you know what? Let's still hang out. We can still hang out virtually via Globe Virtual Hangouts. Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, like what you guys have just seen over the past 2 weeks, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Just download the Globe One app, click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated, and get hashtag OL together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And that about wraps up our North Luzon group stages. Team Secret, Nexplay Esports will advance to the playoffs at the end of the summer season. We will be back next week with the South Luzon group stages with Execration, Omega Esports, Liab, and Sun Sparks. What a group, you guys. I cannot wait. I think we all definitely cannot wait. I know. Are you guys ready to fight? Are you guys ready to get, it's going to get really, really sweaty.
I'm ready for the memes.
Ready for the memes, ready for the Titans to come out, the Titans of South Luzon. In the meantime, Mika Fabs with Odlus and Osiris over here on the panel, and on behalf of the whole production, thank you so much for watching. We will see you guys next week.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never